Hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome back. It is Thursday, but it feels like it should be Saturday. It'll be Thanksgiving before you know it. It'll also be Rimworld Hot Potato before you know it. It's coming down the pipe. Starting pretty soon. Hope you guys are having a nice week. We're back for day 3. Many said it couldn't be done, but here we are. Back in Europa Universalis 5. Got more to do, got more to learn, got more to figure out as we plod along through history. Day by day, month by month, year by year. If you've been playing your own campaign of Europa, hope it's been going well, or if you've been playing some other strategy game, enjoying that. And if you're playing some something else entirely, perhaps something with a little more action, be it a Battlefield or a Ark of some variety, perhaps you're enjoying that as well. Or maybe you're not playing anything, can't be bothered. Maybe you just kick your feet back up, watch a stream. That's fine too. But I'm glad to have you back, whatever the reason. Thanks for clicking. Thanks for beginning of stream subs. Hello, Kitty Yuri. Thank you for 33 months. Pumping it in chat. Hello, howdy, Kitty Yuri. Finksy Links is here for 7 months. What's up, Finksy? Pumping it. Thank you for subbing. Mej15 is also here. Thank you for the Prime for 79 months. Howdy and hello. I am Ark arriving. $20 a stream, what a deal. That is a deal. It's on discount. Chat's pumping it for some reason. We are gonna have to find some soundtrack to listen to, so I guess we could just keep doing the same one. They do have some bangers on the old soundtrack. Speaking of bangers, who's banging down my door right now? I just turned the stream on. And getting raided right away. Hello. Thanks so much for the raid. What's up, Shin? Hello there. Hello. Thanks for the sub and the raid. Oh, hello there. Dot, space, dot, space, dot, space, dot. We're just getting going. The one stream ends, another begins. An endless cycle of grand strategy gaming. What's up, Secret Rue? Welcome back, Fox Dot. Right on time. Some familiar faces in there. Asuma, Mikios, Sergeant Meowenstein, nice name. Balderong, and Nalroth. Hey guys. Main menu gaming right now. I was hanging out, watching Shin play. I'm trying to learn stuff. As do many of you. Watching Shin struggle with some of the UI navigational things in Europa so that you don't have to struggle with it yourself. But yeah, I was actually hanging out today, lurking for a bit while I was getting ready, eating some food. I woke up way too early today. I accidentally underslept, which almost never happens, but I woke up 2 hours before I meant to, and I couldn't go back to sleep. So we're actually getting started a little early today compared to my norm. So I might be a little tired today. I'm trying to work through it with some coffee, some other caffeinated beverages. Let's get a shout out in chat for however many of my own viewers are already here. More to come. Would highly recommend toss in a follow to my friend Shin, who has been playing grand strategy games since the dawn of time. And has played probably 3 or 4 times as much Europa as I have, because I didn't play pre-release. But hit that follow button at the top of your chat if you haven't already. If you're coming from Shin's channel to mine, make sure you don't hit the button at the top of the screen because you will accidentally unfollow. So don't do that. We got a ban evader to ban straight away, less than 12 minutes into the stream. That didn't take long. Spam scammer. Anyway, let's hop in since you guys are all here and we can take a look and see what we're doing. I'm still figuring it out myself. We are going completely rogue. We are actually playing in North America for Europa Universalis. I started the tutorial on launch, which was the day before yesterday. So I didn't get to play any pre-release, so I'm even further behind in trying to figure out the mechanics of the game. And the tutorial was just not helping me, and it was actually actively hurting me, I would say. So I went rogue, deleted my save, and restarted. Okay, I don't know why the load click is extremely loud. Sorry, headphone users. I re-rolled and decided that I would be happier playing all by myself. So we are Great Lakes Gaming. Playing as the Onondaga clan of Native Americans. We're still 1346. Just to kind of set your expectations accordingly, the first day that I streamed Europa, we only advanced 1 month in game. In a full stream. Because it took me about 3 hours to realize I didn't want to do the tutorials. So we did some of the tutorial and then I started over. And then in that time, I basically spent the next 4 straight hours reading tooltips. As many tooltips as I could possibly consume. We went through line item by line item, which is how I learn things and process information. And I just moused over resources, and then I moused over their embedded tips, and I was just going all the way down most of these. We didn't read everything. Like, obviously, we didn't go that comprehensive, but I haven't played EU4 or EU3, and I've only played 15 hours of Victoria 3, so I know nothing about Victoria 3. Most of my Paradox hours are in Hearts of Iron, which is a very... of all the games that Europa Universalis 5 cribs from, Hearts of Iron's not one of them. So we had to kind of do a little extra learning for my sake. I have played a bunch of Crusader Kings 3, and there is a little bit of that here, but not nearly as much, I think, as Victoria 3 and maybe Europa Universalis 3, from what I've heard. And then the rest of my hours besides that are in Stellaris. So those are my main arenas in order of time put in. Mostly Hearts of Iron for me. So it's been a little extra learning curve. Now, I've actually found that the tribal start in Europa has been quite good to start with for someone who has patience. If you're a 5 times speed player, you might not enjoy it as much as I might. I haven't gotten far enough to say whether I enjoy it or not. I'm still parsing information and data, so we're going to be going very slow. I'm trying to just set your expectations. I'm watching Shin. Shin's going at like 3 times speed, 4 times speed most of the time, and just like, nah, we don't need that event. Yeah, click that flag. Okay, we're going over here. And I'm just like, okay, I need to internalize as much as I can see on the screen right now so I can learn how to do that myself. So we're going to be on like 2 to 3 times speed at the fastest while I try and come to understand the basics still. So I'm just trying to get all you guys in here, get situated and get comfy. But the reason why I've actually thought that this has been better for my brain compared to starting in one of the tutorial nations is because every single change that I make in one of these Native American tribes, I can see the results of that specific change. Whereas I felt like while I was briefly clicking buttons as Holland, There were so many other markets that were competing with me, so many other nations, so many other characters, and so much else going on in the background that when I clicked something, I couldn't see a direct result of what that click did. So here, things are very slow paced. How slow? We had to invent the alphabet to start the first advance. So we are way behind everybody else. And because I get to start at the literal beginning of creating the alphabet, I get to see how every advance that we progress changes what we got going on. For example, we are incredibly thrilled that we have 25 new population a month right now. 25 a month. That's a monumental achievement. We started with like 6 or 7 per month, and now we're at 25. So it doesn't sound like much, but you get to see that sort of incremental progression. And I know that I'm getting 25 because I learned, oh, I need to build a settlement in multiple locations. So we built a settlement in each of our 3 locations and got to see a tangible boost in population. We've been leveraging trust, or not trust, we've been leveraging favors with our neighbors in order to get enough goodwill with them to invite settlers from their land over to ours, and we get to see how much or little that is. So we get to kind of see what everything does, and I've found that to be something that goes at my speed. So it's been interesting from that POV. But anyway, welcome one and all. Pleasure as always, Shin. Thanks so much for coming over. I see Avik in the chat as well. I was hanging out in Avik's chat also before the stream got started. How's it going, dude? Kelly McChess, welcome back for 3 years. Europe Universal Drive. Indeed, indeed. And I do very much appreciate the raid. Get another shout out in here. Hope you guys' campaign has been going good and progress is being made. And also, while I'm here, say hello to Avik, who's another great content creator and broadcaster. Let me get some music on here. We had to turn the music off because it turns out when you start in North America as a Native American tribe, you only get 5 songs on the soundtrack and they loop. And there's no music player in the game. So I was going a little crazy because 2 of the 5 songs are actually not music, they're ambient noises. And so I've been actually just playing the Europa Universalis 4 soundtrack mostly. So this is one of the ambient tracks, actually. It's very quiet. Very, very quiet. Can you hear it? I have to turn the volume to max. Sort of just an ambient flute. And that is our music. We're not allowed to hear the rest of the soundtrack. For some reason. It's like only weighted for 5 tribal-esque songs, but there's actually 2 or 3 that are not tribal-esque, so I have no idea. But anyway, say hi to Avik too. Didn't give you the full... Throw that in there again. Been playing Kingdoms of Amalur, Re-Reckoning. It looks like you're getting close to endgame, Avik, but I hope that's been going well also. How do I get into this game? It's complicated and overwhelming. It is. It is both of those things, dude. I don't know, because I'm trying to do the same thing. I've just been playing at 1 or 2 or 3 times speed, a lot of pausing, I just read the tutorial tooltips. A third of them are not helpful at all, and we try to just fill in the blanks of what the information is trying to tell us. The spirit of the tooltip needs to be interpreted. All right, I've already changed my mind. We're going to just go back to the EU4 soundtrack. Not message settings. Regular settings. Oh, I did see something while I was watching Shin earlier that I thought I need to do that. So I'm gonna do that, if I can remember what it is. Number 1. Unrelated to that. Where is EU4 soundtrack? It is here. Okay, check. The thing that I saw on Shinstream is interface. Wait, is it interface? Is map? No, it's got to be interface. Map tooltips disabled. So what that does is you notice how like when you're mousing around, it just keeps going like, that's Lake Ontario. And it's just like a giant box that kind of blocks your screen. If you act like if I mouse here, I can't see any of our counties. You can just turn this off. you can just turn it off. Now, I don't know if there's any way to bring it back with a button, because that would be great. It'd be nice if there was a hotkey. I think Shin was saying something like middle mouse button seems intuitive, but I'm just gonna turn it off because I'm kind of tired of it just popping up and blocking a bunch of information. Because you can get all that information. Actually, I don't know how you can get all that information. You can't even click on lakes. You're not allowed to click on lakes. You can click on each of the individual locations, but I won't know what the lakes are called anymore. A toggle would be great. Is this game good enough to deal with the heat after my wife sees it pop up on the credit card statement? I don't know. It's only my third day playing it. I haven't played long enough to know if I like it or not. I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't dislike it. In English, saying I don't like it means you dislike it. So I don't know what the... I'm not meh either. I'm in a learning phase. You know what I mean? Trying to understand what I'm looking at. So let me give you guys a little quick tour of what we got going on. Very, very humble beginnings. No, whelmed implies negativity. I don't feel... The only thing I feel staunchly negative about is the UI and the helpfulness of the tooltips. The only thing I have a solid opinion on is if this is your first Paradox Grand Strategy game, good luck. You are a very strong-willed individual. Wait, what? There's 2 songs playing. Okay. I'm not going crazy. There were 2 songs playing. I was starting to lose it a little bit. Classic criticism of UI into has any Paradox Games UI been good? Comment from chat. Local chatters have not played Crusader Kings 3. Happens every time. I think Victoria 3, I only played it for 15 hours, but it was easier to navigate than this. Also, I have struggled more with the information and tooltips in this than any previous venture. Tried Terra Invicta, and you can talk about bad UI. Funny you should mention that. I made a direct comparison to Terra Invicta. This game reminds me significantly of how it was like to play Terra Invicta the first time. Yep, it's almost a one-to-one experience mentally. So that's how I feel. Anyway, back to the tour. So here's our leader. We actually have a matriarchy. This it's really funny actually. We have a matriarchy led by Iacoinus Helona Ostaningo, and she has multiple children now, and she's got a consort spouse here, Kataryanica. We'll go with that. Tohango. And the funny thing to me is that there is no polygamy in the game. We have polygamy with the NY. So I don't think they tested this because culturally, only men are allowed to have multiple spouses. But we have a matriarchy where our leadership should be able to be in a polygamous environment with multiple men potentially, but that's not how only men can have multiple spouses in our culture for some reason. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's supposed to be polygamy or if that's just the default that got spread over to tribal North America. But that gave us a laugh because we were trying to figure out how to get more spouses and we could not get any more spouses because it is actually banned. Even though I think everyone here, I believe all 5 of these nations, yeah, all 5 of these nations are matriarchy. So what we have to do is today we need to set up a royal marriage somehow with one of our neighbors, with our oldest daughter, because she is our heir. So we need to figure that out. We are also playing as the weakest of these 5 nations. We have the lowest levies, we have the smallest military, and we also have I want to say the smallest economy to start out, and possibly even the smallest population. So the population of our most eastern neighbor, the Kanian Kahaka, they have about 27,000 pop. Our next door neighbor has about 11,000 pop. Our westernmost neighbor has 9,200 pop. And our westernmost is about 13,500. So we're at 8,500. So we have the lowest population, the lowest levies, the lowest economy. And we're sort of trying to snowball, hopefully, through administration of our realm. We're at the moment researching taxation. So we can't even tax the peasants right now. So that's been an interesting bit of learning as well. Trying to figure out why we couldn't get more money. And it's like, okay, so not only do you not have the ability to tax the population, but you don't have an ability, because you can't tax, to make money and profit off of the buildings that you construct. So we made a few buildings and then wondered why they weren't actually profitable, even though they should have been profitable. And it was because we don't have tax technology. So we're researching taxes. That's going to be huge. And it's also going to allow us to invest in stability. You might notice that we have -9 stability at the moment. So that's our biggest hurdle. And that happened for a few reasons. Number one, we got hit with some very unfortunate events that just tanked our stability. There was nothing we could do about it. Pop-ups just hit us. Do not pass go. Do not collect $100. And it was like -12 stability, bam. -7 stability, bam. And then on top of that, I made a critical blunder that I was unaware of at the time, which is that I changed our deity focus. I just assumed that we had multiple deities that we could sort of swap between on maybe a cooldown timer, but unbeknownst to me, changing your deity that you praise, which has various bonuses, and that's going to be under society religion. Changing the aspect is actually, I want to say it's a -30 to stability. So very overtuned. Would love to see that patched. Just a casual -30. You might say, well, if it's -30, then they must be incredibly powerful boons. They're small. You can get 0.04% bonus population growth. So that's what we swapped to, and that was a -30 stability hit, unbeknownst to me. So it's, you know, they're not huge. -10% stability investment cost could be good under certain circumstances. 1% hostile attrition doesn't seem worth a 30 hit to me. The monthly prosperity was okay for a bit. That was what I was on at first. But yeah, I won't do that again. Big mistake. So now we're trying to get out of negative stability. The reason why stability is our chief concern, no pun intended, is that is how we will eventually be able to convince and coerce our neighbors into forming a unified front. So we have some special decisions that we can make with our neighbors to form closer bonds with them in order to bolster the trust and opinion of those clans with our own. And then if we bolster trust enough, we can actually merge tribes together and annex. So we do take a huge stability hit here. We have to be at 65 stability and have 3 diplomats. We start with just a 2.5 diplomacy max. So we figured out how to get an extra maximum diplomat. I still don't know why they call them diplomats instead of any other name for this, because it is quite confusing. But like, I would have preferred influence or even diplomacy instead of like diplomats as a person, because we have 0.6 diplomats right now. It just feels weird. Anyway, so yeah, we need to get like really stable, and then we need to build trust, and then we can try to work on annexing. If we do that, then we actually do have a kingdom level formable that we can make. And I think from that point on, you know, the sky's the limit. There's a lot of other clans and tribes here that are just not playable nations. So if we look around for some of them, you know, we have pops that live in these other areas. There are people there, and if you zoom way in, you can even see some evidence of settlement and civilization. I believe there actually is a filter. I want to say it's the population filter. And so there are thousands and thousands of people. Like, we're only 8,500 people, and there's, you know, 4,500 people living right there. So there are other chieftains, and there are other people that we can do or interact with diplomatically. We haven't figured out how to do that yet. So that's going to be something to come in the future when we want to pursue those types of relationships. But these are the only playable ones. I have no doubt there will be a DLC for this in the future. You have 3.5 diplomats max right now. That's correct. You start with 2.5, and after doing some digging, we found that our clergy can have an estate privilege that boosts our maximum diplomats by 1 for only giving them 10% estate power. So once I found that, we honed in on it. We also get some mandatory progress toward being conciliatory, which we already are anyways. I'm happy to do conciliatory as opposed to belligerent, because we're not going to be declaring a bunch of wars. So I found that, and now we can have 3.5 max. So we solved the max diplomat issue. So now it's an issue of stability and trust. So those are all things that we poured over yesterday for hours to kind of figure out. And this is the summary of that research. Speaking of research, one of the other things that we had to kind of dig into, we just finished late last night. So if you weren't able to stay up last night with us, first of all, what are you thinking? And second of all, we were able to codify laws. And that allows a council parliament. We haven't investigated this. Oh, that was the other thing that tanked our stability. As a tribe, you have the option to have parliament convene. And yes, all these terms are blanket terms. They don't have special terms for the tribal people. Again, I'm certain that's going to be a DLC in the future. It doesn't really bother me. But anyway, they give you the option to convene parliament after a few years in-game, and if you do, it is actually impossible for anything that you try and pass to pass, because you only have 19 to 20% crown power, and you cannot boost it by that point. And since it is guaranteed for your measure that you suggest to fail, you automatically lose 7% stability. So silly me, they told me that Parliament could be convened, so I was like, interesting, let's click that button. And -7 stability. Try again later. Because tribes do not get the same number of avenues initially to try to convince the different subgroups of your population, such as peasants, nobles, etc., to support you. you only get one option. And I clicked it 3 times. I think the first time we got a bonus, I want to say, where is our parliament? Right here. So we only have 19.59% parliament support. We were able to appease one subgroup down here. I think Europeans get 3, so you get 3 options. We only get 1. And it was like a 16% boost. So that boosted us to like 35%. But then every one after that was 0.16% support. So we did the math, and you would have had to click that like an extra 200 plus times or something like that, which would have tanked everyone in their estate satisfaction, and you'd soft lock yourself basically and have to start over. So we lost some stability there too. Now we have allow council parliament, but I haven't really seen what that means yet. I know we can codify laws. Unlocks the council parliament type. Okay. This is my problem with the tooltips in general, is what does allow council parliament? And it says, well, it unlocks council parliament. Okay. Would you like to explain further? No. Figure it out. So I think if I try to unlocks council parliament type. I'm actually, I guess I could save the game and then convene parliament and see if it's any different. And then that way, if it screws me up again, then I simply reload the save. It's a small button next to a big button. Small, oh, this? Summoning all free people of our domain is the only way to determine the focus of our country. Oh, I see, I see. So this is the thing we just unlocked. If you have to have a parliament system, we do, somehow. There are clergy in the parliament, yes. Agenda impact for nobility minus 10%. Agenda impact for clergy also minus 10%. So basically this helps negate specifically the nobility and the clergy as opposed to the nobility and the commoners. This modifies the support that the parliament agendas that proposes from the commoners has. Okay. No parliament is state satisfaction equilibrium minus 10%. Has a parliamentary system? No. So this means one of two things. This either means that when you convene parliament and try to push an agenda, the options that people come to you with in order to gain their support, this is either going to raise or lower the amount of support that they give you. Perhaps. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. We're not going to convene parliament at all. I think you get less support because it's red. See, here's the thing about that, right? They're both red. So is minus 10% red better or worse than minus 33% red? I don't know which is preferable. I'd like to think that minus 10% red is better because it's an unlockable and you can switch to it. So if it was an unlockable and it was worse, then that would feel like not an upgrade or not a side grade. So I feel like it's probably better, but I'm not sure. Either way, I don't think it matters what their support is. I don't think we can get enough support to push any of our agendas through. I think we need to wait until we can bolster crown power, which is going to take a while. We did some looking into how that's going to come to pass. effectively we're going to need to change some of our nation's values, especially moving towards centralization is going to be the key one. But that's going to take a concerted effort that we're not quite prepared for, because there are a number, 3 in fact, of factors that are automatically moving us toward decentralization at a fairly steady clip. And I won't be able to revoke these estate privileges in order to remove these natural buffs until we have a significant amount of stability, because it costs stability to revoke privileges. And we have negative stability. So I think that centralization is the best way we could do it. But I don't think it's a good time now. So we'll just wait. We'll just chill on it. Anyway, I was just curious what the other thing we unlocked was. Because I saw yesterday that we could codify laws and then council parliament, but I didn't know what council parliament was. So codifying laws, we did look over that. That's what we did late last night. So we went through line item by line item. Each of these is a clickable that leads to, well, this one only has 2 choices, but some of them have more than that, and I'm sure you'll unlock more over time. That one's a little more detailed. It basically lets you decide what direction you want different sets of laws to start moving toward. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 different laws that we chose that we're currently codifying, and they take about 2 years to lock in. So they're not there yet. So we have a couple of just basic good stuff laws, like legal basis. Legal basis just gives all estates 2.5% higher equilibrium. So it's just going to make everybody a little bit happier, because we're just getting a basic legal formula from which to govern. Very simple. Tribal organization is going to reduce proximity cost, because right now proximity is reducing control in our different locations that are near us, and control is like the most important thing in the game. So if we can reduce the proximity cost, then we don't have to worry as much when, for example, we have our capital is at 100 control, our northern location is also 100, but this one's only 78. So that's due to its, one of the factors is its proximity cost. So if we reduce proximity cost, we should increase control here because it's neighboring. Education of the masses is going to really dramatically boost our maximum literacy. Since we just invented the alphabet, we have a 5% max literacy for everyone. And it's going to take a very long time to hit that max. But when this is codified, it's going to raise the ceiling even higher for everybody. And what literacy does is, possibly among other things, the main thing that I know it does so far is it boosts research rate. So boosting research rate is good, especially when you are a tribe who just invented the alphabet. We decided to not do a mining law until later, and we're also going to practice limited censorship. The first thing that you should do if you find yourself as the ruler of a nation who is just learning to read and write is immediately censor anything you don't want them to read or write, so that you can have maximum control over your population. Clergy, estate satisfaction, equilibrium. Basically, the clergy, our religious people, are going to be happier because we're limiting what the common folk are allowed to read. And it's also helping with stability decay, which, as you can see, is a huge problem right now. Or stability, that is. And then these started... This is the one I was laughing at a minute ago. Polygamy. Polygamy is locked in as a marriage law, and there is no polygamy as an option. So apparently our matriarchal society, even though we value women extensively, we still gave the men +4 max spouses, but only one normal spouse for the ladies. All right, so not sure if that's how it's supposed to be, but that's the only option that we got. Our heir needs to be the same religion, and we don't really need any maritime laws, because I don't plan on fielding a navy into Lake Ontario anytime soon. Though we might need to defend against those dastardly Canadians if they start expanding in this direction. So that's sort of where we're at. That's what we did late last night. We spent a couple hours on all the laws and everything else. Let's do a little flag check. We are missing wool. Yes, our market does not have wool, which has not yet arrived in the new world. It turns out sheep came across the sea along with the colonizers. So we have no sheep, and we won't have any sheep for some time. Doesn't exist here. We have an unmarried adult heir, which I do want to work on. Parliament is possible. No, we're not even going to call it. Laws need to be codified. They don't. Children can have a better education. One or more children of our following, of our dynasty are following balance. We can change it to more focus depending on their skills. I will actually look at that because I didn't see that yesterday. Welcome to Europa. Thank you. Thank you. And horses. And horses. There's a crazy animal difference back in these days. People were still discovering animals across the world. I don't know about the children education thing. Also, a little breakdown of our places so far. Our capital is Sinactawambo. Our northern location is Draupidam, and of course in the south we have Alabama Slamma. Those are authentic historical names, contemporary with the time. Don't suggest otherwise. Our children, of course, we didn't actually, well, we have our heir, Tekakwitha. We have Tiona Jangan. We have Aliquippa. We have Floon. And then we have Floon 2. 5 children. So let's see about possibly helping, is it even, do we have, no, we were waiting on diplomats to arrange a royal marriage. We don't have enough diplomats. However, the game also does not tell you how many diplomats you need to be able to click this button. It just says we do not have a diplomat to perform this action. So possibly 1 if I take this literally. But instead of a number, it just says a diplomat. So I have heard that in Europa Universalis 4, you did have characters who were considered diplomats, who you physically managed through the ages, who would be sent and retrieved from different locations. So I'm wondering if this is just holdover text from Europa 4, and then in 5, they're like, you know what? Away with that system, we're just going to turn it into a regular resource that accumulates numerically over time, and just didn't adjust how it conveyed that information across various screens. I'm not sure. So we'll just wait until we have a diplomat, I suppose, and then try again. Now, how do I do the education bit? So these are finished with their education. I didn't even know you could change their education. Here we go. So, balance is simply a 0.5 ability increase during education. How much is 0.5? It's 0.5. Administrative leans them toward, I assume this, I don't know, this can't be out of 100. That'd be 0.5 out of 1, I guess? Not sure. So this is focusing on admin, focusing on diplomacy, focusing on military, or expensive. 250 gold. Just almost, you know, 8 years of your gross domestic product as a nation in order to train this one child. I don't think we can afford that. So I guess that's why you're 50, 2750. You're 10, 16, 23. Wait, they have traits as well. So she's shrewd. So she's focusing on military and administrative, which is what she's got. You're 12? I don't know how much education you've got left. But how are your older sisters? 56, 61, 22? It's kind of not great. Didn't mean to click that button. 41, 19, 56. So you're also not great. I'll focus you on administration, I suppose. But let's see who has the highest military potential. Rowdy. That's all military. All right. Floon is going to get an entirely military-focused education. For educational purposes. And then Floon 2, we don't have a trait for her yet. So I'm going to stay balanced until she gets a trait. She looks conniving, though. She looks like she's already plotting something. Yeah, what's kind of strange about the characters in Europa, it looks like they took a prototype of Crusader Kings 3's character engine and just put that in, because I've noticed that the character models are very similar, as in this is like our husband. Okay, take a good look. Take a look at our hubby. And then this is just like a neighboring husband. And then this is like, okay, that guy looks different. That guy does look different. But I feel like if I showed you all of the leaders in a lineup, they're not sisters. Would you be able to tell the difference between this leader and my leader? These are completely different clans. But this leader and my leader look identical. Portraits need to be worked on. There will be a DLC for that. Don't worry. So, I don't think I fixed everybody's education. I think I want to focus you on administrative, since we've got one on military, and go from there. All right, I'm ready to unpause. It's only been an hour. I'm ready to unpause. Typical. Typical. We're going. That's why I started early today. Our Chancellor reports, speak of the devil. It appears that Floon 2 has gained the Gallant trait. Military and diplomatic ability increased during education. All right, we're going to focus her entirely on diplomacy then. Despite being a child, this child is the epitome of chivalry. Brave, stylish, polite, and attentive, they will surely be deserving of many poems and stories once they grow up. Diplomatic education, then. For sure. Floon 2. As I recall, Vicky 3 also had people baffled at the weird 3D models, and that's what they said. We took the engine a while before CK3 even released. Did they really? Hey, wasn't there a patch today that fixed the unions constantly voting on the same thing over and over again? Here is our first vote of no defense. We had about a dozen of these yesterday, but I see we've been greeted with a new one already. Our Confederacy is toothless and feckless, and we started out with very strong defensive pact measures, but they, through repetitious voting, have negated all the bonuses of being in the Confederacy in the first place, to the point where our military law is literally no defense. If anyone declares war on any of the member nations, nothing happens. The only thing that might happen is you could be invited to help them on offense. That's it. So it basically doesn't exist. So I created my own defensive league. So we're 3 of the 5 Confederacy members are in my own defensive league. And amongst ourselves, we did vote for some defense. So that was a step in the right direction, I think. This screen is now blank. Okay, that was confusing. This is the laws screen, but it doesn't say laws anymore. It is simply a blank page. I'll just have to remember that this is laws. Mutual defense. Yeah, so we do have some possible defense. You can at least be invited to defend in my defensive league, which is better than in the other places. So what are they voting on over here? No defense. Wait, is that what passed? Or is that what is this? Oh, proposed royal marriage. Wait, someone else is proposing to me? Where is Kaskankaham? How does somebody in the Midwest know that we exist? We don't know that they exist. Online dating. A message in the bottle. They are, they actually have more population than we do, which is pretty funny. They obviously have no tax base. That would be silly. Negative 21 diplomatic opinion. So I guess this does beg the question. Now that I assume that this just means we can arrange a royal marriage with any of the neighboring tribes that are not playable. Is it better to marry one of the non-playable tribes than it is? I was thinking about intermarrying with one of our neighbors to try and kind of establish a formal union of marriage before we try and annex them. I suppose the inverse could be true. They could try to annex us, but if we join them, if they're not a matriarchy and we are a matriarchy, like if I accept this, what happens? You know what I'm saying? Does the game have the framework to deal with 2 different leadership qualities? I don't know what to call it. Like in Crusader Kings, when you decide whether a marriage is matrilineal or patrilineal. There's just an accept or decline here. This will give us 6 prestige while they gain 5.18. So we actually get more prestige than them, but they're like unknowably far away. Your dynasty doesn't matter in EU. It absolutely matters. It matters for a bunch of reasons. Hey Town Chat, I was watching the VOD from yesterday, but I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I still am not sure, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm trying to figure it out too. I'm not doing it. Because even if it's like a good match, they're so far away we can't purposely interact with them. We're not able to interact with them, so I'm just gonna leave it as is. Like, you know how long it would take us to even get over here? Years. By the way, thanks for the subs. War of the Worlds, thank you for getting us up to Nubanchi. Appreciate the gift sub. Welcome, War of the Worlds. Thanks again, Cutie Wasp and Kelly McChess. And Jackie Boy Percy also subbing. Hello, Jackie Boy Percy. What's up? How's it going? Oh. I hear the money. We're gonna run out of money soon, though. The only reason that we are getting any money right now at all is because we had a event that was the memory of an important character whose name I don't remember, but it was something like Hayagawatha or something like that. Hayawathaga, something. And we have a memory of him. And that memory is single-handedly carrying us. I don't even know where it is. Where's the memory buff? I found it yesterday and I've already forgotten. Hiawatha. Chat, where are your buffs for your nation? I forget. Like, I know I can see it here. Memory of the Great Peacemaker. But I don't remember where it is. Also, ad starting. I don't have any snoozes. It's gonna be 3-minute mid-roll to keep the pre-rolls down. Oh, it's this. I thought it would just show multiple modifiers like in Hearts of Iron. It's like all under the flag. I was looking for these to show up like on this screen real estate. I see. Yeah, we're about to run out of money, literally. This modifier ends in 1347. But anyway, while the ad plays, I'm just gonna keep it paused and talk to chat. See how you guys are doing. So you don't miss anything. Not that I don't think anything crazy is gonna happen, but just out of respect for the ad watchers. You're gonna be broke soon. We're gonna be broke soon. Yeah, our inheritance is gonna be gone. It's ending real fast. That's a year from now. 1 year from now. We're 31% the taxation. I'm going as fast as I can. All right, their ad just started. Oh boy, just in time for ads. Well, you got a sub icon, so I think you'll be fine. Chat, I have a confession to make. I paid more money for Arc Raiders. I upgraded to the deluxe edition so that I could get coins so that I could buy a DLC cosmetic. I'm sorry. I did it. It's all my fault. Everything wrong with gaming is my fault. I bought a dumb costume for my old man character so he would look like a crazy goggle-wearing lunatic. Horse armor strikes again. Like, I like cosmetic purchases in game that don't affect gameplay. I just wish that everyone wasn't so proud of them. That's like, I would buy so much more from other games if they didn't think every skin was worth 20 bucks. Seriously. I was one of the people that would buy, for example, Diablo 4 cosmetics, but the Diablo 4 cosmetics are like $25, $30 a piece. And it's like, geez, man, if you just dial it back, I would have bought like 5 of these sets. Instead, I bought 0. Path of Exile, same deal. Most recently, like Battlefield 6. It's like, man, just why do you have to make them $20, $30 skins? I know why, because I've played Gacha Marvel Snap, and they know that there are whales out there who will buy it no matter what. So you just get swept out, baby with the bathwater. They know that the people exist who will buy them, so you just get thrown by the wayside. But I'm not buying any Battlefield skins. I did get the Battle Pass, though. I am the target audience. I just like battle passes. I don't even care about the cosmetics. I just want there to be little unlocks for dopamine. I just want there to be little like tick, 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 you know, like scrolling up until you hit an unlock. And I know that you can do the free battle pass, but you get more of them if you just pay $10, so I do. I don't even like what I unlock necessarily. I just want to unlock stuff. I still play Snap, actually? Oh, you poor soul. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Welcome back from the ad. Here we go again. The Triple Defensive League has voted... Oh, wait, this is the end of the vote. Never mind. Never mind. I stand corrected. These are the ends of the vote, not new votes. We need to get... we were actually saving and consolidating money. Lots of money. Hello? Chat, be honest. Did they actually pass this or not? Did they actually patch this or not? Be real. I don't believe you. I think I downloaded the latest update. But we're already voting on possible defense again. We just got the notifications a minute ago about the resolution passing, and now we're voting again. What was I saying a second ago? Oh, we were actually hoarding money because we literally cannot earn any profit from any building. So building anything for money is a waste of time until we can tax. So because we can't tax, the buildings that we have focused on are population centric. Was there an update today? There was a patch today with various fixes and changes. Actually, that patch has convinced me that they were not... There was one thing in it that really stood out to me that said that investors forced the game to come out this month. I can't remember what it was, but when I read it, I was like, that seems like a massive balance change. I don't remember what it was. There was at least like two. I'm trying to let me open up the patch notes. Actually, we're not going to read them extensively or anything. Oh, I did notice that we complained about this yesterday, as did many other people. They allow achievements to fire under ahistorical game rules now instead of just historical only. So that got changed really fast. There's the AI union law voting, making it less spammy, supposedly. The ruler's administrative ability now reduces proximity distance. That was one that really stood out to me. As in, like, the number, like their admin skill, reduces proximity distance. That seems like a major interaction, unless I'm misreading what that is. That seems like a game-changing. How did that come out in a post-launch patch? I think it was this one. There's a bunch of stuff that's like, this is the patch that they were probably working on for the game that didn't have time to get put in before 1.0. There was a big day one patch also. Like, they're still developing the game. It's not done developing yet. Forced to just send it. Kinda, yeah. And there's just like a ton of diplomacy options and interactions and things. secret early access. The other thing that I thought was funny is that the patch notes actually need a patch. And if you don't know what I mean, chat, look at these patch notes. International organizations. The AI will now only start votes on policies if they are not too happy with the current policy. This should eliminate instances of the IA flopping. And then the last patch note, the United Succession Law will also update the heir religion. Okay, next. The AI will now only start votes on policies. Wait a second, I just read that. What's the last one? The Unified Succession Law. This is identical text to this, which, fun fact, is also identical text to this. Everything here except for the title are 3 identical paragraphs in the patch notes that make the patch notes look freaking massive. If you don't believe me, just look at the screen. Copy paste is hard. Every single line item is identical. They made the changes 3 times to make sure they stuck. So they need to patch the patch notes. They should hire you as an editor. Correction, they should hire an editor for for the entire company. One editor for all the games and all the text and all the thing. Any editor has got to be better than 0. Cut with the margins. I'm the only person that reads stuff. That's why. Nobody else actually reads anything. They just 5 times speed and click OK on events that pop up. But anywho, we did build a settlement in each location. And the benefit of the settlement, we have 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. We only have 3 locations. Each one is giving us a meaningful population growth buff. Now, it's only a 0.75 pop growth buff, but for now, that is the best we can hope for. Our population is in flux. We saw 25 a minute ago, and now I see 15. We're going to keep trying to snowball that. We need more people. But yeah, getting the settlements took a while because it's a massive mason bottleneck. We started by building a mason in our capital to start getting some masonry on the market so that we could, we do have a shared market, which I definitely remember how to see. We have 1 shared market over here. Ooh, we're actually seeing, is these just lakes? Or is there a Cahokia market somewhere hidden over here? It's got to be a Cahokia market somewhere over there. I didn't notice that before. But yeah, we started to put some stone on the market, but since we are the smallest potato, most of the stone is coming from this group over here. This is the most well-developed of the starting nations for the Native American tribes. And in Kanajahari, the market's namesake, they start with a temple. They start with a town. They started with a number of other buildings as well. But what was especially funny is none of them worked. So the devs gave them 5 starter buildings. And I want to say at least 3 of them have no function at the beginning of the game. So I have to imagine that someone early on plugged these buildings in and then nobody went back and checked to see if they did anything. Because the temple was operating at 0% for 10 years because it starts here, but they don't have any of the resources. So they've only just started to get 33% operation due to glass. I think they're making glass now. And then, what was the other building? Wait, did they make, they're building a tailor's guild. Uh-oh, chat. They've got a slave market. No personal union for you guys, okay? The marketplace was also at 0% in... Mostly because nobody had any cloth, jewelry, paper, or beeswax. So I think now they have started to pump out some jewelry and some cloth. So they do have 50% utility now, but it took like 10 years to get here. Potter's Guild is working at 0% efficiency because we have no tools. We have no tools because we have no iron, and we have no ability to mine iron. The Spinners Guild is... We do have fiber crops. The Naval Supplies Guild that they built is also working at 0% due to... What is this? Tin? We don't have any tin or copper. So I don't know if did they build a Naval Supplies Guild or did they start with the Naval Supplies Guild? I can't remember. Either way, 0% efficiency. And then they got the Mason, which does work, and the Granary, which stockpiles food for birth rates, which is good. They built a few Masons. They got at least 3. The settlement there. I have a question for all of chat. Is there a panel page where I can click on a nation and see all the buildings in that province or nation instead of having to click location by location to see what buildings they have? Don't answer. Can I answer if it's a guess? I'd prefer you didn't, because your guess will be wrong. Market Village. There are no peasants to be hired here. So they built a market village with only 167 out of 1,000 able employment. Filters in the industry. Type in the province you wish to see. Oh dear. I have to type in Kanian Kahaka. By industry tab, one would assume that you mean production. Maybe it won't work for another country. Voila, we have... The realizations are setting in. Because this is the thing that I am most head-scratching over, is the fact that the entire game, I would say, like, so far, the majority of it seems to be predicated around making sure that you're balancing the things that you're producing with the market that you find yourself in, and competing with various neighbors in the process for market share and such things. So not being able to see all the buildings that another nation has with whom you're competing without having to go line item by line item is kind of crazy, right? Anyway, is this the screen that you're talking about? So let me try typing in Kanian Kahaka. That ain't it. Maybe I'm in the wrong box. What's this? Offer alliance from Oyoda Aka? The neighbors? Let me read this carefully. I gotta read the privacy agreement carefully. In the parts of the world they care about, it would be hundreds of buildings. Yeah, it would be hundreds of buildings. And dozens and dozens of locations to look over if you wanted to Because, like, hypothetically, you might want to go to war for a specific area based on their market and infrastructure, right? Like, you might want to be like, well, this area is extremely good at cornering the market on this type of product, so I want to include them in my future war. So being able to consolidate that information from like a hub screen and discern where you might want to turn your attention to would be very good. In terms of expanding your future empire. Both countries will be called to each other's defense if attacked. Both countries can be called to join each other's declarations. So the keyword is will versus can here. Defense is a will be called. Offense is a can be called. Military access goes to both countries. This will cost Ooh, that's the key right there. We have very little precious diplomatic capacity. So spending it on an alliance is going to put us under the 3 threshold that we want to be at for the future, and we don't really have any clean ways to get back above it. So I'm probably just going to decline it based on that alone. Spread 50% embraced institutions. I don't even know what an embraced institution is. I don't think we can do it yet. Relationship ends if war breaks out between them. So somehow you can declare war on someone you're in an alliance with. Relationship ends if one country becomes a subject of another. Disallow war. It disallows war declarations between them, but somehow war might be able to break out between them in a fringe circumstance, perhaps. Lifts the fog of war between the 2 countries. Both gain 50 opinion. Both lose 0 trust. This will raise 20. I got to decline. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. All right, let's take a look at our marriages. Daughter. Well, I originally wanted to try and forge a royal marriage with the people who have the biggest economy and the biggest military and the biggest infrastructure, raw materials, etc. So I believe this is one of their sons, who is a pretty good administrator. Propose a royal marriage with the Kanian Kahaka. They are not in line for the throne. They will give us 6.2 prestige. They will get 5.4 prestige. We only have 1 prestige. Their reasons are plus 103 due to culture view. Also, okay. Chat. I don't know how to code anything, but I'm confident that I could learn how to not format this text box in center aligned text for every line. And I could very quickly figure out that it'd be better to align left for the different line items and then have the number over to the right. For such important, all the boxes look like this and it drives me crazy. Culture view of our culture plus 30. No, we like their culture plus 30. Maybe they like ours. This really boosts trust. The trust boost is pretty huge. Chad, do you think it's better to do a royal marriage with these neighbors or better to do royal marriages with the other tribes people down here? How do I even see the other tribes people down here? I see you, but I don't know where your borders are because you don't really get a nation unless I highlight your flag. Okay. I don't know which is better. Probably with our neighbors, it gives a big boost to trust. I'm just worried that they'll use that trust to annex me instead of me annex them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're stronger, better, smarter. It might be better to try and establish it with like a smaller neighbor that we have a better chance of eventually overtaking. Because like these guys are not in our defensive pact. Where do I see the stability? We found this yesterday. I gotta remember where everything is. They have 4 country modifiers. Improve rep, pop conversion speed, agricultural boons. I don't remember how to see another nation's... Here it is, here it is, here it is. They have negative 0.98. All right. I think let's actually do a royal marriage with our western bordered neighbors, who are the second smallest nation, and just focus on annexing them first, and therefore ballooning our own borders. And then spread out from there. I think that's the best play. So let's see if we can get a royal marriage with them or not. We have multiple people to arrange royal marriages. This is just our heir. All right, they have a 39-year-old dude. I think that's her husband. So I don't think that's gonna work. Where are the rest of your kids? They've got a son who needs a few more years. All right, we're gonna give him a few more years. Let him just chill. That being said, we do have multiple daughters and multiple children who are all gonna need their own. And she is his age. So you can't betroth. There's no betrothal system. All right, screw it. Let's do it. Royal marriage with the original target, Kanian Kihaka, 18-year-old son with pretty good Diplo abilities. We each get prestige. We get trust amongst each other. Send it. It was accepted by Kanian Kihaka. They are now legally married. This will hopefully benefit both of our nations immensely. We gain 6 prestige. I still don't know what all the bonuses beyond just trust and prestige are, but I'm sending it anyway. So now we have 17 trust. Royal marriage was only a +5, but hey, +5 we didn't have before. Pushing buttons. Yep, push buttons, see what they do. I find it interesting in EU5 the days progress in business hours. That is because apparently it matters for battle's sake. The battles use hours somehow. I don't plan on going to combat for a long time though. In spite of the crunch, is the game fun? Trinkle Turnip, I'm not having fun. This is how I would describe it. I'm having some fun in kind of a masochistic way. But I'm not like, woo, I'm having fun. Everyone should get this game. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm somewhere in the ether. I'm in the chaos realm. It's painful. It's not painful right now. Like the gameplay is not painful. I think what I said yesterday was that it feels like I am on a mining excavation, and I know that there are some ancient ruins down here. And maybe or at least we think there are. And we're going to go look. And it could be that after we spend days or weeks digging through the dirt and the rock and the mud, we might find something that we would consider treasure, or it might just be some ancient dinosaur shit. I don't know. Like, it could be either one. I'm not sure. So we're kind of just like in the excavation phase right now, and we think that there might be something in there, so I'm just pickaxing until I find out what it is. It's fun picking apart the puzzle. Yeah, like, I don't think that it's bad. I don't have a firm opinion. I'm not ready to give a review on anything other than my own subjective, everything is subjective anyways, my own perception of how the game looks and feels to interact with. But I don't have a firm opinion. I don't know how I feel. There are things that I'm like, that could be interesting, but I need to see how it looks. I also just got burned on the All Under Heaven Crusader Kings 3 DLC, which I did not enjoy at the end. My Japan, I'm not going to call it a playthrough because it wasn't a playthrough, but at first when I was looking at Japan, we started it and it was very complex in appearance, and I couldn't figure out how to navigate the Japan governmental form of Ritsuyo. But so initially, because I didn't know how it worked, I was like, wow, there's a lot of interesting complexity here. But then when I figured it out, I thought it was basic, simple, and had nothing to it. So like, I've already learned from that experience not to look at this and go, wow, there's so much I don't understand that I need to understand, therefore it is fun. I need, like, once I have a firmer understanding, then I can look at it and be like, do I like how the mechanics interact? Do I feel that there is complexity in replayability with are these mechanics mingled and intermarried correctly? Or do they feel tacked on and like they don't belong? Like, I can't see the full picture. I have individual puzzle pieces right now. And some of the puzzle pieces look like they might form a cool final image, but I don't know. I enjoy digging through different aspects of it, but I don't share the opinion that I've seen online that, like, this is the most sophisticated simulation of any strategy game ever made. Like, I haven't been hit with that yet. It doesn't feel like that. I think a lot of people think it feels like that because they can't figure it out. Like, not understanding something does not equate to complexity or sophistication. Who's this? It is clear to us that Hodo Shahin Kasahishtawan has proven to be an excellent appointment to our cabinet, doing invaluable work for the clan. We are lucky to have such a fine minister in our employ. Encourage his effort. He gains excellent minister for 5 years, 5% efficiency, or we gain 10 prestige. What can I do with that prestige? How well that country is seen, the cultural influence is increased, and it's easier to do diplomacy. And while that is interesting and I think useful, I think that 5% better work for 5 years is probably better for us right now, but it is really hard for us to acquire prestige at the moment. Anything complex enough is indistinguishable from magic. I thought of that too. Did you pick Native Americans for your first playthrough? Not including the brief stint I had in the tutorial. I did. And I prefer it to where I started in Holland, for sure. This is like Naked Brutality Europa 5. I'll go 5%. Vote. What are we voting for? Who's this? The Triple Defensive League. 2 countries yet to vote. 1 country yet to vote. 1 for possible, 1 for automatic. I'm gonna vote for automatic and tip the scales. They have not slowed down on the voting spam at all. There really just needs to be a cooldown on how often you can convene a vote on a particular issue. Longer than 1 year. All right, I have 3.5 Diplo. I need to spend it. I also have 190 gold, which, because none of our buildings can be profitable, because we don't have taxes, I was gonna build a road and try to get an early road in, because that might help build up our control in the south. Can anyone tell me, this is apparently the road overlay. What do the colors mean? Does that mean control? Or is that if this is the road builder, one would assume that it shows you road like the road overlay should show roads, but I'm not sure that it does. Okay, yeah, no, that's not that's control. But now I'm on the road overlay and I don't know what these color schemes mean either. It might mean that they have a gravel road. However, it seems to represent that they have chosen a hashed line, which they also use as a background art piece, arbitrarily stretching across the different provinces. So I think this one is an actual gravel road, but these ones are fake. These are like location borders. They just used a hash mark to denote both. I think. But anyway, we were going to try and just build a road with our money since we can't profit on anything else from the capital to the south to establish control. Alabama Slamma price went up though. It was 180 last time I looked, and now it's 227. So I wonder why it's so much more expensive now. It must be because of the cost of lumber and masonry being in high demand. I think before lumber was plentiful, and now it is not. So price shot up. When do we take on the Europeans? Whenever they come knocking, I guess. Whenever they come knocking. I'm already currying favors with most everyone. I'm hesitant to curry too many favors with Kani and Kahaka because they will be able to leverage them against me. We also discovered yesterday that you cannot access all of your diplomacy from the diplomacy tab. You must actually click on each individual nation to see what actions you have with that nation. So I need to control right click Kani and Kahaka. If you left click, it'll just open their town page. If you right click, you can open this page, which will have diplomatic actions for them, but you may as well control right click, and then you get that same list of diplomatic actions plus relevant information about their country on the same screen. So, you know, good luck. Like this screen will tell me how many favors they have. So they already have 7 favors with us. 20 favors, they can isolate us from from our allies, if that was the thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I can also form closer bonds. That's not a bad. Okay, well, let's form closer bonds with these guys then. We lose 3 diplomats. We each gain 15 trust of each other and 40 opinion, but we're already at max opinion. It's mostly about the trust. I think it is possible that if you form closer bonds, does that piss off the others? I don't think it showed what any possible negatives are. So unclear? Doesn't look like it did. Dude, okay, I'm laughing at myself because I just opened the news on the bottom right, and I actually had to like lean in and squint to get closer to the monitor to like try and figure out what is written down here because I can't see it. Simultaneous old man moment plus like unreadable texts. We need a magnifying glass. How much to build a road north? I don't want to build a road north because we have 100 control there. So I want to build a road south because we have lower control there, and the road south is actually closer to the market center. Guild before country, when aristocrats warned us of the secret societies that supposedly infiltrated Onondagega's politics, we chose not to listen. That's true. I did choose not to listen. They predicted that we might well pay with our lives when this conspiracy turned against us. So pros and cons. The pro is that I like that this event is actually based on choices that I made in previous events, unlike Crusader Kings 3 events, which have almost no bearing on anything that you've chosen before that point. The downside is we have already seen this event very recently, so this is a duplicate. We just saw this. Pros and cons. Hikon Quash has made some very dubious decisions and eventually admitted these were services to a secret society he is indeed part of. Other politicians are up in arms about this, and there is no avoiding a scandal. The only way to handle this is to murder this guy. Their disloyalty must be punished. We kill him and we lose 10 prestige, or we lose 7 stability. So just a screw you player event that we have now seen twice. So rip my 80 diplomat guy. It's honestly really hard to get. You can't get attached to any characters because this kind of stuff will just happen seemingly all the time. He's dead. Sad news. But it also takes away from the impact of the event, because I was actually like, it was interesting the first time, but having it come back up within 1 year is a little crazy. At least prestige can't go negative. Yeah, I mean, we just got that prestige, now it's gone. Easy come, easy go. Looks like this dude, is this our consort? No, this is just a dude. I don't even know who this dude is. He's just a dude in our court. Nobility. Will this impact the nobility's power? Nobility power is at 39%. About to find out. Nah. But they might make demands in the future that they want particular people in there? Perhaps. We're currently increasing control, which we have to keep doing to maintain a higher max control. So that's the only thing, even keeping this at like 72, and we're stabilizing the country. We're trying to get back to positive. Another royal marriage proposal. Who? People up here with 6,400 dudes. I don't even think that there's any way to benefit from this relationship. I'm not sure. Ask them to become our tributary. We don't have the technology. So yeah, I don't know what the benefit of this is. So I decline. Figure it out yourself. Why is name a low? We don't have. 54, that's not supposed to be clickable yet. But we don't have anything to name at the moment. But okay. We'll keep it in the bank for later. We've already renamed all 3 of our locations and any children that have come up. But you'll be next. You're on the list. It's crazy that this screen doesn't tell you how many diplomats you need for an action, only that you don't have diplomats. Maybe it's just 1. What is that? Who's building a clay pit here? This is my capital. How is that allowed? Looks like your nobles are. Wait, what? How do you even see who's building it? Little icon on the building pop up? Little icon on the building pop up. On the map. Oh, this. This isn't a pop up. This is just. This is terrible. The only upside is it didn't take my own money to do. This is honestly awful. We do not have the... I mean, I guess we do, but like, I don't want to... We only have a limited number of building slots. Capitalism ho. We don't even have taxation researched yet. How are they a capitalist? It's taking up our slots, and also it's taking up our very aggressively limited laborer pool. We only have 682 peasants to promote in the capital. And this takes 1,000. There's literally not enough people here to work. Also, the other thing that's insane is no one makes any money because we have no trade. So it's just a building for its own sake. There's no such thing as profits because there's no trade. We haven't invented it yet. So it's an arbitrary construction that exists because it can. It's called a hobby. Bro, what? They're gonna have to rework this entire system in a future DLC for the tribes. There is a negative balance of clay. Max profit 0.11. Our neighbors have a clay RGO right there. How do I stop it? That clay pit's gonna bring down your whole civilization. Kinda. Can you find out who built it? It's our own nobles, apparently. You know what, chat? Wouldn't it be great if anywhere in the game this mechanic was explained to you? Instead of it just surprising you one day, you wake up and you see ghost buildings forming in your fledgling nation. and stuff just happens. This entire game is just stuff that happens. I guess I can delete it after it's done, which makes it sound even dumber. Because if you can destroy it after it's done, then why can't you cancel it while it's being built? It's a clay pit. It's just some guy digging a hole and not working. Well, guess what? We're losing negative 0.39 gold now because the blessings of our forefathers are canceled. So we are now negative income. Good thing I've built up some reserves. My inheritance is gone. We spent it all. And all of our expenses are coming from buildings and Diplo spending. So, like, let's take a look at buildings. My own buildings. Do I care about other people's stone? We're not making any money, so I'm just going to turn off my own mason. And if they need it to build, then too bad. No more masonry for you, dude. I hope that doesn't bottleneck anybody else around here, but I'm hoping if the building is closed, do you still have to spend money on it? What's insane is there's nowhere to see where your money is going. Buildings. Okay. Which what is each building worth? Diplo spending. Can you tell me what each diplomatic action is worth on my expenses? You would get more economic information in Lemonade Stand than on this economy page. The paperclip cookie clicker game will give you more economic information than this balanced markets and trading game. You get one giant graph. And that's it. You have money, now you don't have money. What else do you need to know? This is so realistic, they recreated the inability to accurately track spending in your government. God. If you click on the button in between income and expense, it will show you other possible avenues for both. In between income and expense. The eyeball? I mean, that just shows me... Oh, hold up. Slow down, game. They're still voting on defense. Three settlements in our market. Oh, there we go. Finally. Finally. 3 tooltips and a incognito mode deep. 0.08 per settlement. So those are going to stay no matter what. So is it possible that the mason being turned on or off doesn't actually cost us any money? However, since I closed it, I imagine if you reopen it, oh, it starts at 500 employment still, even if you close it. Anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for that. It is helpful. We can't close the settlements. That's essential. Those are essential. This little eyeball has been so strange. We're voting on defense again. Once a year. Well, chat, we made it over 10 years. The current heiress is an adult and not married. Didn't we just get her married? She just married. Hold on. Hold on. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that if you... Is this him? No, that guy's 40. What happened to her husband? We just did a whole arranged marriage. Wait, did I marry my second daughter off instead of my primary daughter? Because I couldn't tell them apart. Yeah, I might have married the second oldest daughter instead of the oldest daughter. They have a baby now. I see. Okay, got it. So oldest daughter still needs a royal marriage. So we're gonna, we needed to wait until a couple more years pass. We're just gonna chill on it. Let the clock keep rolling. By the way, I don't know how we had 25 increased population before, but it's gone back down. Once we have 5 favors, oh, we do. We have 5 things here. Let's invite settlers from everyone. Onondaga to us. We ask Onondaga to send us extra colonists. Cannot do this again until 3rd of January, 1350. Oh, you can only invite settlers once on a global cooldown. It's on like a 2-year global cooldown. I didn't realize that. So let's stop currying favors. They will slowly start to forget the favors they owe us. All right, we'll check on that later. I don't want them to be building up a ton of favors with me. What's going on down here? They're making... The commoners are building stuff now? They're making a rural cloth maker, which needs 1,000 workers. What? Why is everyone getting up to craziness? You need a permit for that. Is there any way to stop the automatic construction of things? Because this is going to be an obnoxious feature that you know, like for a tribe, I think it makes sense because we don't exactly have centralization. So I'm not necessarily mad that it exists. I just don't know what to do about it, because what I'm mad about is not that it exists as a possible mechanic. What I'm mad about is that the game does not describe it at all. And so I am a little stumped because of an exclusion of information. Triple Defense League voted for automatic defense. That's good. Wayward Weather, a weather front currently centered in Esopus, is heading toward Lehigh. Southwest. It is torrential rain. We're getting some February storms. A royal marriage proposal from another area we physically can't see. They need to fix this for tribals, or just the game in general. I assume it affects everybody. You shouldn't be able to get marriage proposals from people in... There's no way that they... Like, we can't see them. I have no idea how they would be able to see us. We're across the country. They're in like... Where are they? They're in like... Is this... It's hard to tell where the camera's focused. They're in like... South Carolina or something like that. Or like Virginia, somewhere in there. This is not Ohio. This is the eastern seaboard of the United States. Definitely Alaska. Italics, it's so bad. The automatic builder goes crazy after a war. It's going crazy right now, brother. We don't even have 10,000 pop. My reputation is tarnished. Propaganda text is circulating in the court. That's okay. No one can read. About how Eacoinus Helona Ostaningo is a ruthless warmonger who runs 3-minute ad breaks once an hour. This might impact our relations with our subjects and other countries. Ads are coming in right now. Embrace them. Execute someone for this. Lose 7 stability. I'm taking the antagonism. I don't even know what that does. All right, I need to take a BRB. Since it's been a couple hours, I need a different drink, and then come back, and then we gotta go. We gotta progress because we need taxes. Thanks for watching. Hang tight for a couple minutes. All right, we're back. We have returned. Welcome, one and all. Onwards and upwards. So I took the antagonism debuff, but I don't know where to actually see one's antagonism as a statistic. I'm not even sure what it means. Perhaps there's a hint. Nope. Like, I know that it is affecting their opinion of us, but I don't know where it's represented. There's a map mode. Okay. Do you know what the most important thing of maps? Do you know that when humans invented maps, do you know what else they invented? Map legends, so that you could decipher what you are looking at. So, I don't know how useful it is to have dozens of maps that you can look at if there's no legend that makes sense. Green is positive opinion. There is no green. Red is coalition. Black is risk of coalition, and yellow is coalition threshold. None of this is yellow, green, black, or red. So I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I like that Marcus is backtracking in real time. Hit me with the legend's in the bottom right, but it's not necessarily correct. Too late to backtrack, brother. Did you check that automation is set to auto? It's not set to auto. We already established that the people are building their own shit. You can tell because this says commoners next to this and nobility next to this. We're not automating anything. If you hover, all the teal ones have 0. I'm hovering right now, my man. Unsure why it isn't included. I have a guess. Here's my guess. My guess is that if you use the paradox interface setting for disable map tooltips, because they're obnoxious and they take up the entire screen, which is why they give you an option to disable them. Probably shows on that. Yep. So I literally can't disable map tooltips to stop it from ordinarily blocking everything, because if you disable map tooltips, it also disables all of the map filtered tooltips. Cool. Good to know. You can increase the time needed to show map tooltips. Just map tooltips. They're still awful. Ooh, 1.25 is long. I don't know. There's not going to be a good answer here. So now you have to keep moving the mouse to avoid them. Yeah. Such is life. Okay, so we formed closer bonds with these guys. So I'm now gonna form closer bonds with our other neighbors for the rep and the trust bonus. Keep it rolling. Is there a button you can find to show tooltips? If you find it, let me know. But only map tooltips. No, I don't want to bind it to all tooltips. What is that gray land that no one owns? Can you expand into it? The rest of the North American continent? Colonizers in chat confirmed. That's exactly what the Portuguese asked. In like the 1400s. They were like, look at all that gray map over there. Can you expand into that? And then the Spanish were like, huh, that's a really good idea. Fantastic idea, even. Why don't we do that too? A royal marriage. Don't know where you are. By the way, Toy BCM, thank you for the 4 months of sub. I appreciate the Prime. How's it going? Welcome back. Thank you for slubbing. Nublarian is also getting in here for 41 months. Hi, Nublarian. Glad to have you back. And Getsune Nome for 40 months. What is up? The music seems loud over your voice. Chatters who need to work on their sound setup. Be like. Chatters when I move away from the microphone for 1 second before coming back. Hello, Pie by Millions. How you doing? We are losing money. Money going down. Taxation is at 83% researched. We're getting there. Our townsfolk have become impatient. And are making their own buildings. Dude, the clay pit is closed. I closed it. I did that. I don't even think there's any benefit to it being open right now. I guess there is a net negative. We don't need clay. How do I see what everyone else needs clay for? Like this, I think. Potteries, farming village, clay bricks. Helping them build stuff doesn't really help me right now. They're just gonna help them get ahead of me, potentially. So I think it's in our best interest to keep it closed down. Where are the tribes people? They're gone, dude. Did all of them assimilate? Into peasants? Where's my tribal people? The whole class is gone. All of them became peasants, I think. There was a way to stop them. No, there wasn't. I think it's fine. As long as we have food. Do we have food? We have plus 2.18 provincial food, so it should be good. With a 200 food stockpile. I feel like a game with this much simulation should also simulate food storage practices. But since it just sort of homogenizes all types of food into generic food, you can't do that, because there's no way Native Americans can store 21 months worth of food. And that food is like fruit, in our case. And nobody's like hunter-gathering. Do we want the cloth maker to start hiring for the future? I was thinking about making a cloth maker earlier, but I just want to be able to decide what buildings we make. We have such limited space. I suppose I'll allow them for now. That way we have a labor pool that's already converted. It's fine. Unprofitable buildings. Buildings are missing employees, 30 months. Yeah, that's how it's gonna go. But if all the peasants become laborers, don't we lose even more of our possible military? Because laborers... Well, yeah, if peasants promote to laborers, then we're losing levies, right? Or am I wrong? That sounds correct. I'm just gonna close it for now because it's not doing anything. Excellent diplomacy, the skilled work of our diplomats, and the enviable situation of strength our clan finds itself in are providing beneficial to our standing among our peers. Our diplomats are capitalizing on these factors to achieve better results than usual. Appease the fickle estates, 5 years of plus 2.5% equilibrium, or we gain excellent diplomacy, diplo reputation. I'm taking the appeased estates. Make the estates trend to happiness. Aliquippa has reached the age of 16 and is our ruler's daughter and courtier. We are throwing her a party. 64, 34, 58. It's okay. Our neighbor's oldest son is also 16. All right, this is what I was going to do before, is arrange a marriage between our kids and their kids. Our oldest daughter needs to marry. Oh, she's 22 now. How does the time go by? Propose a royal marriage with the Gea Gahano. We'll get 6 prestige, up from 1. And we will also gain trust. Trust toward Onondaga plus 59. Lock it in. They're now legally married and will hopefully benefit both of our nations. Indeed. Formed closer bonds 16 plus 1 yearly. Royal marriage is plus 5. I don't know what it's when it says trust plus 60. I don't know what that means because we only get plus 5 trust from the royal marriage. Who is the leader here? Who are your children? Unmarried. Kunukung Oninioteke. I'll choose you. We are mingling with all of the other tribes. May as well pick the one who has the best stats. He's got 80 diplomacy and 64 military. Not sure if that'll factor in at all. There we go. I'm a complete novice to this genre. Does this game teach you effectively in your opinion? No. It does not. I'm struggling. I'm trying. But that'd be a flat no. If you're new to the genre, I would genuinely recommend, if you're depending on what time periods you're interested in, I would recommend checking out Crusader Kings 3 Vanilla. That would be my first recommend. And then it really depends on what type of era you're interested in. I used to recommend Stellaris. I wouldn't recommend it anymore. Chat might, but I wouldn't. My favorite one is Hearts of Iron, but that's going to be a tough first game to get into also. But I think it's the most fun. But it would also be challenging to get in as a newbie, for sure. He hates Stellaris? I don't hate Stellaris. It's just not easy anymore. And also, Stellaris is a dangerous recommendation for new players because vanilla Stellaris sucks. And I don't think any of you will disagree. Out of all of the Paradox games, I haven't played EU4. That's the one where DLC is the most essential, so your price of entry is much higher. Crusader Kings 3 is like a $15 buy, and vanilla will give you a couple hundred hours of gameplay and lots of fun, and it's actually really easy to get into. Then you'll get bored of it and hate it, but you'll get a lot of fun with it, so it's worth. So that's why I'd recommend CK3. It has the lowest barrier of entry. From ease of picking up, tutorial, UI, and cost. It has all of that. That's my opinion. They were asking me, chat. They weren't asking you. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. Please, I'm begging my Pact members to stop voting on this. I'm begging you. I just click buttons now. Same vote every year. I think CK3 was on sale too. Like, now. Don't get the Celestial. Do not get the Celestial Edition. It was on sale. It's not on sale now. They took the sale off. It was like 15 bucks. So hold off on buying Crusader Kings 3 until it goes back to 15 bucks. Do not buy a bundle. Only the vanilla game and get that. Okay? Very important words. We have researched taxation, which gives us the following benefits. Finally, I can invest in stability and tax people. Thank God. We freaking love taxes. But anyway, it's not that... For Crusader Kings 3, start with vanilla, and then if you really like it, then get some DLCs. You just don't need any DLCs up front. We have now researched beautiful, beautiful taxation. We're moving toward being a civilized society. Very, very, very exciting stuff. So now, we have a bunch of new sliders to play with. CK3 into Hearts of Iron 4 is the pipeline. That's true. That's true. Okay, I gotta read some things. So let's just slow down and read some things. Because I don't know what any of this stuff means. But all I know is we have the opportunity to maybe make money now. Maybe. Start with minting. I assume... Minting increases our treasury at the cost of inflation. I do remember this from the tutorial. So treasury is just how much money we have. For all intents and purposes, it's this number right here. This is our treasury. This number, 191. So why do they call it treasury on the minting screen? But then this is titled Gold of Onondaga instead of treasury. It suggests that they're two separate things. Because there's no uniformity in the title that they've given these. If it goes negative, a loan will be automatically taken. If no more loans can be taken, you will go bankrupt. Okay. So I know what inflation is, but in the context of the game, I don't know how to track inflation in the game. Hard to imagine how to sell the idea of taxes to a people that have never had it. Well, look at it like this. If you're talking about Native Americans, they weren't using currency anyways. They would have been bartering and trading. So you're introducing the idea of personal wealth, effectively. And saying, you get coins, and you can use those coins to buy things from a market. But we also get coins because we have to make the coins, right? Like we have to produce the money. Someone's got to do it. So we need money to help produce the money. And in the process, we're going to take a little sample from each of you, and then we're going to raise the stability of our nation as a whole by reinvesting it in the nation and constructing buildings, creating jobs. And now you are stuck as a laborer in order to feed your family for the rest of your life. How is that not a good deal? What was that last part? Not important. Not important. Just sign right here on the dotted line. So we have ability to tax the nobility, the clergy, and the commoners independently of one another. Selling food is going to make a tiny amount of money also. Oh, baby. We have such a hill to climb here, because I can tax the commoners. They're the easiest ones to tax. They do buff food production and have stability investment cost down, which is useful. What does this line even mean? Why is the line going down here? This is not, is this not the past? And this is the current? If I'm in the present here, then how is the past changing its line? Eh? What? The axis, okay, so this negative 0.59 is just changing. It's just scaling. What a terrible chart. What an abysmal graph this is. You get two numbers, this number and that number. You also get two dates, this date and that date. Interpolate that information however you please. It's crazy. You have to go up 5 ticks on clergy tax just to get 0.01 in income. Taxing the nobility is much easier. Cost of the court. We looked at this before. This is giving us monthly prestige. Legacy of Hiawatha. Ding, 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 ding. Anyways, I just wanted to go back a second because I saw a chat message from an indignant chatter who says, but the Native Americans did use currency. They used wampum. What if I told you that it's 1349 and the earliest known wampum usage was circa the early 1500s, just before 1510, in fact. So we're still 160 years from the first known wampum usage, okay? Because we are on a calendar of advancing time. So none of these people know how to use currency yet. So I am right, you are wrong. Don't type in my chat again for at least 3 minutes. Get that guy. Anyway, someone else said legitimacy, not prestige. And you're both wrong. It's actually tribal cohesion, okay? So everybody in chat, just stop writing anything if you think that you are correcting me. First, check yourself before you wreck yourself, all right? Everybody's getting banned. You can't just go and just type random things. I'm gonna turn on emote only mode. Army maintenance, we don't have an army, so that's going to stay 0. Navy maintenance, also 0. Diplomatic spending, should we ever need it, the amount of diplomats at our disposal can be increased. We need that number to go down. We have so many diplomats, I don't even know what to do with them all. If I take this to... Actually, that's a great way to save a ton of money. Holy... Increases loyalty of subjects. We have no subjects. But... it also increases your diplomatic capacity, which is different from maximum diplomats. Where is my diplomatic capacity? It's currently 1.1 out of 1.61. Because we are the member of 2 kind of defensive leagues. So we don't want to spend much on this at all. We do want to spend on stability. This is going to be the biggest thing we can possibly do. Put the estates on auto and don't worry about it. I'm going to put you on auto and not worry about you. If you want to play baby bitch mode, then you can do that. I'm not stopping you. You can put everything on automatic, okay? I'm trying to learn how the goddamn game works. You understand? So stop telling me what to do, everybody. We need to get stability up. We just got back to 0. And now we need to get to positive like 60. And we have a bankroll of like 191 gold. So this, I think, is a good opportunity to just spend money. To try and pump stability. How much, what's the max spending here? 0.27. That's not that much money out of 200 gold. So let's just max stability, try to actually get it up. And then I'm hoping that we'll be able to actually make some money off of our buildings. I don't know for sure if that's going to happen, but we're about to go back and look at that too. So for now, when I'm looking at the nobility, I see that they are influencing our monthly prestige, which is basically non-existent. We are actually negative prestige, no matter what I do. And counter espionage, which also does nothing. So I just need to keep the nobility somewhat happy. Somewhat happy. They don't need to be massively happy, so we're definitely going to tax them. Let's start out like right there. 53% happiness. Little small buffer before it gets to like 45. Did we just learn that taxes exist today? Literally today, yes. Literally like 1st of July, 1349, yeah. Just now. Taxing the clergy is not useful. That's also going to slow down the rate of our research. We got to choose new research also. The commoners are buffing food production and stability cost, but I'm about to tax them. I am about to tax them because we need to make some money. Satisfaction, equilibrium. We can give them maybe, I don't know. For now, we just need to offset the stability spending. Let's go there. Negative 0.34 a month. We need to kind of see how production buildings stabilize. if they do at all. So we are going to check first potential profits here. Rural Cloth Maker has the most profit. That was the one that the other people built. But again, it's kind of a... It seems like it's worth it now that I'm able to see it in perspective. This is the max profit of the Cloth Maker. What I was worried about was if we allow the Cloth Maker, it's going to take 1,000 laborers. Now, we only have 1,000-ish, 1,200 peasants. Those peasants are paying taxes. If they convert to laborers, do they pay taxes as laborers, yes or no? Or is that a separate group? They still pay taxes? So they're basically like Peasant Plus. They're on the Peasant Plus plan, or the PPP for short. Do they still contribute to levies? They're still commoners. They are lower class that belong to the lower strata, including peasants and slaves. I think the phrasing of being promoted from peasants makes that difficult to wrap your brain around a little bit. But I'm going to assume that they still contribute to the levies and they still contribute to taxes. In which case, it is worth turning on the Cloth Maker that the peasants built and let that fill in. It's going to take 1,000 people. It's going to take a while before they fill it in. Unfortunately, I built a tar kiln because I was baited by the game. When I built this, it suggested our maximum profit was over 1 gold. The second I built it, it went down to 0.13. So, and I knew that it was too fishy because who's going to use tar to build boats on Lake Ontario? But chat was insistent that I should pick one of the top 2 profited buildings. And don't listen to chat is the moral of the story. I knew it was the tar bubble was going to pop. So now we're stuck with this building unless I want to delete it and build a different one, which I don't. So I think we're going to reopen it, but I need to confirm that there are enough peasants here. Because we have a clay pit too that wants 1,000 people that the nobles built. And we don't have 1,000 people. The tar kiln only needs 250. That's sort of its advantage. Fewer people, proportionally more income, which is actually another useful overlay UI element that would be so beneficial here. There should be a column for profit per laborer. Because laborers are a resource. So you might look at this and go, wow, Cloth Maker is so much more profitable than tar kiln. I should do that. But it takes 4 times as many laborers to make that much profit. So if you have an abundance of building space, but not an abundance of workforce, then you might want to have those types of buildings that employ fewer people, but make proportionally more money. So we're going to use a tar kiln and fill that in. Let me see, what is tar? Is there any demand? No, there's a surplus. Big surplus. We're not the only ones making tar. Our neighbors are also making tar. We should probably just delete that building and just tank the loss. Truthfully. Why is the forest village potentially insanely profitable? Because you could take a little bit of tar, sand, and wild game and make leather. Which is going to be used in everything. Oh no. Oh no. Our neighbors do have a slave market. And a slave market consumes leather, tools, weapons, paper, and slaves to make... Wait, it turns 0.5 into 2? I don't even understand conceptually how this works. Paper plus weapons plus tools plus leather plus half equals 2. A classic formula. It's their children. I guess it's their children. Disgrace of the Haudenosaunee. Yeah, that's kind of one thing that's probably often overlooked about Native American history also. So it is authentic. I don't know if it's authentic to this region specifically, but it is a thing. So that's how you increase the population. I don't know if that counts. I guess it does count toward population. They authentically had slaves. I don't think they sold them, though. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but they didn't sell anything because they didn't exchange currencies until the 1500s. So there was no buying or selling of anything. Period. Yeah. For hundreds of years. Anyway, I don't know what to build. Leather is always going to be useful no matter what. It just is. Leather's for troops and soldiers as well, if somebody wants to get a standing army. And Forest Village seems like an efficient way to... There is sand. We have an RGO for sand. There's a bunch of wild game. And 0.02 tar seems like not very much. I'm assuming that our tar kiln, yeah, is producing a full tar. So that's way in excess of what we need. So I'm debating on whether I even need... I think just leave the tar kiln for now until we get positive income. We need to be certain that we're going to make money on whatever we've got before we start tearing down and starting a lengthy rebuild process of other things. So let's start letting these buildings fill in. I need to pick another research before we unpause. Cloth maker is going to start filling in. The kiln is already there, so we're going to see if it ends up making any profit or not. Probably not. And then wool is not available, we know. Doesn't exist. Our market village does have the option to produce stuff. We do not have iron mining technology, so we can't do the insanely profitable one. We can make glass. We can make very cheap weaponry out of wood. We can make jewelry out of stone. Which is in demand, so that would be kind of tough. Wood is also slightly in demand. No, it's majorly in demand. Is this the balance? No, it's okay, slightly. Sorry, trying to figure out how to read all this. Sand should be quite abundant, so I'm going to stick with glass. I think masonry should be profitable, but it's not. Potential profit 0. Why 0? We have too much. That'll go down though. I mean, it's masonry. Why are the Eastern Territories darker? I think it's Fog of War, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'm not sure. I don't really understand how Fog of War works in the game yet. Like, there's this fog, but there seems to also be, like, another fog on top of that. All right, let's just pick a research and then see if how the money stabilizes after a month or two. So we just did taxation, and we're obviously going to be way behind in the previous era. But now the sky's the limit. I don't know what to do, so I'm going to look around. I don't think we want exploration missions. Those are going to be pretty expensive. Colonies are going to take a lot of people that we don't have. Culture capacity is difficult for me to know how useful that is. Because we don't have any accepted or tolerated cultures at the moment, though maybe we should. Because I remember reading about that on the societal page. Because we have a tiny population of people from Onondaga who we currently apparently discriminate against. I do not know how to start tolerating them. If you tolerate them, then you can tax them and levy them. But there's not a statistically significant amount. They need to have more than 1%, and we need to have greater or equal to 1 million pops. Which we don't. They have 88. So, not necessary. I don't think we need to go down the left. Unless cultural traditions are good. That unlocks either a new policy for either martial society or civil society. Maximum tax for peasant estate. I don't think I'm at the max tax yet, so that doesn't seem like we need it. So then we have distribution of power, which unlocks a whole bunch of new policies. This one reduces crown power and increases decentralization. We don't want that. This one increases crown power. Ooh, distribution of power could be juicy. Favor the elites. Favor the wealthy. We don't have any towns. Favor the clergy. Favor the common folk. And then a bunch of stuff we can't use. The main thing here is favor the ruler. Oh yeah, it's time. I think we might want that. But let's see what else we got. Can get subject nations. Vassal subject type. What are the requirements to have a subject? Before we look further, what's the population overlay that shows us where the other neighboring tribes are that are not nations? It's under government. That didn't really answer my question. Government's a big tab. Pop-based countries. I believe you, but I don't know what I'm looking for. All right, there we go. There we go. Pop-based countries. So these are all the population-based countries that surround us. So the closest one is this one. Therefore, it should be our focus. They have 7,000 people. And this is their ruler. So arranging a relationship with them would be great. So I'm going to start improving our opinion with them. It says they are no match for us in country strength. I don't think we're a match for us. 117 levies is more than 0. Oh, did we just ding over 9,000 pop a little bit ago? Wow, yeah. So we're gonna start improving relations and get an embassy going with them. So I want to see what it takes to ask them to become our tributary. What are the requirements? We need diplomats. Their opinion of us must be at least 150. And we need to have research subject nations. That seems extremely easy. Am I missing something? Their reasons to accept are -22. Different primary culture, -70 base. Positive opinion is only a +12, which we're not even close to the maximum. So this looks like it should be fairly easy. I'm assuming that I might be assuming incorrectly, but I'm assuming that this does lead to other similar types of decisions that you can make in the other Paradox Grand Strategy games. Like when you have a subject, then you start to be able to try to integrate them. So like tributary might not get us anything tangible, but it's the first diplomatic step into combining. But I don't know for sure if it works like that in this game. It's sort of a guess on my part, because they don't really tell you. If they become our tributary, we will protect them. Like I can do tributary status. Let's take a look at this. A tributary is a country forced to pay a periodic tribute in the form of money, manpower, and sailors. Compared to a regular vassal, tributaries are able to declare their own wars, but they will not automatically join their overlord. So rules are subject strength impact on overlord is -25%. So they have to be what, at least 25% weaker than you? Maybe? The subject cannot be annexed. Overlord can build RGOs, can build roads, and can build buildings for the subject. Overlord needs 0.42 Diplo capacity. That's the catch. We do not have 0.42 capacity. We have like 0.15. We need to 3x our Diplo capacity. It'll give our Lord, which is us, monthly prestige. Subject spreads institutions, not a thing. Subject pays income, they don't have any. Makes our cabinet more efficient. And I don't know how to change their subject type, but I will have to find out. Subject types also dictate the subject taxation and great score power. See, I'd have to somehow manipulate their contract in order to maybe be able to annex them in the future, because by default, it doesn't look like that would be possible, and it would strain our diplomatic capacity to the point of completely breaking, and I don't know how to raise that to 4. So I don't really know what to do with them outside of try to go to war. I don't know how to interface with the neighbors, basically. Speaking of interfacing with the neighbors, what's up, Dr. Dynastic? Welcome back. Thanks again. Thomas, you like baseball? I do like baseball. I like it quite a bit, but I prefer baseball when the Dodgers and the Yankees aren't in the World Series, much less winning it. So, not as big a baseball fan this year. But how's it going, gamers? Thanks so much for coming back. I'm trying to parse a game that is extremely dense. Seems like it could be very in-depth. It's definitely obtuse. Paradox's latest big grand strategy title, Europa Universalis 5. We're in the 1300s, and we've just discovered taxation. We are playing as a Native American tribe, which might surprise you since the game's called Europa. We're playing a Native American tribe on the Great Lakes, so we're on Lake Ontario right now, playing as a historical group of people called the Onondaga, a matriarchy in the 1300s. And we're kind of just chilling, we just invented the alphabet, learned how taxation works, learned how money works, and we're trying to build resources. We got some natural resources scattered around here somewhere. Stone and fruit and sand and clay and wild game and legumes, corn, lumber. Trying to find out how to leverage all that to create a functioning economy. So it's a lot going on. Trying to figure it all out. A lot to figure out. But thanks so much for coming over again. How was the stream? Hope you guys had a nice day and a good time and some out of the park. If you're in my chat, consider checking out Dr. Dynastic, playing some custom out of the park baseball. Go say hi for the next one. I played a little bit of Out of the Park 26 last night. I think my plan is kind of finish my current season with my Korean team, and then when 27 comes out, transfer the save, because my manager has a great reputation now, and see if I can get a GM as an MLB team and pivot up to there. My save after a few years has had 2 expansion teams naturally form. One was Portland, and I don't remember the other one because I haven't been paying attention to my MLB. I've been focused on my KBO. We just won our Korean series in the previous year and trying to go back to back. Been having fun. Didn't you bankrupt your Korean team by hosting a charity or something? Yeah. Yeah, they asked me if I wanted to consult the owner to start a charity, and the numbers were scaled for the Major League Baseball organization, not the Korean League, so it cost the same amount of money regardless of which league. So basically bankrupted the Korean team because they spent their entire budget on forming a charity. That was pretty funny. We're currently diving in and looking for what we're going to research next now that we've discovered taxation. Lots to choose from. We're looking if vassals were even possible for us. See, we could have a vassal subject type, which could be annexed at +1 progress each month. And it needs 2.1 Diplo capacity to maintain. That's probably doable. 2.1, we currently have 1.6 max. And we saw some measures that we could take, such as diplomatic spending. Which would increase our capacity by 50%. We gain no current effect. So if we increase it by 50%, is this number updating dynamically? 1.43? 1.93. So it is updating dynamically. I don't think we need to spend anything on this right now to save money. How else can I boost my maximum diplomatic capacity? I assume the 2 top ways are to change some laws and to change Maybe estate privileges? I'm sure that there are some laws. But I don't even know what to search for. Something under administrative, perhaps. I don't know. Are you able to import a save from Crusader Kings into EU5? Unfortunately, no. But that would be very cool. They actually bumped back the start date of Europa 5 to 1349. Or sorry, 1337. I just looked at the date and it substituted it in my mind. So 1337 is the start date now. It's very early. I forget, chat, what year does Crusader Kings 3 end? I've never actually gotten to the end date of CK3, to be honest. 1453. But I would say that so far Europa 5 makes Crusader Kings 3 look downright easy by comparison. The skills that I have learned in Crusader Kings have not translated at all so far to Europa 5. It's been quite a lot to figure out. But I think modders will probably find a way. Modders will find a way. Are there buildings that might increase it? I'm not sure, because since we're a tribe, we don't really have access to that many buildings. So I'm certain that buildings exist in the game that will do that for you. Such as maybe an embassy? An embassy will. It'll give you 0.1. But it's a level 1 building. Then it will cost paper and jewelry, which is kind of tough for a Native American tribe to get. We can definitely do jewelry. I don't know about paper, though. Paper requires a paper maker's guild, workshop, manufactory, or mill, which in turn requires a town or city, which we don't have. There might be another way to, like, uncover that information. Finding out what buildings can produce, I'm not really sure, other than to, like, look at all of them. Who works in this? 10 nobles. It might be like a noble build. That's the only noble building we even know of. Burghers tend to be the ones that produce the majority of the goods. All right, so let me do like a hint search for diplomatic capacity. All right, you can go over your diplomatic capacity, but you will suffer a penalty to diplomatic reputation and prestige. Certain subject types possess a diplomatic upkeep, which reduces available capacity. We could just abandon one of our international organizations. Stopping our diplomats from improving relation will free some up. Evaluating whether to end some alliances or treaties, or leaving an international organization we don't want to be a part of. Extra hints. Estate privileges, laws, and advances can sometimes grant additional capacity. It'd be nice to know which estate privileges or laws, etc. I wonder if this search bar... There is one. It's quite far down compared to where we are now, but there is a plus 20% right here. But we'd have to go down organized religion, into guilds, into expanded archives first. I think it's fine to just tank being a little bit over the capacity in order to try creating a subject early. What do you guys think? I will look at my other options, though, before we choose precious research time. The Chancery is a building that I think needs a city, so we can ignore that. entirely. We do not have the requirements for legalism. We have embraced legalism. Hasn't happened yet. Tribal religious values unlocks a tribal religious values law, which could help with pop conversion speed, stability investment, or army maintenance. Don't think that's necessary. So that leads us to Scriptorum, which is a particular building that produces books via dye, paper, and lumber. Hard for us to do. Also a library, which requires at least a town, which we don't have. A papermaker guild, which requires a town. Fiber pulp paper. All right, so we can't make paper, so that's off. That takes us over here. Alchemy is life expectancy and disease resist, and an apothecary. Also, there's an ad starting soon. I snoozed it twice for the Raiders. Sorry. It's gonna be a quick 3-minute ad. To keep the pre-rolls down, we'll take a quick bathroom break while that's going on. Use the time productively. Catch up on some subs. Medicaments. I don't know what medicaments are still. I've never seen the word medicaments. But we don't have a town, so I'm gonna ignore this also. Can't get any of the grayed out ones. All right, we've got all these. So that leads us to medicinal infusions. It's weird they use medicament over there and medicinal over here. Canoes. Proximity cost down, that's actually good. And trade range over sea, eventually could be good. Fish output, I wonder how we fish. All right, I'll let the ad play. Navy morale and shipbuilding speed. I'm just gonna leave it here. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching, I appreciate you all. Howdy. We're back. Maybe I sneeze. Took some allergy meds too while I'm down there. Silent sneeze. Because I could predict that one coming. Thanks for waiting. Now, where was I? Looking at possible research. My initial impression of the research tree is that I like it. Though I haven't seen what the rest of it looks like, because we got all, this is just one research tree. Then you've got the Renaissance tree, then the Discovery tree, then the Age of Reformation, then the Age of Absolutism, then the Age of Revolution, and that looks like the last one. The only thing that I would really like to change is people to zoom out more. There's no scroll bars on the edges either, so it's difficult to know if you're missing something on the research tree because you have no way to get the whole picture. So let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Medicinal infusions, down to canoes, down to seasonal economy, monthly prosperity. I keep having to re-look to find where prosperity is. I actually remember. It's like clique and then grass. We're at 96% prosperity. It's pretty good. I think the prosperity ticking up is also helping that population growth, because I'm seeing some plus 27, which I think is the result of using the favors to get settlers. I believe. I'm gonna attribute it to that. And I'm gonna try and keep doing that on cooldown, if possible. Though the cooldown is invisible. Food production plus 10% could be good too in the future, but I don't know if I need it right now. Then this is all stuff that is just unlocked. Ironworking, we need to embrace feudalism, which I don't know when that's going to even be possible, so not worried about that. Shipbuilding, not sure when to start worrying about that. Trade efficiency and trade capacity. Organized religion, more clerics and more literacy for clergy. That could be good, but we don't have towns or cities. We don't have institutions. We don't have towns or cities. We don't need to buy food. We do need diplo capacity. Max RGO and rural maybe could be good. Construction speed could be good. Okay, so that really narrows our choices. It seems to me that I just go for subject nations. I'm gonna read this for colonial charters. Colonial charter will migrate pops to a province. When it's fully settled, it'll become owned. Yeah, we don't have enough pops to send. So I'm just gonna try subject nations, and if it ends up backfiring, then, you know, we'll get something else. Not sure if this will work. But it is worth a shot, because it might be a nice way to expand diplomatically. Our minting efficiency is 0 due to access of needed goods. Okay, so no zero minting no matter what. Current inflation is 0. Inflation increases all prices paid by our country. We have no gold or silver for coins. That's correct. So I don't know. I guess we're just using wampum straight away. I don't know. The clergy are not going to get taxed. We're taxing the nobility some. And we're taxing the commoners a good deal. The reason why we're negative is because we're pumping stability. So we want to pump stability. Pump it. I think I'm ready to unpause, but I'm scared. Let's see if money changes with our buildings. I'm unpaused. Fresh with taxation. We need a month or two to go by to see how much money we do or don't have. Bite Hammer, thank you for 50 months. I gotta know how Floon is doing. Floon is getting a military education right now. Floon is a rowdy child who gets bonuses to military, and we are giving them we learned how to do specific education types, so they're getting a full education instruction. Angry Floon. I heard bubbles. What are those bubbles? Man, we have no... I'm not getting any diplomacy. We need a little bit. An extra 0.5. Our daughter is born? Kukuchi? We're not... Okay, where's the... We already have a name. We already have a name banked. 54 to already spent the channel points to get Flub-nado. Okay, Flub-nado. That's already been claimed. There you go, 54. Your child is in. Floon will be a fantastic general, hopefully. Have you... I have a question. Does anyone know how to see actual profits of a building and not just potential profits? Potential profits... This says current profit is 0.03. Is it actually contributing to the tax base now, or no? Because buildings are under expenses, but there are no buildings under income. Tax the buildings? I'm confused. The skills of the consort. Ever since consort Katarayanika Tohango arrived at court, he has taken a great interest in the administrative affairs of Onondaga. It's reached a point where the consort has become something of an authority on matters relating to staff and running the castle, and is trusted not only by the Iacoinus herself, but by the nobility in general. Rarely has the clan seen such efficiency. Ah, our castle. We could always use more strategists. We gain 10 army tradition. I don't even know what army tradition is. What an asset they are. We gain 5 prestige. We have 0 army tradition. It has the following effects: 0. Be nice if it showed you what it could do instead of just nothing. I'm just gonna take the 5 prestige IDK. Okay, so if I look at my own buildings, and let's look at the tar kiln is unprofitable. That doesn't really surprise me. I don't even think it's full. Is it full? You can subsidize it to keep it employing as many pops as possible, or it will lay workers off at a rate of 10% per month. Holy. We don't even need this building. Honestly, just turn it off. Maybe I should delete it. So I understand that in the cloth maker's case, the nobles built it, so they're the ones that are profiting. What's crazy to me is that the mason is suddenly not needed anymore. And now the charcoal kiln. What are my neighbors doing? They've already built a whole bunch of stuff. Just got laid off at the tar kiln. How will I feed my kids? Here's a real question. What should I do to make money? I guess what I should do to make money is just get stability to a point where I'm happy with it and then stop investing, but then I'll be break even. How do I make money? Other than tax everyone. Is that actually the answer? Is it just make them happier via giving them estates and then just tax them more? There's not that much I can do. Because I can't afford to give the nobility power. I need to build crown power. And I'm trying to remember what I was going to do to get it. It was like... distribution of power is what it was. And then favor the ruler. Did you do the tutorial? There was an attempt. There was an attempt. Stability always bounces around, not worth investing early game. Au contraire, it's highly worth investing in if you're starting in North America. Stability is required to merge with your neighbors. So if you want to grow, you need stability. It is absolutely essential. We have decisions that we can make with them to merge tribes that require greater than 65 stability and 50 trust. Then we can combine our powers. So we need to get to 65 plus stability. And I don't even know how a merger is gonna go. We'll have to see when we click the button. All I know is I want to be the one that clicks the button, and I don't want my neighbors to be the one that clicks the button on me. It might end up being the same thing. I don't know, but I gotta be the one that clicks. We're currently improving opinion with this tribe in the south, who's not a full nation, but we're gonna test the possibility of having a subject. Whether that becomes possible or not, TBD. Researching right now. We need their opinion to be 150, while it is currently only 55. It doesn't say anything about trust. Nothing about trust here. But if I embrace them... Where was it? Yeah, if I profess trust, that was just trust. That's not what I want. We can't embrace them. We can only embrace the neighbors. Uh-oh. Pause for a sec. Can I request settlers from Gayagahano? I can. So I'm going to invite settlers. We're trying to pump population. We're trying to get above 10K. Parliament requested. Estates are upset because it has been 121 months since Parliament was last called. It has the following effects. -1% estate satisfaction equilibrium. Yeah, so this is not balanced around tribal start in North America at all. I can't call Parliament because we cannot get any support as indigenous tribal people, so it is a guaranteed Parliament fail and a guaranteed -7% stability. Which won't matter as much now since we can invest in stability. So I'm just going to tank the equilibrium for a bit and then only call it when I have to. Unhappiness among the commoners. Conflict and protest with the commoners over taxes? Oh god. You start taxing them and they start thinking about rebellion. Landlord cruelty, expropriation, serfdom, and customs policies have recently become even more frequent than usual. If we do not manage to solve the problem soon, the consequences could be dire. We rule as we see fit. They lose 10% estate satisfaction. Try to improve their situation. 5 prestige and 3 gold. We're gonna improve their situation. I don't think prestige is doing anything for me anyways. I was able to get road construction with mine and it helps with early control. Unfortunately for us, the price of roads has gone up to an exorbitant level and we are now losing money. Permanently. With the only ability to make positive money, tax the hell out of them. So a road for us would cost about 250 gold. Which is crazy. And so even if we were somehow able to pass the road one successfully and get a price down 25%, that wouldn't even be enough. Who's this? Triple Defensive League, automatic defense. Keep the vote there. Do we still get money for remembering the Great Peacemaker? Because I just remembered the Great Peacemaker. No. How do you choose a new parliament? I remember you got one that was maybe slightly better. I mean, it's not gonna do anything. We would choose a council instead. I guess we're assembly right now. So the agenda impact for nobility and clergy would be stronger, which we want, but we couldn't even get it close to 50% last time. All of our support choices down here were 0.16%, all of them, except for the first one. And there was only one that we could pick at a time. So I'm going to call Parliament, I guess, soon, because now we're at 2% stability equilibrium. I didn't realize it was going to escalate that fast. And the nobility is moving toward why is the nobility moving toward 46%? Taxes? There's got to be something else, because it was stable at like 56 for a while. I mean, I guess that checks out. But I thought, yeah, it was not 46 on here when we were fiddling with the taxes. But I'm just gonna keep watching this. It'll be interesting. Now it's 3%. It's going up 1% per month. Okay, now I know. Okay, so after 120 months, that's 10 years, it goes up at 1% equilibrium per month until you die. So I guess we'll call Parliament, or else die. Those are going to be our two options. So let's convene, since that's what they want. I'm going to change the type to council. It seems better. Unclear, but it seems better. We will now have a council. We lack the 50 government power. Oh, that took tribal cohesion. So we just tanked tribal cohesion in order to make that change. I hope it was worth it. It is going to go up very slowly at 0.15 per month back to 100. RIP 100. Legacy of Hiawatha is the only thing helping us out right now. Investing plus 50%. Which investment is pumping cohesion? Oh, this one is. So now cost of the cord actually matters. It didn't matter a second ago, now it matters. Max investments 0.2 based on our economic base. The tax base plus the volume of all of its trades and any sound tolls? There are some straits in the world where the controller can exact a fee from trades traveling past it. Holy. So we're losing 0.2 a month now from the cost of the cord. And if we pump it, we can get 1 cohesion. And if we tank it, we can get negative 0.85. Oh. That's not good. So the minimum for... Yeah, it's like 0.18. So it's actually pretty good value to just like invest some of our gold into this to try to increase it faster back up. Like it scales pretty well. If you look at it like this, that we're spending a minimum of 0.17 to stay positive. So that think about it like this. If you're guaranteed spending 0.17 a month just to stay afloat, then the longer you spend that 0.17 to stay afloat, the more money you're wasting. Does that make sense? So it's actually in our best interest if we have a surplus of money that we're stockpiling to pump this because the ratio is good. And get this back to max cohesion faster. And then turn it down. I don't know. Maybe it's the same thing either way. But it feels like you should just pump it. So I'm going to pump it. Because cohesion's affecting the estate satisfaction equilibrium, which is affecting how much we can tax them and everything else. Okay, anywho, we're losing so much money a month, though. Let's call Parliament now that we've changed our Parliament type and see what happens. We're gonna call it in the capital to try to build centralization. Cost of the court goes up. Estate satisfaction recovery goes up. So we've got bolster cohesion. Expand gathering. We do want the road, but like I can't afford it right now. Expand the officer list is peasant equilibrium, and then a new character joins. Fruit farms can employ 1,000 more people. Changes prosperity by 15%. That one is heavily supported. That wasn't there before. That one has heavy support from the nobility. Increase ties to the neighborhood. Basically, we get bonus opinion with our neighbors. A skilled clergy member will appear. Pops become more satisfied. No one is supporting crown power. Not surprising. So I think I know what we're gonna pick. We will need the centralization one eventually, but not now. I think we need to get... Just go for the layup and get farming estates. I'm not sure if we need the 15% prosperity, but 1,000 more laborers in fruit is kind of whatever. We don't actually have a fruit farm. That's the thing. So it doesn't do anything. It's sort of just like prosperity up, which is already at max. It's at 100%. If you will indulge me complaining about another UI thing real quick, it's insane that buttons such as Call Parliament do not open a new window for you to interact with and force you to use the same left-hand window that you need for every other piece of information in the game. So if you want to look at something and go, will this help me? Let me go find it. You can't even click on your counties. I mean, your province locations. You cannot left click them. You have to like close this, then open this, then see that information, and then be like, can I go back to that page? No, it closes the page. Okay, well now we got to open it again. Government, Call Parliament, there. Now I can see the list again. Instead of just having it be its own window that you can move around. I guess I'll just go for this easy 40% backing one. Maybe it'll make the nobility happier as well. Parliament is called. Politicians are filing in to settle important issues for the country. Hey, now we have two things that we can pick, but we already have 59% support. So if we grant privileges to the nobility, they will give 40% backing for this, but it takes the clergy. We will grant nobility-controlled serfdom to the nobility. How about no? Lessen levy obligations for many years. That would actually be fine. I think we're good. So we're calling Parliament. The debuff is gone on the estate satisfaction. And we can continue losing and hemorrhaging money every single month. We might need to throw the commoners a bone via an estate privilege in order to be able to tax them more. But we can only get 5% happiness from them. no matter what we do. None of these are good. Maybe progress toward traditional economy. We already at 100, but it's -4 production efficiency just for 5% happiness. And revoking it is incredibly hard. So I don't really know how to make money right now. I don't want to go broke. We're lucky that I was saving up money for a road that we never built, so I have like 185 gold just sitting in the bank. Why would commoners as admins decrease centralization? Because you're giving power to the people instead of the crown. I guess. I don't know. Because we still have nobility and clergy. So you're sort of decentralizing via allowing peasants to hold office. I don't know. Tax clergy? I just don't make any money. If I do maximum taxes, we make 0.07 and bring them to 44%. But my clergy being satisfied is a yield on our research speed. So it's in fact, it's influencing our monthly research speed. So the happier they are, faster we get new tech. So I don't think it's worth tanking that for like 0.06, 0.07. Policy enacted no defense. Classic. Very classic. It's 1350. All right, we gotta truck along, chat. We gotta truck along. We could ask for a loan from a banking country. Don't know which banking country you're thinking of, partner. But yeah, does anybody have any suggestions for how to make money? Because buildings aren't profitable. Also, I was just unclear earlier as to whether or not, like, how do I get money from the buildings that I make? And what I mean is, I understand that the nobles built the cloth maker, and therefore it's their building. So they make the money, we tax the nobles, and we get money. But if the state builds a building, who gets the profit from that building? Click a location, hover the icon next to the key in the middle lower. There's the key. This? Tax base? Okay. But what do I glean from this? Potential tax base of 1.37. Their share is 0.8. Like, oh, why did that go away? The nobility are getting 0.8 from the tax base. 58% of the total. We're taxing them at 6%, so we're getting 0.04 of what they're making. So, like, in Sanakdawambo, the capital, hover over potential tax base and it tells how buildings contribute. The potential tax base is the combined profit of its RGO and buildings from selling goods. If there are burgers, there are not. Potential tax base multiplied by control gives the tax base of a location, which is the money that is actually created and distributed. Yeah, it's just the combined profit of the RGO and buildings, which I kind of get from this. The buildings are making this much money, and we're taxing them at a rate of 6 and 26%. So we're taxing the commoners 26% and the nobles only 6%. This game's realistic. And no tax for the churches. Wow. We're ready to bring these Native Americans into the modern day. So I guess here's my question. In this example of the capital, how is the nobility making money if none of the buildings are operating by them? Where are the nobles making money from? Because all these, do they own every building by default? Do they just de facto control every building? It might just be distributed by population. So again, let me give you a hypothetical. If we look over at the buildings and we say a forest village is going to generate the most profit, 0.63, and we build one, and it does make 0.63, that just gets distributed based on a scale to the various tax bases, and then we tax the people on that. How do you determine how much of each tax base goes, shut up game, goes to each population? Is there an estate income breakdown? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Yeah, exactly. Love the, yeah, just like a constant grinding sound. Just in your ear. Right there in your ear. I assume there's a predetermined ratio like food. Yeah, that's what I would assume also. Another vote. Mutual defense. I'll vote possible. Children can have a better education. Well, you're getting a military education. You're getting a diplomatic education. I don't know why it says better. They're already... Well, I guess... Yeah, just keep doing Diplo. And then our other child shouldn't be getting any education. Floon to... Who is Halona? Who are you? Our child? Halona. Who? We don't have any child named Halona. That's our granddaughter. It says, okay, it's our child and our ruler's granddaughter. Okay, whatever. She is gregarious with high Diplo potential. So I'm just gonna lean into that. I just feel like this whole little education choice thing is kind of dumb and doesn't really add anything to the game, in my opinion. It's sort of just like the Crusader Kings we have at home. Trying to keep track of it. They get one trait that determines their learning propensity. She's getting a diplomatic buff, so like, why wouldn't I pick Diplo? There's no real choice there. You wouldn't run counter to her natural trait unless you were specifically strapped for a particular type of administrator. So it's kind of just something you do. From the very thin wiki, the tax base of each location is distributed among the estates of its pops according to relative population. Yeah, we already read that. That's what we read out loud. Isn't a tooltip. Chat, if you didn't know this, their wiki is just a list of every tooltip in the game. It actually doesn't have any additional information. These are just copy-pasted tooltips, top to bottom. The only reason you might use it is you might find another tooltip that you didn't know existed. But anyway, back to how to make money. I don't want to go broke. We got some time before that happens. We'll be able to take money away from the cost of the court and stability investment, which will help. But we're trying to pump cohesion and stability right now. Parliament has passed a resolution. For the first time in recorded history, Parliament has succeeded and we did not get penalized by losing a bunch of stability. We get 15% increased prosperity in the capital, which should be maxed. And if we had a fruit farm, more people could work there. So it's strange that they want something that they don't really benefit from. But you know, if that's what they want, we give it to them. Government has come together and resolved to pass an empty bill that doesn't actually change anything. So now the cost of the court might go down a little bit because it's not in session. And then once we get some more cohesion and offset that estate satisfaction equilibrium, we'll save a bunch of money on the court as well. We are pumping stability. It's crazy how realistic this game is. We're still at plus 27 pop. I'm assuming that's because I have been calling in the little favor to invite settlers. We can do that again on the 2nd of Feb, 1352. I think the settlers come in for like 2 years. It's not that many of them, but it's more than we would have otherwise. It's like an extra 10, 12 people a month, I want to say, for maybe that duration. Like that 2-year window, possibly. I like the debates. I mean, I don't dislike the parliament system. I just feel like I'm not seeing the whole picture since we're kind of still unlocking pieces of it. Like I have no ability to use any of this. Haven't been able to figure out how to easily build crown support or other support because we're just starting out, you know, with a basic government type and we only have a handful of laws. But it seems kind of interesting just from the perspective of pass something easy that appeases the people and doesn't really hurt you just to keep them happy is kind of interesting. I like that the factions have some demands, which is automatically just more interesting than Crusader Kings 3. Basically, it's what your court should do in Crusader Kings 3, but they don't. And an alliance. The problem with an alliance is it's hella expensive, but the AI doesn't seem to realize it. So I'm going to say the AI is making a blunder here. Our neighbor is inviting us to an alliance. What they don't know is that it's going to cost us a lot of diplomatic capacity. And we are already in... The other reason this is kind of silly is we're already in a pact that forbids us from going to war with each other. So I think that this is kind of just a waste of our resources. So I've just been declining these. I would love to invite them to our Triple Defensive League, but they refuse because they're rivals with someone else who's in there. And also the organization size, somehow. Is it important to have the nobles satisfied? It's pretty important. They'll start sending you negative events. What do you use your Diplo for anyways, though? Right now, I am using it to improve relations with the neighboring tribes so that we can hopefully make them into a subject. So we need all of our diplomatic overhead maximum to try and create a subject so that we can annex them via diplomacy. Community Land Reform Council. As our society grows closer and the community has a greater say in the lives of individuals and the order of things, councils have begun to be formed in small towns to better manage the distribution of allotted lands. Usually, this is restricted to just the commons, but they've slowly begun to venture into controlling the land allocations of farmers in spite of the title holders' desires. Villagers see it as the right and duty of the community to manage the land, but the nobility see this as little more than a convenient subversion of authority. There is no doubt that the reforms are working, but allowing these councils to operate calls into question the righteousness of the landowners and their original division of land. It feels so surreal reading this and being like, an actual writer wrote this. After reading all the CK3 boxes. I understand what is going on, and the scenario is relevant to things that have just happened in our game. We literally just changed our type to council for the parliament. I assume that's related to the fact that they're forming councils. And now a choice. Allow them to continue. We lose 2.5 stability. Commoners gain 20% estate satisfaction, and we move toward communalism and gain 4 years of 25% food production. Or enforce the original land distributions. We gain stability, nobility gains satisfaction, and we move toward individualism. Where is... There it is. Individualism is army morale, navy morale, and pop migration speed. So we definitely don't want that. We want communalism. But +2 is not that much. However, I don't really know how this system works yet. Because what catches my eye is the fact that it says it cannot push further than 20 toward communalism. And we're at 80. So if I go down to from 80 to 78, can we ever get back to 80? Because this is maxed at 20? So it's like a perma -2 toward individualism. But like gaining stability seems good, and the nobility satisfaction seems good because they're the lowest right now. I'm appeasing the nobles. I am appeasing the nobles. What does stability do for us? Chat, are you guys just going to ask the same questions and I get the same answers over and over in an infinite circle? I think it is stuck at 78. I hit escape to close this menu at the exact second a pop-up appeared. So I don't know what that was. Huh. I wonder. I'm sure it wasn't important. If it was, they'll call again. That's right. That is right. Anyway, we need stability because stability is required for our tribal decisions to interact with the other neighboring tribes and try and make our formable. As a side bonus, it increases the natural equilibrium of every estate. So high stability equals more max happiness. Can you just destroy the Confederation and conquer the lot? No, I can't. Maybe you can. If you want to do a challenge mode and pick the same nation as me, who has the smallest levies and the least population and the lowest income, and fight everybody else, be my guest. But I like diplomacy. If I want to just endlessly war to paint the map, I'll play Crusader Kings. If I want to have fun doing it, I'll play Hearts of Iron instead. Diplomatic annexation is way more fun in my opinion. My main critique is map should be filled with different tribes. I mean, there's a number of them. Can't see them all, though. $10K pop? Let's go. 10,000 people. Huge. We're currently improving our opinion with the closest southern tribe right now. And we're at plus 79 opinion. And we're going to see if our little strategy works or not. It might not work, and that's okay. It'll be a learning experience for us. So a big part of that is going to be just having diplomatic capacity up, which we're going to have to heavily invest in Diplo spending. So we need to figure out some other ways to get income in that time. Once stability gets up a bit higher, cohesion goes back up, because I don't like this estate equilibrium debuff. What is this? This is just telling me that I've got enough Diplo. I am curious that if you put the taxes on automatic, what does it think you should do? Let's just see what it does. See, I'm not okay with this. Let me see, 14.39%. Is it the same? Does that number has to update? Here's what I think is happening. If you click this, and it sets a target at 50, this is still telling me that we're at 14 because of it's currently at 78. But it won't tell me what it is predicted to be at the future equilibrium level. Which is unfortunate. It should say this is the current impact and this is the future impact. So I don't want that at all. I think it's probably fine to... No, I'm gonna do it myself. I still don't know what stability investment cost is. We talked about this yesterday. I think I can tax these bros. No, they're at max tax. This is the most we can tax them. 28%. Oh, that's what I hit escape on earlier. The defense vote, classic. I think once I hit like maybe 75 tribal cohesion, then we take the money out of court because we're paying a lot for court. We can take this down to like 0.18 and then just let it build naturally. We're building it really fast, like 1.15 per month. It's nice. We're 53% towards subject nations. Hello? Growth of the admin. As a state and its bureaucracy grow, there's an ever-increasing need for the people to oversee and administrate lands and functions. The nobility expect to be the first in line when the government offices are being handed out, while the burghers, who don't exist, by the way, in our society, claim that we should appoint men according to individual merit. The unexpected death of a trusted secretary has left a vacant position to be filled at the center of this conflict, with the non-existent burghers, because we have no towns or cities, supporting one candidate and the nobility expecting us to pick another. While both candidates are talented men, this has to be a political decision. This event should not be able to be fired. With a great pedigree come great abilities. Please fire whoever is working at Paradox who keeps putting slightly wrong references to pop culture statements in their answer choices. Because that's the same dude is in the Crusader Kings 3 writing team. Like, if you're going to crib it, why not? Why? With great pedigrees come great abilities, or with great pedigree comes great abilities. Would be either one would be correct. Instead of with a great pedigree come great abilities. It's easier just not to do it. The I'm not quite touching the fourth wall teehee is tedious. I agree. Hi, how are you like the game? I don't know. Ask me in another 50 hours. Not sure yet. Self-made men are what we need to run this country. Our burghers gain estate satisfaction. Okay, so this event is not even supposed to fire for us at all. Because it's affecting a class of people that we literally do not have. There are no burghers in our entire nation. Our clergy gain estate satisfaction, our nobility. This is kind of a boring event anyways. The results are just plus 10 here, plus 10 there. I'm gonna go ahead and take the clergy, and I want to see how much the research bonus is. 14.48 becomes 19. That's a 5% research bonus. That's a lot at this stage. 5% research bonus. That's good. So that doesn't scale the way that I expected to at all. Because we gave them 10% happiness and they gave me 5% research speed. Now, it's going to trend back down to their standard. So it won't be a permanent buff, but that does give me an idea of, like, it's worth making them even happier. Traditionalist versus innovative. We want innovative eventually for the super max literacy buff. Maybe religious administration is good. No, it's a 0.01 stability investment. But I don't know what that means. What does 0.01 stability investment mean? This will give us a bonus to the stability investment we get from balance. So it's only going to give me a 0.01 bonus on 0.62? Like a 162? Seems like kind of nothing. Sorry, I have to consult the sacred text before I can answer that. Well, here, how about these sacred texts? Here comes an ad break for 3 minutes. So turn your volume down, ad watchers, to keep the pre-rolls disabled. They only have 13% power right now, so I'm going to hit them with something for sure. I just don't know what yet. Hello, everyone. Hello. How is the game? Obtuse. Obtuse and obfuscated. But also dense. Dense in both English definitions of the word. Actually, all 3 definitions of the word. Compacted in substance, stupid, and hard to understand because of complexity of ideas. All of the above. My experience right now. Alex. Oh, I have 8,000 hours in EU3 and 4. Watch some videos. How bad can it be? It loads into the game. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that there was anybody in the world who was equipped to just slide in and slip into EU5 effortlessly. Like, people who went from Crusader Kings 2 to Crusader Kings 3 could slip in pretty effortlessly. I did. I'm trying to figure out the economy in the buildings, and I'm definitely not equipped. Chat, while the ad's going, what are you guys up to tonight? It's only 7 o'clock. It feels pretty late to me. It's not that late here yet. What are you guys gaming on? I think I also feel a little bit tired because I woke up too early this morning. I'm playing some EU5 as well. You're playing EU5 as well, Chillin' Sicilian? I'm shocked. Timberborn 1.0 arc rating. How are you arc rating and watching a stream? Imperator, shut up. Fields of Mystria. I don't even know what that is. Voices of the Void. 54. I don't know what that is either. Hitman. Two people playing Hitman. What the hell? Horse Game. Duck Off. More Europa gamers. Age of Wonders. Jurassic World. I've seen a couple of Jurassic World gamers. PoE 1. Fallout 4. Alien Vendetta. What? Football Manager 26. Oof, you poor soul. Hades 2. Victoria 3 and Factorio. Octopath Traveler for the first time. I've been in an RPG mood too. I'm like 2/3 of the way or more through Final Fantasy X. I've been playing that off stream. Me and Alice have been gaming on that. It's been fun. I never finished it, so no spoilers. So I'm finally gonna get to see what happens in the story. And then maybe I'll play Final Fantasy 12. Never played 12, 13, 15. We're not gonna stop to do 3,000 hours in the MMOs to get the background story on 11 and 14. So we're just gonna skip clean over those. But I'm really enjoying going back to 10. It was too difficult for me when I was a kid. I was like, 13 when I played it, and I didn't know the gamer knowledge I know now. I think when I was a kid, in my mind, I was like, Aeons are the most powerful thing. So every fight, I would summon an Aeon. And what I didn't know was the rest of my party's not getting XP. So then I would just run into a wall where I get mopped. And not like be able to put the pieces together to understand why this is happening. And then just rage quit. Played Final Fantasy X recently. Great story. Went over my head as a stupid kid. Yeah, for sure. The story's really good. I like it a lot too. Are you gonna play 13.2 and 13.3? Whoa, partner. One at a time. I might try X2 because I already own it. Because they have it as a combo pack. And I'll decide if I actually want to play it or not then. I think I'm going to try. The thing is, this is not something one can just try easily. What I mean is, if you pick this and you want to undo it, it costs a lot to undo. It's like 15 stability to revoke. This 25 stability to revoke from the clergy. Holy. But agenda impact for clergy could be useful to us. And we don't mind the spiritualist societal value because we already are. And I don't think we want to go to humanist. So I'm just going to click it, see what happens. We're going to want centralization later. And I also want religious administration for the stability. And communalism is fine, but I don't know if we're giving them too much power. This is going to upset the other people. This is going to reduce nobility by 5%. Now, when it says the state satisfaction changes, that doesn't mean the equilibrium. That's just an immediate hit, correct? Then they can bounce back. So it'll just help accelerate them toward the equilibrium. I'm going for it. The servants of the faith possess many skills we look for in administrators. They're well-educated, experienced scribes who follow a higher calling. In many ways, allying ourselves with them could create an efficient and strong cadre of administrators. Lock it in. Here's the thing, though. I didn't think about this. Actually, it's not going to matter. I was going to say, if we give the clergy power, I assume it's taking power equally from the other groups. So I was going to say, maybe we could power the clergy to weaken the nobility so we can get ahead of them, but I think it just takes from both of us. Now they're going up to 100% satisfaction. Holy, 25% research progress? We need that. I need to get their equilibrium to stay up there and so much research. All right, so we wait until it goes back down, and then we give them another thing. That research buff, though, that took us to 1.26 a month. We were at like 1.15. That's pretty solid. Get rid of the nobles and replace them with the clergy. I know, right? Hello, Philemon, what's up? We are experimenting, that's for sure. We actually have positive stability, which is giving us positive satisfaction equilibrium. That's very nice. I think it did take some cohesion to give them that privilege. I'm curious how that's going to affect our next parliament. We will see. Got to lean into the clergy a little bit there. Yellow. We're voting again? Classic. The spam is definitely not lower. I don't care what the patch says. The patch is lying. It is 1352 now. So we should be close to being able to invite settlers. I think it's the 2nd of Feb. We're going to do that because we're at plus 28 pop a month, over 10K. So I'm trying to kind of spread it out from different groups. I think we need to do Onyota Aka next. So let's hit them up. Invite settlers. Actually, I want to wait and I want to see if this number tanks back to 15 on the next month. Hello. When the wrong men get into our cabinet, it can mean bad news for the country, and it's difficult to remove them. It looks like taxes are dropping. We lose 7 stability. Stop doing this. Inflation? What is inflation when you cannot mint any money is what I want to know. Current inflation is 0 and it changes by minus 0.1 monthly. So if we just take inflation, it'll fix itself. Right? Yeah, it'll just stabilize itself because we're not minting anything. Easy. Hi, I've never played this game before, but kind of played Paradox before. What's the objective of this game? I'm gonna be real with you. Fat Cat Gaming, hello. I don't know. I never played the Europa series, and the other games that this game heavily cribs from are Victoria 3, which I only played briefly, and Crusader Kings, which it has a little influence in, but is not the same. So the objective, as far as I know it, is kind of like pick a nation. We've chosen a Native American Great Lakes tribe from the 1300s. And I'm just kind of trying to see what I can do with that. Obviously, we want to grow the nation. You want to build infrastructure. You have to stabilize an economy. You have to give them all sorts of production buildings in order to feed into a market. It's highly complicated. So if you've only kind of played Paradox games before, I could not, in good conscience, recommend that you play this game. It will overwhelm you. I am overwhelmed. Actively. And I'm just trying to wade through there's a bunch of things you need to know, and it is excessively difficult to find the information you want to know. So it's very hard to learn from that perspective. I would recommend starting with Crusader Kings 3 if you're interested in getting into Paradox games, but it was just on sale for 15 bucks, and it is not on sale now. And it's also the cheapest point of entry for Grand Strategy, because vanilla CK3 is fine. You don't need any DLCs. There will be a lot of people who recommend Stellaris, but Stellaris, in my opinion, you need a lot of DLCs. Isn't CK2 free now? The reason CK2 is free now is because even though it has, on paper, much better features, anybody who thinks they might want to play Paradox Grand Strategy games will, I promise, bounce off of CK2 so fast and then never come back. And that's the truth. And I like Crusader Kings 2. I played that before 3, but that isn't, you should never start there. Or unless you want to erase the desire to ever play Grand Strategy games again. CK3, just the usability and the user experience, it has fewer features, but it has more ability to learn. CK3's on Game Pass still. I played CK2 and I sucked. Same with Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah, Hearts of Iron 4, I think it's a reputation for being super tough. I think it's pretty easy, and it's also my favorite one, but I wouldn't recommend someone who is brand new to all these types of strategy games start there, even though it's my personal favorite. Does Paradox still have that monthly sub thing? Yeah. They do still have the monthly sub thing. For a lot of the games. And honestly, I think the monthly sub thing is good because it lets you... I think it'll let a lot of people save money because you pay $5 and you get access to all the DLCs, and 30 days goes by. Did you play? Did you get value? If no, then you probably would have bought a bunch of those DLCs on a Steam sale and spent a lot more money. So it could actually save you a bunch of money. Or you might find out that you like some of the DLCs, and then you can pick which ones you want out of there, instead of just shotgun buying all of them. Or you can just stay subscribed until you're done with the game and then unsubscribe. What children need a better education right now? Our Chancellor reports idiot. It appears that our child Flubnado Otseningo is an idiot. Excuse me? This child is a complete idiot, and there's very little that can be done to get them a future. Bro! Look at this face. Tell that to her face, man. Abilities down 0.66 throughout the whole education. I'm just gonna try diplomacy? I don't know, brother. This child is gregarious. Ostok. I wish I could name The fact that I can't name the kids of my kids is unfortunate. They need to fix that. Why can I name only my direct children, but not the heir of my heir? The fact that you can't just left click on this and change their name whenever you want, like in CK3, to be able to rename like every character and the province name and everything else. Anyway, she's gregarious. All in on diplomacy for you, I guess. How we doing down here? We got plus 97 rep. They're only negative 10 to becoming our tributary. We have to get their opinion to 150. And we have to have the technology unlocked. I can invite them to our confederacy, which is interesting. Profess trust in them is going to have a debuff on the other people around us. I assume Send Gift is a relationship buff. Yeah, 25 gold for 20 rep. Rep up. Well, it's getting there. I don't know if there's other ways to get it to go up faster. It's going up 14 yearly. At least I got started early. We still have 20% of the research to go, but it's going up pretty brisk. Almost ready to go ahead and stop funding so much. I think I am ready, actually. We got cohesion back up to almost 80. So let's just lower cost of the court, save some money. Stop hemorrhaging quite as much. Tough. I'm trying to decide what makes sense. I can invite settlers again? Oh, I didn't do that before. We did go down to plus. I forgot. I forgot. Luckily, it's only been it's been like 10 months. I forgot. Whoops. Total population is, yeah, we're down to 18. So inviting settlers is a difference in like 18 new population a month and like 25, 26. So it's pretty substantial and it lasts for like 2 years. So that's really not bad. The problem is that we have to keep currying favors. So we're gonna give them the ability to cash in their favors on us. And they may do stuff. It's like a weak hook in Crusader Kings. They might do stuff we don't want them to do. Possibly. $13.53. Cruising, man. We are cruising. We got faster research. We're losing a little bit less money. Stability's at 30. And then merge tribes. We need to figure out... We need to save up more diplomats. And we need to build trust. Okay, so we need to build trust. That's the main thing. How can I get 12 more trust without professing trust? Is there another way? I think it's the only way. Yeah, and the stability. That's why we're putting all of our money into stability. That is exactly why. We want to be the first one on the scene that can do that choice. I think I need to profess trust now, which is going to make the other people a bit upset. Because I don't think it's going to push us as high as we need it to go. Because we need to be at 50, we're at 38, so it might go on a cooldown until I can do it again. But I don't know what the cooldown is. It'll increase, trust will increase by 10 and cost us 2 Diplo rep. So Diplo rep stabilizes over time, right? I don't even know what Diplo, where do you even see our Diplo rep again? I would assume it's on the diplomacy tab. It's 11. Diplomatic reputation is 11 due to various factors. So that seems pretty high. Affects how trusted it is by all other countries. So what is someone else's rep? I don't know how to see another nation's diplomatic rep. How do they perceive each other? What a strange user interface to affect what's seen here. Might be on this page. Their stability is -9. So I'm not the only one that was struggling with stability. Power projection, that's not it. Societal values, that's not it. No idea. No idea. Children can have better education. Halona, where did you come from? You are slow as a turtle. This child is not the brightest, and they have to make extra efforts to keep up with their counterparts. What is going on in this family? Aliquippa. Aliquippa, you stay balanced. The literate have begun to organize small and informal schools where the children and the lesser gifted learn to read and write. Oh yeah, literacy's just been going up nationwide. Where do we even see? I know where it is. It's in society. People? Yeah, people. We're at 1.33% literacy. Every class is at 1.33% literacy. A little more than 1 in every 100 people can read. These community schools operate outside of our system, but provide invaluable and selfless community service. The community teaches and learns. We get 10 years of plus 0.1% monthly literacy. What? 0.1? That's so much? That actually is that's so much? It's only going up right now by 0.01. That's a 10x literacy rate. 10x for all literacy. For like 10 years. This is best left to our already existing institution gain 7 stability. No, no, give me the community schools. Massive event. The average literacy impacts our research progress, but increases the impact from market price of their needs on pop satisfaction. I have no idea what the second part means. Only that the first part is good. That's crazy. Actually crazy. I like how we're just only losing money forever. Only lose money forever. There's the average literacy bonus, 1.43% at the moment. So let's just see how that changes when we cap out. Wait, is 1.43 just mirror to your literacy rate? So if you have 100% literacy, it's a 100% bonus? Because that's our literacy rate right now is like 1 point. Yeah, it is. It's just going up. Holy, it's just going up. We're going to have to increase the max. Our research speed is going to balloon. We're at a 10% max right now because of religious teachings, which is a policy that we enact. So we're going to get a 10% research bonus, which up maybe higher because nobles can go 15 and clerics can go 15. Fascinating. What a great event. What a fantastic event. All right, what was I doing before? I think we're chilling, right? I don't know how to make money. I assume building has slowed down for everyone because they've capped out their populations. They got a market village. They made a stockade? What? The stockade is also a rural building. It requires some tar. Hey, we make tar. What does it do? Local nobles power plus 50%. Garrison size 100. Lowers unrest. Increases nobles. Increases a fort level for defense. Allows zone of control. No. And it has multiple levels. I didn't even know we could build that right now. Hold on. We can't. Cannot build any of this building type. Unclear why. So how did they build it? You need 250 soldiers to function properly. Do they even have any soldiers, or is the AI just dumb? You need 200 gold. I really just wish that this would highlight why you can't build when you mouse over this. Instead of just a general X and you having to figure it out yourself. Because it might be you have the wrong build, the wrong town, or you don't, it needs rural. Just highlight the reason. Or just tell you. It costs 200 to build. Lion Kingler, refresh your stream, brother, because we already figured it out. You're just writing what the other person wrote. Each 1,000 pops of soldiers eats 5 food each month. This seems like an awful decision by the AI. Am I wrong? So soldiers will promote, but you can't use these soldiers to summon for your army. They're just like a class of peasant. They're above, yeah, they're like a lower class, who just sits around and doesn't make any money, right? And they need 1,000, no, they need 250. So it's not really like helping them at all, right? It seems like way too early to be building a stockade as a tribe. It helps them because of the increased power. What are you talking about? How does bonus local noble power help them? That's the opposite of what we want. You want crown power. You don't want to give the reins of the whole country to the nobles. Also, what was the pop-up that just happened that I needed to look at? I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was another resolution. Killing me, man. It's every year. But anyway, that's our neighbors, not us. It seems really early to be building forts when you don't have any income. That being said, our tax base is only 3.33, and their tax base is 6.42 somehow, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. This is their largest tax base. They have 2,000 people here, 474 peasants. How is 2,600 people producing 4 in taxes? And they're not being taxed at all. So where's the money coming from? Their RGO, probably. Is fiber that profitable? They do have a level 3 RGO here. Profit per level's 1.93. Holy, that's where it's coming from. Damn. Stone is 0.83. Chat, when did fruit get to be oh, it got to be a level 2 RGO automatically. Automatically. With that resolution that we passed, it went up by itself. I didn't even notice that. When it said it was plus 1,000, I thought it only meant for the orchard that you have to physically build. I didn't think it meant for the resource gathering. So it's making 0.93 per level, so it's not nothing. But we are now out of peasants to fill the market village. So the market village is not operating at full capacity anymore. Clay pit is disabled. And the tar kiln is kind of... Is it off too? I turned both of those off. So we don't have enough people for the mason. So I might just disable the mason for now, because it doesn't seem like that they're short on... It's not what I wanted to click. Duplicated sound effects, why? This screen sucks. Every time I click on this screen, For some reason, I expected to show me detailed data on the current market, but it doesn't. It's like all here. So there's too much supply of masonry anyway, so I'm just going to turn ours off. And then maybe they'll demote to fill the market village. And we could just use stone to produce jewelry. Free RGO upgrade, I guess? I guess so, yeah, I guess so. And then sand is only 0.47 per level. We've researched subject nations. We're gonna be able to find out real quick whether this was worth, or if we fooled ourselves into thinking that it is worth. The delegation of local government to subjects under the banner is an acceptable way to keep their folks from revolting whilst extracting precious tribute from them. Okay. We were gonna need more rep, so it's with these dudes down here. We're up here. They're down there. We have 110 rep with them, which is good. But not enough. So we actually have another option now. We have tributary, we have vassal. So vassal, I think, is better. Because they don't have any money to pay us as a tributary anyways. The most typical subject, vassal, oversees its territory on behalf of an overlord, pays vassal fees, and joins military campaigns of its overlord. It gets greater efficiency of our cabinet, while the overlord gets increased prestige and faster spread of institutions. Subject cannot cancel this relation on their own. Subject strength impact on overlord is minus 50%. I don't know what that means. Chat, you want to take a guess at what the second line there means? Annexation can be annexed 1 per month after 10 years. And only if they have at least 150 opinion of the overlord. Overlord can build resource gathering operations in the subject's locations. Their army doesn't just add to your strength, it's half. Okay. That makes sense. Does anyone else think that improve opinion in this game is way too strong? It's kind of like Hearts of Iron 4 improve opinion. There needs to be other diplomatic options to manipulate opinion, I think, in Paradox Grand Strategy games, besides brain dead, clicking on a nation, clicking improve opinion, and then waiting 50 years. Like, I think professed trust is a little more interesting because at least there's a trade-off. You're hurting your reputation with other people. But I think there just needs to be... We need to evolve past click on another nation, improve opinion, and wait forever. And then everything magically just works with no other gameplay mechanics. Because especially in this game, you can get opinions to plus 200, and improve opinion can do 120 by itself of that 200. There just needs to be other avenues to work with opinion besides improve opinion, and then nerf. Once those exist, then nerf improve opinion. Make it interactive. It should be something that you like have to work for via events or other decisions. Even something just as simple as occasional events, yeah, something. But then you have to make a bunch of unique events. I just improve opinion with my vassal and boom, I can annex. Seems a little anticlimactic. That's kind of why I'm saying that, yeah. I think even Hearts of Iron, dare I say, has a better annexation system. I don't think that's a stretch at all. Like, the status of your subjects changing through multiple levels of servitude toward you, and you being able to improve that by either giving them a bunch of resources or supplies. Now, in Hearts of Iron, yes, the cheese of donating 10,000 boats to them is stupid. But the general idea of you build roads and infrastructure in their areas, you build defenses, and then it changes how their subject level reads. Whatever it's called. I forgot what the name is. Because it's not vassal. But you know what I mean. If you've played Hearts of Iron. You build anti-air there. You build trains. You build actual infrastructure. Factories. Give them supplies. And it buffs their reputation so that you can annex them. Among other things. But you have to do stuff. You can't just be like, "Hi, you love me? How much do you love me? Okay. Do you want me to I can annex you now? Okay, cool." What is the benefit? Also, where's the music? Europa. Where's 5? There we are. Yeah, your puppets, but I forget what their level is called. I like improving influence over people in Vicky 3 by owning all their industries. I haven't played enough of that to know. Autonomy. Yeah, I think it's autonomy. But from what I can tell, it seems extremely basic here. Unless I'm missing something. It does seem like you just need them to have a positive opinion of you, and then you wait 10 years, and then boom, boom, boom. There it is, I think. So here's tributary. I have no idea what the difference between tributary and vassal is, other than I think tributary pays more money. 20% of its income and 50 manpower and sailors each month. Overlord can build resource gathering ops, can build roads, can build buildings. Subject strength is minus 25%. The subject cannot be annexed. So basically you're getting monthly income, like more money, manpower, and sailors, and you're also getting more of their strength, but they will not join defensive wars and offensive wars. So if they don't join your wars, then I really don't know what subject strength impact is. And it makes the subject's cabinet better. So we want a vassal, not a tributary. Their opinion is currently only 110. Now to do this, aren't we going to need 3... Wasn't it like 5 or something? I don't remember. Where's the... the list of how much it's going to cost? Overlord needs 2.1 Diplo capacity to maintain. That's nothing. I mean, it's a lot, but we can fix it. I'm gonna have to leave I don't know. If I leave the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, is there a chance that it screws up the... I don't know. Will it screw up the Kingdom Formable? It's a useless confederacy anyways. I feel like diplomats are a bit brain dead too, especially for EU5. It'd be cool if you had a cabinet of diplomats so you could choose each with pros and cons. Well, my understanding is in EU4, there were individual characters who were diplomats instead of it being a resource. However, it was like one diplomat that lived for eternity as a vampire and never died. But yeah, I'm honestly surprised. Let me put it like this, chat. Would you agree that the diplomacy screen on EU5 is faintly reminiscent of a diplomacy screen in like Civilization 6? It doesn't seem much more complex than like Civ 6 to me. I'm surprised there's not more depth to the diplomatic interactions. Because think about how in-depth and detailed the economy simulation is, and the market simulation, and the raw materials and produced goods is, and then think about interacting with other nations on a diplomatic scale, comparatively. I would change it so you have to send a delegate to perform an action from your character pool. Success is based on Diplo skill. That's kind of just the spy system in Stellaris, which I don't like. So I don't know. There's definitely room to improve it. Now what am I doing? So what I'm doing is I'm gonna make a save because I want to leave the Confederacy and see if it punishes me. There's not even a confirmation. There's not, if you click the exit your organization button, you're gone. We have no need for the bureaucracy. We have decided to leave Tribal Confederation. We are no longer part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. We decided it was not in our best interest. So that'll automatically free up 0.5 capacity. And then we go into economy. And we stop pumping stability quite so much. And then we pump diplomatic spending instead. And with all of that done, we now have a 1.5, 1.43 Diplo capacity overhead. Is it... Why? It feels okay. It feels very gamey that this group of this independent tribe will not join our existing defensive league that we created because it's too big. But they would be happy if I created a new one just for them. Because there's just a natural bonus, or a debuff rather, on the organization being like too big, is the perception. And it doesn't really have any logic behind that, right? It's just sort of like, well, if you invite people to defensive pact, then no one will war. We can't have that. It's a video game. You have to go to war. And so they gauge it by like the fact that they'll join a completely different, separate, smaller one, but we each have to pay diplomatic upkeep capacity. They want a bespoke pact, I guess. Anyway, now I have to, if I profess my trust, that's not really going to accomplish my goal. What's the fastest way to buff our reputation with each other other than sending them cash? Offer food access will increase opinion. Offer military access. What is food access? Allows armies and navies to gather food. If we have no armies and navies, and they have no armies and navies, then this is just free positive opinion, right? See, well, we probably had to pay some diplomacy for it, but yeah, we just get plus 10 opinion. Hell yeah. All right, we'll come back to this. We need to generate some more diplomacy. And EU4 was make an alliance for the opinion buff. Food access canceled. AI, how does it work? We don't know. They were happy to accept our food access yesterday, and today they've decided that was a huge mistake. And our minus, we lost our 10 improvement. What's funny is you can just offer it to them again and they will accept if I wait a month. So clearly something is broken here that needs to be patched. Something is like having the food access is like ticking over some kind of decision making on their part. Maybe there's a daily check, like if we lost our armed forces, cancel food access. Yeah, they might just check to see if they have a military, and if they don't, then they cancel it because they don't need it. But then they should be rejecting it in the first place and not taking it and then canceling it. But yes, offering an alliance, the benefit of it is we do get the positive opinion. The negative of it is it will cost us almost 1 diplomatic capacity. We can't afford that because we need all of our diplo capacity to have them as a vassal. And I'm unclear if having them as a vassal automatically cancels the alliance or not. Because if it does, then it's worth us doing. I guess I could save and find out. I kind of already saved. Are we researching anything? I'm not researching anything. Oops. What are the... I doubt you get to bank any research. Damn it. It's only been like a month, right? It hasn't been that long. I'm getting distribution of power so I can try and get favor the ruler, which is crown power, and max tax. I think that makes sense. And we start at like 9%. Clergy are balling out. That tooltip was reasons for accepting? Yeah, you're right. You're right. but if they accept, we both gain 50 opinion of each other, so it's actually more. Lifts the fog of war between the two countries. We can test it out. But I'm gonna wait until we get like maximum diplomats first. That way we can kind of do both things back to back to test out for ourselves. At least I remembered to put the research on. If I forgot that for like a year, I'd be pissed. I think we only lost 1 month of progress. We all good. Chat, somehow we're moving toward 30 years, dude. Wait, no. 20 years. Math is hard. We're just losing money, though, which is kind of funny. It's not funny money, though. Literacy rate is skyrocketing. We went from barely 1.13% after like 8 years to 2.4%. And it's gonna keep going up at 0.1 per month for like 10 years. It's great. Research is going crazy too. Clergy's happy. Literacy's getting some buffs. We actually can have a max of 5 diplomats due to Diplo spending. Yeah, it's good. They got a fruit orchard in the north up here. They got a bunch of buildings over here. A lot more than us. Cloth maker, a mason, clay pit, another fruit orchard, a settlement, and a market village. And then another market village. And then these guys have a market village, a forest village, a settlement, a level 2 market village. This is the first level 2 building I've even seen. They're making some rudimentary weapons, apparently. And another, lots of forest villages. They went all in on forest villages. So what do the available soldiers do here? If there's like 120 soldiers, do they do anything by themselves? I don't think so. I think it's just they have to work in their appropriate buildings, but they don't have any. These neighbors have almost no buildings except for stockades. Somehow it's been another hour already, so turn your volume down, ad watchers. I need to get some water. Seeing what the neighbors are up to. If they're doing anything crazy. Nothing crazy, but these guys on the left are doing more building than I thought. But they don't have enough people. The AI seems to struggle with maintaining the peasant pop in these small settlements. So they got this market village. It's only a quarter of the way full. I'll pause while the ad rolls, and then we're gonna see about whether it's possible to have a vassal and what to do with them. We gonna find out. In matters of faith, we are second to none. Our support for religion and the devotion we show impresses the people around us. It is a fact. Gain 10 prestige, and the clergy are happy. 10 prestige, and the clergy are like, yo, what up? It's February, so it's just wintry outside. All right, LBRB, thanks for watching. Hang tight for a sec. What's up? What's up, chat? This is gonna be our hype song for expansion. So, hold. Oh, I'm allergic to the hype song for our first territorial expansion. The music is great. I like it okay. It's kind of marred by my sort of the fact that I have to go to Spotify to even listen to the soundtrack that's on the game that I already purchased, because if I let the game play the audio, it only plays 3 songs on the soundtrack out of 26. So I'm a little grumpy about that. But if on a more critic-oriented note, I think the soundtrack is pretty good. We're just listening to it, you know, start to finish on Spotify. But it feels like it was made in a vacuum for a different game, to me. Like when I'm playing Crusader Kings 3, which I don't even love as very much anymore, as evidence from our recent streams, the vibes of sitting there zoomed in on your kingdom and the like natural sound of the waves lapping up against the shore and the wind blowing and the music that they made for those areas in CK3, everything just flows and meshes. Yeah, the sound design flows so much better in CK3 in my opinion. I have no idea why Paradox thought making music play in intervals was good for CK3, Vicky 3, and EU5. I don't know. Yeah, I understand that the music is only meant for certain moments. CK3 has that too, like when you declare war or a crusade or whatever else, it has the build to a crescendo war song that you only hear when you're going to war and that kind of thing. So I know we're listening to it out of context as well here, but in context, there's only 3 songs and they loop. So it doesn't mesh. So it feels weirdly disconnected from like the game in that way. Like the soundtrack exists outside the bounds of the game. Anywho, the individual songs taken in a vacuum are good though, I think. Are we gonna try this? Wait, it's the whistle song. This is one of the songs we actually can hear if we were just listening to it. Is there anywhere on the Offer Alliance screen that tells you how expensive it's gonna be in diplomacy? It says it will cost diplomatic capacity. But is there anywhere that says how many diplomats it will cost to offer an alliance? I don't think so. All right, let's send it and see what happens. So we have 3.64. It cost 1. Do all of them just cost 1? The diplomat resource is so strange. Our chancellor reports alliance. Our proposal was accepted. Instantly. That's another thing that I actually like about Crusader Kings 3. When you send a proposal, it takes a little time before they get back to you. It's not just like an instant check. Kind of simulates time passing between different distances. Or sending a messenger or something like that a little bit. I would love it if games did that more. Like, I want that kind of granularity. I want to have diplomats actually make it successfully to their target destination, and then maybe it's Dangerous Road or something like that, or some other event comes up. So now I'm curious, right? Since we have that plus 50 opinion, that's why we did it, because it gave us a instant 50 opinion buff, right? How do we ask them? We have to wait until March. All right, let's wait until our diplomat comes back. I have a question for chat that requires your opinion. Give me your opinion on the diplomats system in EU5 versus the envoy system in Stellaris. Versus. Which do you prefer? There it is right there. Ask them to become our vassal. And we will protect them. It seems they have accepted the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become our vassal. Easy as that. Easy as that. Okay, now I need to check to see. If we were in an alliance? If we were in an alliance, would it appear here? I assume so. I should have looked at that. I assume it canceled the alliance and made them our vassal. Diplomatic capacity. We're using 1.15 of 1.93 diplomatic capacity. They are a vassal. It's crazy that you use 0.5 to be a member of any kind of league, but only 0.01 to have a vassal. So now that they're a vassal, to start annexation, it is only possible to annex a country of the same type, and Karantoan people is a society of pops while we are a settled country. Well, you should have told me that when I was mousing over it, eh? Those were not rules and restrictions and regulations when we were previewing all of these options. The vassal cost scales with their strength. Second follow-up question for you, Giso. Then why doesn't the defensive pact scale with their strength? Magic math. But anyway, I would much rather have individual diplomats and envoys than a replenishing currency of diplomats. It's so much cleaner and it makes more sense mechanically. And it's very satisfying to have a reliable send a guy here, that's where he is. Now bring him back, you can reuse him again. And it also like if I tell you have 5 diplomats that you can use however you want, and there is a on the other side you have plus 0.5 diplomats per month, and then you have an upgrade for the first one that says you get plus 1 diplomat. Doesn't that feel better than another upgrade on the other side that's you get an additional plus 0.1 diplomat, which would be the effective, you know what I'm saying? It just feels so much cleaner. Everything is a whole number. They're individual people. Because they're individual people, they can also be given stats, so they could have traits that affect how good or bad they are at diplomacy. Maybe they could even level up if they get more skillful as a diplomat and become better at different types of diplomacy. So do you want to, now you actually have a decision-making process that goes into it. Do I want to send this diplomat who's particularly good at building opinion over here? Or if I do that, I won't be able to have the diplomat who is better at currying favors over here. So you actually have some benefit analysis for how you want to use them. There's the potential for that system is so much higher than just like you get plus 0.3 diplomats per month. Yeah, the Stellaris leaders system over here would be crazy. I agree with that for sure. Anyway, am I screwed? Did I screw myself by vassalizing a little group over here for no reason? I played 1,300 hours of Victoria 2 where I had this system, but also I had to click every month because there was nothing to put somewhere permanently. The system in EU5 is a mix of EU4 and Victoria 2, a better version. I honestly don't personally like min-maxing diplomacy. See, I don't think it's a better system because I have to click something every month because your diplomacy caps and it's a use it or lose it system. An envoy system has the ability to place your envoys somewhere where you don't have to micromanage them anymore unless you want them to do something different. Right now, if your diplomacy caps and you leave it there, you're playing inefficiently. So you have to just like, I don't know, I need to spend it because I can't bank anymore. So I'm just gonna throw my diplomacy somewhere else because I need to spend it on something. So then you have to pause and stop and look at everybody and be like, okay, well, their opinion is maxed. So what else can I do? I can't improve opinion anymore. And you have to like find a way to spend it or you're just wasting your monthly diplomats. Whereas an envoy system, you don't have to micro that. You fire and forget. You send them into this court to start creating a rival. Bam, he's gone. Send it over here to help create positive relationship. He's gone until the relationship is maxed. Or better yet, he has to stay to maintain that relationship. What's crazy about these relationships is we haven't been improving their relationship in a long time. And it only deteriorates at 1 yearly. Out of 120, it would take 120 years in game for the improved relations buff to deteriorate. But anyway, that's my soapbox. I don't know what the hell to do with these guys. I'm just kind of stalling because I don't know what to do with these guys. They did not tell me about their secret before we vassalized them. So for like, look at this, right? Look how baited you are. So this is a map of the other tribal peoples who you cannot play as in the game, but who exist. So let's say I wanted to annex the Onajutta people. Okay? So we look at them and we go, what do we need to annex them? Let's scroll down. Ask them to become our vassal. Actually, where's the annex button? Can you even preview the annex button before they become your vassal? Am I stupid? Where did the annex button go? I know it's on here somewhere, but I can't find it. So my example's dead in its tracks. Change to tributary, enforce culture, pay off debt. For your vassal, yeah. Where's the... I know I can't annex them, but where is the annex button? We were just looking at it. Should be under subject actions. That's what I thought. We have improve cultural opinion, cancel vassal, change policy, change to tributary, divert trade, embargo, enforce culture, pay off debt, press sailors, request officers. You can see it in your Diplo screen. We were just looking at it, and I've lost it. There's one where you can manage all your subjects. Well, I don't know where that is. Do you? I swear I was looking at it. It's gone. Under Diplo, the relation tab. What of it? That's the tab I'm in, brother. Like, there's our subject right here. Gotta wait a month. I don't know, man. I'm very confused. I swear we saw the reasons why we couldn't vassalize them. And now it's just gone. Is it in the right-click menu when you zoom out? Maybe. It is. It is. Is there a way to show hidden subject actions? It's buried in the right-click menu, brother. I don't know what to say. Anywho, the reason we can't do it is because we're not a same type of country. We are a settled country. They're a society of pops. And they have to have been our subject for 10 years. Is there any way to convert a society of pops into a settled country via subject actions? I doubt it very much. The only things that I can even see for subject actions: cultural opinion, Change policy. No policy available. Having 3 menus with almost the same but slightly different options. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's not part of the main one because you have to annex each small part separately. I don't think so, because I'm just right-clicking on their nation as a whole to get this. It's not a nation, but they're people. And if you can't see it, it's right there. So I think vassalizing them is fairly pointless because they can't pay us any money and they can't give us any armies. So it's sort of just a thing you can do to say that you did it. Well, just, I think, as is the case in Crusader Kings 3, when there are gameplay mechanic dead ends, you just say, well, I'm just role-playing to excuse the lack of connections to other gameplay mechanics. So I think we just wait. And then just cancel the vassal status. Right? Like, I don't... Is there anything else to do? Maybe since you're a tribe, you're forced to use the council task and resettle on their land to annex them. Maybe. But, like, it feels strange that we have the potential option to talk to our neighbors and merge with them as a friendly action. But we don't have the option to diplomatically interact with any of the other tribes around us. Do we have to be Native American colonizers of North America? You can't colonize us. We're colonizing ourselves. Get out of here. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna read, like, I guess the only upside is we didn't really lose anything except our seat in the little confederacy that we were in. Which I don't know how to request access to. I'm going to invite settlers again to get our pop to keep building. We're almost at 11,000 people. Is there a way to ask them to rejoin? Like, hey, can I come back? We also, hold on, I need to do this. We need to stop pumping Diplo and go back to pumping stability. Wait, are they still our vassal? Did I not just cancel it? I thought I just canceled it. They are no longer a vassal. Okay. Everyone's confused who's involved in this. No one really knows what's going on. I don't know what's going on. We just went from, do you guys want to be in an alliance with us? Yes? Okay. How about you let us vassalize you? We'll protect you. Okay. How about we can annex you? No? All right, you're not our vassal anymore, and we disavow ever knowing you. That'll cost you 2 diplomats, please. And nothing else. So yeah, I don't know how to choose like another... What? Wait, I can get our neighbors to become our tributary? Wait a second, 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 wait a second. We are pretty close to vassalizing our neighbors, who are actually nations. Different primary culture, current strength. We might not be able to overcome this because we're already at max opinion. The royal marriage is helping. Tributary would work, but we won't be able to annex from tributary. Dude, we're -5 on these neighbors. And I already have a royal marriage. How can I get 5 acceptance? Diplo reputation. How do I build my diplomatic reputation? Every time I open the stream with hours in between, the map just looks exactly the same. Okay. And every time you look in the mirror, your brain is just as small. Send them food? That's more like food access. I don't know if we can send them just straight up food. Bro, you can buy their locations for like 160 gold. It's more expensive to build a small gravel road one location down than it is to buy their like a whole chunk of their nation. What if I offered them an alliance? Maybe the alliance will allow us to... I don't know, dude. I'm sort of just throwing resources around to see what happens. So if we ally with them, we'll both get +50 positive opinion. No, that's their acceptance reasons. If they accept, it'll cost diplomatic capacity. We each get 50 opinion and we'll gain up to 20 trust, 0.5 yearly. If we ally them first, is there a downside for backing out of the alliance? I think we just tank it if it does. Oh my god, it worked. because they will come to our aid if we are attacked +5. We will come to their aid if they are attacked +2. That's the +7. So it got us a +7. It actually wasn't the trust. Trust apparently doesn't factor into vassalization at all. Question mark? Distribution of power! We've unlocked the distribution of power law. Distribution of power determines how authority is divided among the ruler, administrative bodies, and estates. The state is a complex and fragile entity. A well-balanced power distribution ensures stability, while giving any single institution too much power risks tyranny or administrative paralysis. Why am I on 4 times speed? I didn't even notice we got to 4 times speed. How'd that happen? Let's come back to this in just a second. Gregarious child. Diplo. We have so many Diplo children, to be honest. I'm going to focus admin. This isn't even our daughter. It's like our granddaughter. Rowdy. You go all in on military. Another rowdy. You go in on military. Okay. You can search for a Diplo rep from tech. Well, there is some Diplo. The problem is we just invented the alphabet sprues. There's not a lot of tech we can do. Maximum tax for peasants would actually be useful. That would allow us to tax them for more money. Tribal religious values didn't seem that good. Don't need any of this. Medical, prosperity, food production, proximity cost is fine. Shipbuilding. And then town buffs. All right, I think for us, because we can't do any of this. We haven't embraced the Renaissance. So we're going to have to just wait for them to come find us. And just try it. We can do this, though. Scholarly treaties. Revoke privileges are cheaper. Improve relations is better. More loyalty of subjects. Army morale. Peasant levies. Peasant levies could probably just straight up allow us to pivot into military, to be honest. 2% of our pops will be peasant levy, would instantly win every war. To be honest with you. Until the Europeans get here, I mean. Bunch of navy. I wish the tech tree had more actual unlocks and fewer 5-10% thingies. I think the Hearts of Iron 4 tech tree is the perfect mixture of both. The only downside is that it's pretty uniform for every nation. But that's what I think of when I think of like a really good tech tree. Let's get a Mediterranean galley in Lake Ontario. Like, what is the benefit of plus 10 subject opinion when getting everyone to 200 opinions pretty trivial? Maybe if you're in Europe, it's not that easy. Noble literacy. Food production. Max RGO. I wish I put the blocks closer together. True. Yeah, they go really far off. Real far off. Okay. I think we stick with the old stuff for now and just get some basics like cultural traditions is a basic. We could also get exploration and colonization, but I don't know how colonies work if you are a Native American tribe. You have to do a colonial charter, which I'm sure will migrate too many people than we have. We won't have enough people for this. So I don't think it's the most important. So I think I'm just going to pick some things that actually have some kind of tangible benefit, which right now is probably just like food production, figure out how to fish. Literacy for clergy. That's not that good. All right, at this stage, I don't really have an idea of what is necessary. I'm gonna say just go cultural traditions. Let us tax a little bit more and stabilize the economy. All right, now for the potentially insane thing, we need to put more money into Diplo. So just pump diplomacy, tank our reserve of money. So we just formed an independent alliance with Onyata Aka and Aliquippa. Yocanis Aliquippa. We've already done a holy royal marriage. And what's crazy is it pushed us over the threshold to ask them to become our vassal. Which I'm about to do. But here's the question. Is it better to simply wait to merge tribes? Because we'll get minus 10 diplomatic reputation for 10 years. Lose 50 stability. So basically you can merge a tribe, but then you have to rebuild your stability to merge the other tribe, which is going to take a while. So maybe we vassalize and annex one while insta-annexing the other one. And kind of do two at the same time? Does that make sense? Like we hit one with the merger, and then the other one is just cooking for 10 years as a vassal until we can annex them the other way. And then when stability builds back up, we try to hit another one with the merger and do the same thing if possible. See, they're negative 43, so their bonuses might change due to proximity, because right now it's distance. All right, I'm gonna do it. Let's vassalize these dudes instead. They have accepted the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become our vassals. So the alliance should be down. Their color scheme kind of changed. And as a vassal, Oh, baby. Look at all this stuff. We got a lot of choices here now. More than you would find in Civ 6. Okay? There, I said it. After making the comparison earlier. What the hell can we do? So, a vassal, just a regular vassal. Just a normal baby vassal. How do you find this card, this placard, normally? I feel like I shouldn't have to go this far to find out where this card is and what vassals do. So the subject cannot cancel this relation. They can be annexed at 1 progress each month after 10 years. They can only be annexed if they have at least a 150 opinion. They have 200. Overlord can build RGOs. Overlord can build roads. Overlord can build buildings. Subject is diplomatically limited. That means the following actions are either not possible or heavily restricted. Alliances, food access, guarantees, military access, fleet basing rights, building subjects, and create subjects, okay? We need 2.1 Diplo capacity to maintain this. That's the part I'm a little worried about. Subject that gives Overlord food access will join defensive wars always, and I moused off the screen, you dum-dum. There it is. Subject will join Overlord's offensive wars if blank. 0.01 monthly prestige for the Overlord. Subject pays 20% of income each month to Overlord. We might start making money as a result of this, and the subject gets a more beneficial cabinet. So really, like, I want to see if the income changes. To be honest, actually, you know what? I kind of can believe that they did it. They do have a smaller pop than us now. We have 11,000 people. We just crested 11K. They're at 8,500. But look at their tax base. It's 5.72. Our tax base is unknowable because I don't remember where it is. 1.91? So we have the population, they have the economy. I want to say that we have more potential levies. It's going down. It's like 97. How do you see someone else's potential levies? 56. So we have twice their potential levies. So I mean, we have more people than them, basically. They have the better economy. So I think it's a smart match. So now we have control effectively over what they build. I'm thinking about destroying the stockade. Can anyone come up with a reason not to destroy the stockade? It's kind of just taking up 250 precious peasant laborers to just sit there playing cards all day inside of a fort. I'm not necessarily going to destroy it now, but if we annex them, I will. Is what I'm thinking future. It just doesn't do anything. Am I getting any money from them? It doesn't look like it. Did they have to invent taxes too? Ask to improve cultural opinion. Cancel vassal. Cede location. Cede province. Change policy, change to tributary, divert trade, embargo, enables scootage. What is that word? Receiving scootage. Can avoid to join Overlord's wars, yes. But they pay, so they don't have to go into war with us, but they pay us more money. Cool. Enforce culture. There's also a unit called Liberty Desire. Represents the subject's current drive for independence from its overlord, but affects loyalty. Its value is negative 100 to 100, but has monthly decay towards 0. Request officers from them, seize their territory. That kind of seems like annexing with extra steps. Siphon their income. Does that mean literally that they only lose $4 and we gain $4? That seems sad. Start annexation. We need 10 years. Okay, what's up? One of our most gregarious members of the nobility has returned from a tour where he regaled foreign courts with stories of our own grandeur. Not to mention spending handsomely out of his own pocket. Only a great land could create such a welcome guest. At least they're good for something. We gain popular noble for 10 years. Equilibrium for nobles up 5%, and we gain a Diplo rep? Wow. They are good for something. That is excellent news. I will tax them more now. Congratulations on your success. Enjoy your new taxes. Actually, we'll tax you slightly less. All right, we're gonna chill on Diplo spending. Continue to pump stability and everything else. What are they building up here? Who's doing this? The nobility are making a mason. Why is everyone stupid in my area? We have a not enough stone already. There's more demand for stone that we don't fill, okay? And so if you want to use stone in order to make masonry, there's a surplus of masonry. So there's two problems with you making a mason. We don't have enough stone to convert it into bricks, and we have too many bricks. So for both of those reasons, this is a dumbass idea. The third dumbass reason is there's only room for one building. Actually, chat, I just discovered I don't think it takes up the building slot. Or am I wrong? Maybe it hasn't finished building yet. What were the devs thinking? If they can just build whatever the hell they want, but you can just go around them and turn it off whenever you want, making it not do anything, then what is the point of this mechanic? You know what would be a better use of this mechanic? It would be like they come to you with an event where they petition you to help build whatever it is that they want. And you have like 2 to 3 choices, one of them being accept for some kind of estate bonus. They started before being a vassal. No, it's my own nobles, not the other nation. It's not my vassal. It's my own. Your own nobles and clergy and commoners can just build shit whenever they want. Parliament is possible. And it just kind of happens. They've already built a rural cloth maker in the south that I did not approve. And they've already built a mason, and then they also built a clay pit. They're just building everything. Going crazy with it. We don't have enough peasants for all this frivolous spending. All right, since stone is bottlenecked, I am going to increase the RGO. I think that's genuinely the best thing we could do. It is going to cost another 51 gold, which is bad because we're losing money every month. But its profit goes up, and maybe that will trickle into our pockets. But it's going to need another 1,000 people to work it, I think. And there's a stone bottleneck across our market right now. We're the only ones who manufacture stone. So I'm surprised the price for profit isn't higher. It's going to take 285 days to build. But we do have the peasants down here. 1,281 peasants live down here. Because population's at 30. While we're getting migration from other people. Where is the migration map? We are green top to bottom. There are some other green places too, though. But we are entirely green. I'm locking it in. Hit me with stone RGO2. Boom. Start that building. Get some more stone on the market. Output per level is 1.2 stone. So we should get to 2.4. The pops are fleeing our blue neighbor to the right. Are they? It's just not desirable to live there because raw goods. Honestly, they don't have that many negatives. It's just we have way more positives. Abundant free land. We built a settlement in each of these locations, and the settlement increases the allure for migration significantly. So these probably just don't have a settlement, and we do. So by comparison, we're green, I think. The settlement is a building that you can construct that increases migration attraction and simultaneously stimulates population growth. So our population growth is only 2.17. Of that, the settlement is pumping that plus 0.75. So we'd only be at 1.5 without it. Very low numbers, but every number adds up when you're this small of a nation. Population is going to skyrocket, though, if we can annex these bros eventually. So where do you see... Subject opinion. Subject loyalty is at 71.82%. Loyalty is at least 50, which makes them loyal. They don't have any liberty desire. They also do not have any taxes. They haven't discovered taxation. Once again, I'm curious, how do you see another nation's advancements? I have no idea. How do you check how advanced another nation is? The commoners are building a local assembly. What is the local assembly? What is that? Are there new buildings that we haven't seen? Because there's no indication of when they become available to build? Or are they just magic? It doesn't exist on this tab. Is it a special building? Commoners are at the mercy of the government, but they're not always separate from it. Assembling locally among themselves allow them to discuss the most important issues affecting them and raise their concerns to the proper authorities, plus 100% peasant power. So basically their peasants are unhappy, and so they're building a local assembly to increase their own power. Okay. So it doesn't affect us right now. in theory, because it's our subject. Should we go ahead and hold Parliament? We only have 18.8% support. I guess we could see what the issues are before deciding. What's the benefit of holding it somewhere else? Decentralization, I guess. And the Parliament issues will affect that location. We want more centralization, so definitely the capital. Let's see what they got. So the people want to support a noble cabinet. The nobles want a noble cabinet, unsurprisingly. For a few months, like 6 months, we'll get 20% a more efficient cabinet. If the debate passes, then one of our cabinet members gets bonus skills, and we change toward aristocracy, which we already are. Eventually, we're going to want a plutocracy, but right now, this is all we got. Increase ties to our neighbor. Okay, Kahano gains 50 opinion of us. We're already at max opinion. So what do we have? We have the 15% ones. Promote a member of the clergy. A skilled clergy member will appear. Not sure what to do with that. Support a clerical cabinet. All right, so none of these are that good. Sand gathering operations can employ 1,000 more laborers. Ugh. Do we want 1,000 more laborers doing sand? What is the demand for... What's the sand demand? The demand sand. A? Where do I even find that? Is there demand listed on this screen for the resource, or do you have to go to a different screen to see it? Because I know you can see it from the good screen, but you certainly should be able to see it from its own screen, right? So there actually is more demand for sand than we currently have planned. Rural glassmakers using a bunch, and the forest village is using a bunch. I just left. Okay, if you right click, a left click. If you right click, a left click, you do get your money back, and it doesn't waste your money. Okay, that's really good to know. But yeah, we do have 1,000 peasants down there. Census is nice, but it's RNG. We gain 7 stability. Yeah, it's pretty RNG. It is good though, you're right. If we fail, you lose 7 stability. Chat's about to lose 7 stability because it's been another hour and the ad is about to start right now. I don't know if we could push this over. We only have 18% support, so we're going to need 32% from other sources. And I'm too scared to do that. So I think I'm just going to go with the free expansion of the sand gathering operations in the north. With at least it has an 8% built in, because the commoners want it. And then we'll see how we can maybe improve that. And while it's happening, will it be expanding our other raw materials faster? Okay, so we need 23% support. Lessen the levy obligations of the nobility. All right, we'll take a look at that once the ads chills. Oh! Hello, chat. How are you? Good evening. I missed subs from 2 hours ago. Operator000, thank you for 9 months of sub. I appreciate that sub from a couple hours back. And Major Spacer, thank you for 71 months. Forget this colony? No, I'm not going to forget this colony. This colony is going to stand the test of time. It is going to grow into a cohesive, coherent unit. We will rise above. We're already in the process. We got our first actual vassal who we will be able to annex in time. We just need some time. At some point we had less than 10 pop growth. Yeah, we had like 6. Now we have 30. Though that's only for as long as we have people migrating in. I'm not sure how many people are migrating because there's no history. Sanak Tawambo's accounting for 19 of those people each month. So the capital is kind of booming. I wish there were more and better graphs, because more data would be very interesting, but there's our 1336. I want to say that we're getting like 8 to 10 people a month just from migration and leveraging favors from other places, which is pretty good for us. But yeah, I'm curious how we stack up against the other nations. I'll look at that in just a second. All right, I got 60 seconds. Quick bathroom, BRB. 1 sec. Hey, we're back. Are there any Victoria 3 players in the house? Are there any Victoria 3 gamers in the house? What music is this? It's quiet. Some of the songs on the Europa 5 soundtrack are not normalized for their volume compared to all the other songs. Like this one is... This is 100% volume, maxed. All the other songs I've been playing on 28% volume. Someone said, sadly. Not anymore. So, 3 people in chat. I really wanted to buy Victoria 3, but I heard things. What I was going to ask is, how does the gameplay of Victoria 3 compared to the gameplay of Europa Universalis 5. Given that there's so much of a focus in Europa of resources, markets, and economies. It was 70% off recently, but I ended up not getting it. To be honest, I'm probably going to try it again at some point. Though it is funny to me that I was listening... Oh, there we go. There's the volume. I was listening to Shin talking about it yesterday. And he's like, I've uninstalled it 7 times. I hate Victoria 3. And I never heard such strong words, because he's very patient and very able to sort of take everything in stride for Europa 5. So hearing him say like, oh, I hate it. I'm like, oh, interesting. I don't usually hear such assertive opinions in the negative. Chat says they hate the military in Victoria 3. It's more focused on the social economic effects your buildings have, like how your nation develops. Yeah, I remember that a little bit. Military is really bad. It's that bad, huh? Anyway, I was just curious because I do feel like we're playing a weird... I feel like I'm playing Victoria 3 again, just minus having to worry about who my people are voting for. We need to get our parliament support up past 50%. I think it's just a flat 50. If we can't, then we will forfeit 7 stability, which we don't want. But to get support for these, I have to do one of 2 things. How do you bribe people? Is that something I can even do? Can I bribe different groups yet, or no? Victoria has some quirks and the military is annoying, but the game is much more fun than it was on launch. Would you say that the DLCs are essential? I might pick some up on the next sale and try it again at some point. It can't be harder to learn than what I'm doing here. It just can't be. But I don't know if I would like it or not. I would at least enjoy looking at the UI more than looking at this UI. Anywho, I don't know how to bribe them. I don't think chat does either, to be honest. So we have 2 parliament agendas, and if we fulfill these objectives, there are successions, but they have consequences. Well, I know about these 2, but we don't have access to these. It's in your estate menu where you assign privileges. Oh. Is this just for satisfaction, or does this help with voting? I didn't even know that we could do this. $20 gold to bribe the nobility. 3 gold to bribe the clergy. 18 gold to bribe the peasants. But I don't think that doesn't have any effect on Parliament, right? All right, so we have one option here. We enact the same religious group policy in air religion. We lose 12 stability. Bro, that's worse than if I just let this fail. So we're not going to pick that. Lessen levy obligations. We reduce the levy obligations of the clergy for 5 years. That's no problem. And the nobility become unhappy with us. They don't have any obligations anyway. All right, we'll deal with the unhappiness of the nobility, or we won't. We'll see. All right, I need 8%. Support of communal values. At least we're getting 2 now instead of 1. I don't know how to get more than 1, or I mean more than 2. We lose tribal cohesion. We move toward communalism, and the nobility are even less happy. I gotta do it. I need the support. Okay. Clergy are appeased. I guess it's because we have the nobility and the clergy as part of our parliament, and so they're vying against each other. Whereas before we only had the peasants, so it was only like a peasant ask. But now the satisfaction of the nobility is down to 36%. So I can bribe them to get 10% satisfaction, but it cost me 19 gold, which is like almost a fifth of our coffers. I don't really want to do that, but I also don't think I can afford to wait for it to hit equilibrium. If I stop taxing them briefly, does that increase the speed that they reach equilibrium? No, it just raises the total equilibrium. This is why I wanted to have more of a buffer for the nobility. So they're only at 36%. So do I just go ahead and bite the bullet and pay the gold to avoid future consequences? I really don't want to give them another privilege, which is going to boost their power even more. So what you're saying is you can uber tax them while they reach equilibrium. It's kind of true. Kind of true. All right, I say we just let it roll from that point on. Let's see what they do when they're unhappy. Probably something. We sort of just invited them to Parliament and then spat in their face. But if our mission passes, then we're going to improve the sand gathering RGO of Draupudam, as named by chat. There is a sand shortage on the market right now, and we do have 1,000 peasants not doing anything. So maybe they'll make some money, and that money might end up trickling into our pockets. 85% to cultural traditions. I feel like the research is going much faster now. It doesn't feel like it's only going 1.24 per month. It feels like it's going way faster than that. Because if you divide 100 by 1.24, that's 80 months, which is 6.7 years. We're researching this faster than 6.7 years. Because look at this, 92.59%, and then look at it. Wait, it's only out of 17. It's not out of 100. I'm figuring this out as the angry chatters are probably writing it. So does every research have a different value required to finish it? Okay, so we're going 1.24 out of 17. Hello, Gabby Love. It was you. It was you the whole time. Parliament members in scandal. A minor scandal has occurred in Sanoctawambo during the current debate. It seems rather than attending the sessions personally, some members of parliament were out disturbing the peace and harassing their fellow countrymen. The outrage is great, both among the peers and in the streets, and this incident's likely to haunt future parliaments for years. Let it slide and we lose tribal cohesion and prestige. Arrest them. We lose 5% support. Wow, these are both bad. If I lose 5% support, it's over. We only have 54%. That'll take me under 50. But if I let it slide, it says it's going to haunt me for years to come. So, goodbye, prestige. I'm letting it slide. We got to get this passed. Can't afford to go about it a different way. I guess I could look at my cabinet members. See if there's anybody better for this. How do you even change? Here we go. Bro's got 81. No, he's the best. But this is a military action, and they don't have the highest military. Sonon Kwakao does. If you sub out somebody else, it just costs 5 stability. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Carry on as you are, as you are. So, Stone RGO, a resource gathering operation, or as I call it, raw goods operation, has increased build speed whilst Parliament is in sesh, and then when Parliament ends successfully, we'll get plus sand up here too. We have researched cultural traditions. Ancient tradition is the foundation of many cultures and civilizations. While progress is what will drive us to greatness, our traditions serve as a reminder of our origins and a source of strength and unity of our people. Okay, I want to check some laws. Where are those laws that we unlocked earlier? It has to be a state law's distribution of power. I forgot to click this. Oh my god, I forgot to click this. If I had just done this earlier, we could have just boosted our own crown power plus 20%, and we would have been able to pass the resolutions in Parliament better. That would. Oh, man. Well, we'll have it for next time. Let me see what the other ones are before we go crazy. More taxes for the clergy. Agenda impact for clergy. That would have helped what we were doing right now. Tax the peasants more. They eat more food. Move toward free subjects. Tax the nobles. Favor the ruler just seems like the best one. We have no burgers. Man, I want a burger. I want a cheeseburger. And then we got minus 10 crown power. Which is, I don't know. We never picked that because it was bad. It's gotta be favor the ruler. Max tax plus 5%. You lose 5% satisfaction equilibrium. But you get 20% power. So there is the 5% equilibrium is harsh. I'm taking it. Lock it in. So that's going to take 2 years. Oh, no, it would take 2 years to codify. We haven't had it for 2 years, I don't think. So I don't think we could have done it anyway. Did that cost stability to enable? I don't think so. It's just 66 gold, 0.66. More tax for peasants, but we move toward conciliatory. I like conciliatory. It's more diplomatic and less military focused, which I think is good for us. So we just got cultural traditions, civil or martial. Those are the ones. These are the ones we just unlocked. I like that when you research different law groups, it adds a new bracket to your laws page. I wish it was highlighted, but I like that you kind of get new laws and you start to customize at, I think, a fairly what's the word I'm looking for? Natural pace. Like we're kind of adding complexity to our laws at a reasonable pace. Removing or changing those laws is a whole ordeal, though. And the other problem is just remembering what all the laws that you could pick are, which is hard, without just scrolling through each time. Anyway, being able to tax the peasants more, I think, is good. I'm going to go civil society. And we're already conciliatory anyways, which is basically pacifist. It's like appeasement and pacifist. So we're already there. Lock both of those in. Now let's pick a new thing. I don't think we need culture capacity, but I also don't know how to physically tolerate proactively. Like, I don't know how I choose which cultures are being tolerated. Because we're going to need to tolerate cultures if we're going to annex other cultures, right? Until they assimilate. So cultural acceptance probably will make sense for the future. But I don't know where the list is. It's probably like society, culture. Accepted cultures is 0 of 0, but accepted versus tolerate are those two different things. No, this is how many accepted cultures and tolerated cultures you can have. I don't know what the difference is between them. The exact amount you can afford to accept without penalties is variable. Pops belonging to accepted cultures can be raised as armies and navy without special laws, and pops belonging to an accepted culture will see their pop satisfaction increase by 5%. So it doesn't say anything about taxes. It just mentions levies. But it seems reasonable to go ahead and pick this if we're planning on annexing people who are a different culture. I think they're different cultures from us. Our culture... That's diplomacy. Society, culture is Onondaga. Onondaga. Theirs is Gegahano. Theirs is Onondawaga, which is different. Yeah, they're all different culture. Okay, so I think that's a great choice if we're going to annex. We need to have +1 culture capacity. And how expensive is that? 17 points. Should be quite quick. Onward. Don't talk about food. I'm hungry. Man, I'm hungry now. I'm hungry. How long until 54 days in Parliament? I kind of wish there was a notification up here that indicated how many days were left. At first I thought this green circle was the countdown, but that's my support. That way you don't have to mouse over this to see how many days are left if you're waiting for an event to come save your bacon. Uh-oh. A minor scandal has occurred, speaking of events, in the Sanakdawambo Parliament during the current debate. It seems rather than attending the sessions personally, some members of Parliament were out disturbing the peace and harassing their countrymen. I am allergic to members of Parliament disturbing the peace and harassing their fellow countrymen. The outrage is great, both among their peers and in the streets, and this incident is likely to haunt the Parliament for years. This is the same event. We've had this event already during the same Parliament. Devs, event cooldown is not gonna be that much extra work to code. It'd be better to have no event than the exact same negative event twice in the same like 60-day period. What the hell? So there's this big issue, in my opinion, in Europa 5, which is the events themselves I generally like. There's some exceptions, but I generally like them. But they're slapping you in the face with identical events within a compressed time period. Now imagine this over 100 in-game years. So either there's not very many events in the game at all, or we are supremely unlucky multiple times over different... We've seen 3 duplicate events already, and it hasn't even been 20 in-game years. I can't... Now I gotta do the same thing. We have never been able to hold on to prestige because there's always an event that tanks our prestige. So let's do it again. Yeah, my assumption is the fact that we are banned from a myriad of events because we're not playing in, like, Central Europe. But again, the problem isn't that there's not enough variety. I would be fine with just one event during this Parliament. You know what I mean? Community education. We've seen this event too. It's broken. It's busted. It's broken. The illiterate have begun to organize small and informal schools where the children and the lesser gifted learn to read and write. This is going to ruin the game, if nothing else does. These community schools operate outside our systems, but provide an invaluable and selfless service to our communities. We are about to get another 10-year bonus to monthly literacy. To put into perspective how busted this is, our maximum literacy for all of our people is 10%. We started with a literacy increase rate of 0.013 per month. 0.013 with a ceiling of 10%. So it'd take a long time to go up to 10% at 0.013%. However, because we've had 2 random community education events within 2 years of each other, we now have, I assume that it stacks, we went from 0.013 to 0.23. Almost a 2,000% increase. 2,000% increase in literacy rate. Let's see if it stacks. It would be here, right? Community schools? I could also just gain 7 stability, which would be useful, but I think this is way better. It's 0.2. It stacks. The amount stacks, and it resets the 10-year cooldown according to this country modifier. So we just extended it. 12th of February, 1366. So our literacy rate is gonna be cracked. 0.2 something percent a month is insane. We're already at an average literacy of 5.5% in laborers, up from 1 in like a couple years. Accidental genius literacy tribe. We're gonna have like full literacy within 10 years of discovering the alphabet. But like that's why I'm saying I wouldn't even notice if there wasn't an event. The issue is not that we're seeing a small pool of events, it's that the events are not going onto a cooldown. You shouldn't even be able to see the 10 years of literacy for 10 years, right? I think that's logical to suggest. At least, if not more. Parliament agrees, narrowly. So we're expanding sand gathering operations in the north and getting a prosperity increase in Draupidam, which is already at 100%. So, wait, no, that's not right. Yeah, it is at 100%. But now we got level 2 sand RGO. So basically what that means is we have a sand digging operation, which is being used to turn into glass on the market. And we have 1,000 laborers, so it's 1,000 laborers per level. So now it's level 2, so we have 2,000 laborers. So the people who are down here as peasants are going to convert each month up into laborers in order to fill that need. And we went from 1,000 to 1,500 in 1 month. I don't know how that happened so fast, to be honest. Who opened the rural cloth maker? It must have just finished building. If they can make a profit on this, it says potential profit 0. Market price for cloth is 3. Okay, there you go. From the resource page, you go to markets, and then it shows you. So everyone has way too much cloth. We do not need cloth. No one needs cloth. They built this stupid building. And now I need to go turn it off manually. We're still pumping money into stability. We're getting close to where we need to be to try this merger. Oh, pop promotion speeds plus 49%. That's probably what's doing it. That's why they promoted so fast. From high stability. We're actually back to 0. Hold up. Income back to break even? Interesting, interesting. Our tax base shot up to 4.35. Where do I see the buildings again? We learned how to look at this, but it's like 3 tooltips deep. Because it's like tax base, then a location. I don't know. One person in chat told me how to do it earlier. So Alabama Slamma is going crazy because that's where we did the stone op. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how to tell how much each building or structure or RGO is contributing to the tax base. Not our profit after taxes, or not how much we're taxing them. Like, how much do the people have in profit? Because the way it works is I'm basically a medieval accountant. Okay, hold on. When the next chatter comes in and goes like, hey, are you enjoying this game? Like, someone asked, what is this game like? I'm gonna say it is a medieval accountant and administrator simulator. You're just a high-ranking medieval administrator. You're trying to figure out why this number's red and this number's green. And where is the money coming from and where is the money going? Like, we got 0.85 income. Mostly I'm just concerned with like how the tax base is distributed across the building. So I understand by that Alabama Slam is getting 1.62 tax base because it has 2 levels of stone RGL, resource gathering operations, right? I know that because I know there's only 2 things there that make money, but I don't know where the game tells me that. Where does the game inform me how much each building is adding to the tax base? And I swear some chatter told me earlier where it was and we saw it briefly and now I don't remember. And we're losing money because of a lack of controls. We need to build control there. Because when your capitals get larger, you do want to know which buildings are being efficient and which ones aren't, right? So like if I'm looking at my capital and I know we have a tax base of 1.93, I want to know which buildings are contributing the most to that and which aren't. Without having to click on the capital and then mouse over every individual building to see its potential profit or whatever. All right, anyway. We still don't have trade capacity? Correct. Correct. I don't think we have anyone to trade with, because you only trade with people, I think, outside of your market for imports and exports, right? We don't know any other markets at the moment, I think. What is the current law? Current law is possible defense. I may as well vote for automatic. It's funny how Victoria 3 was supposed to be the economy simulator, but EU5 is even more insane economy simulator. I need advanced degree to play this. That's how it feels. Kinda. It feels like they just sort of yoinked a bunch of Victoria 3 and put it in a different skin. I think that's most obvious on the research tree, which looks, let's be honest, like the exact framework that's in Vicky 3, right? Even down to the like colors of the wire that connect everything together. Yeah, just way more stuff. What is our currency? We just learned how to trade, what is it, wampum? Like way earlier. We learned how to trade wampum, traditional shell beads of the indigenous peoples of the northeastern woodlands of North America. Like the closest evidence we have of when wampum was exchanged as a currency is like 1510 or something like that. So we're just a little ahead of our time. I need to find the new soundtrack. Here we go. Going through history right now. You have 52 prestige now. That's 52 stability, but we are, we're doing pretty good, yeah. Doing pretty good. We need 60. Well, actually, yeah, we need 65. We need 65. So once we have 65, we spend 50. Do you get any income from your vassal? I don't, because I don't think they've discovered taxation yet. And I am unaware of how to tell what their tech level is, which seems like an important thing you would need to know. If this were Hearts of Iron, you would simply click on their nation, click on their focus tree that's in the same place as every other focus tree to see their progression, or if you wanted to see their research, you would look in their country card. I don't know what to do here. I have no idea. Maybe I should Google it. Maybe I should Google it. We've researched cultural acceptance. I feel, does anyone else feel like the research is just flowing now compared to what it was before? I'm gonna assume the literacy and the various other buffs are working magic. I Googled my question and no answer came up. The game hasn't been out long enough. What's the average literacy now? It's over 5-6%. Our research speed has gone up from 1 to 25%. We're researching 25% faster. Literacy is at 7.5% now as a bonus. And clergy satisfaction is also up over what it was today. So it just is going faster. So we have that extra culture capacity. We'll be using that when we try annexing. And then I'm tempted. We basically have two options. Option one is just get map making and colonies. Just to see what it takes. It shouldn't take that long to research. Because to be honest, out of the other things that are available for us, religious values is like lip service is pretty much the best one, I think. Stability investment cost down because we are using stability investment. So actually that would be good. Lip service would be good. Maybe we just go that. Because now we actually are investing in stability, so we would get a discount. Yeah, let's do that. Tribal religious values. 0.44 is 17. But does anyone in chat know how to see another nation's advancements? Anyone? Is this a mystery? Is this an unknowable? We have appointed too many inbred members of the nobility. They're making fools of themselves, which was expected, but what's worse, they're embarrassing our country. This is also a duplicate event. They are part of the nobility, though. We lose 0.1 monthly diplomats and gain antagonism, but they get satisfaction, which is probably better. Or we could just replace them? But they just got back up to 46%. "10 years of minus monthly diplomats is harsh, though." All right, replace them. Down to 36. We are learning together. Yeah, it's crazy that nobody knows stuff that should be real basic. Real basic. Oh, I need to invite more dudes. But not from our vassal, because they're going to be part of our group. Invite settlers from, let's go from these guys, from Kani and Kahaka. Settlers, come on back. We need our pop to go up. Is it better to route roads around mountains, or does it not matter? Good question. I want to say that it depends on a few factors. I would assume it depends on how much you want to spend. I assume going around can be more than going through, and also potentially take more time. Maybe not. I don't know. You might be able to build all the roads simultaneously. Hunting accident? Our ruler's daughter, Tekakwitha, who has 3 children, is dead. Her body has been draped by whom none know in a white cloth now stained red by her lost vitae. They say she was found by her horse in a clearing in the woods. We know the place they speak of. Her face is calm, almost serene. The courtiers reach out to touch. The terrible reality of the situation dawns on all. The cold felt by all is that of death. Sorrow overtakes the court. She has died. She leaves behind her 3 children, Kukuchi, Skinadoa, and Kataranayaka. She was our heir and her oldest daughter. Our heir has died. Now leadership will pass to heiress Tiana Janegan, who has much worse stats. Much worse stats. Did not get a proper education, it would seem. The heiress died at age 30. Wait, no, would her daughter not be the heir? How does succession work here? Oh yeah, the heir passes to our second oldest daughter because the first oldest didn't inherit. That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like in a game about politics and diplomacy, if you're gonna include all these characters and such, surely there would be some kind of event in determining whether the heir passes down the bloodline to their daughter or to the next oldest, right? That seems like a crisis of state. Wars have been fought over such issues, you know what I mean? Anyway, rip. Okay, I was doing something and then I got distracted. What was the thing I was doing? Trying to figure out what techs other people have. Like, this is so funny to me. To see, here's how you see what their societal values are. You mouse over this, and it's just a, it's just a bunch of blocks, okay? And you have to mouse over each one to see how much they are toward that one. Yeah. And no indication. What's the potion button in the middle? Interesting advances. Unique advances, none. You would think that you could click on this to see what their advances are. But you can't. So who knows? It's a mystery. We'll never know when they get taxes unless they start paying us money. Maybe it's meant to be hidden. It's our vassal? Feel like that's not hidden when it's your overlord? Floon has reached 16 years of old. She's ready to get to work and has a birthday. Floon. The clergy have asked us to intercede in a marriage between two families of the nobility. This is also a duplicate event that we've seen today. I want to say this is the 5th duplicate event that we've seen today, roughly. I would go so far to say half of the events we've seen have been duplicate events. And once again, I am saying no event is better than duplicate events. The issue lies in the bridge being of a different faith than the one our clergy support. Nobility marriages tend to be public affairs, so the subsequent festival would attract a lot of attention and send an improper message on how the clan feels about other faiths. Basically, do you want to piss off the clergy or piss off the nobility? We can't really afford to piss off the nobility anymore, so we're gonna piss off the clergy. Well, yesterday when I said I liked the event so far, I just assumed there would be more than 5. I don't think we want to do a royal marriage yet. Oh, this has made the child handing you a golden tooth event in Crusader Kings 3 look infrequent. Like, just turn the events off. If you can't, if they're all going to be duplicates within 2 years of each other, then just go on a global cooldown. I'd rather see no event. Welcome to EU. We got hunting accident and comet sighted. The problem with EU fans is a game comes out and they're like, this is exactly like my other game, except I don't understand how to play it. Therefore, I love it. And I expect nothing to change even after 10 to 15 years since the last one came out, because my standards never go up. The only thing that goes up is the number at the end of the game title. Another streamer I watched played Oman, and the only events he kept getting were all his leaders and other characters were getting mauled by animals. I'm gonna wait and see if we see any more new events. I would say that's true with the most of their series. I see comments like that a lot, Epi, and I disagree with them vehemently. I've played all of the games at vanilla since 2016. Not as long as some people, mind, but for almost 10 years, I have played every mainline Paradox game at launch. So I'm not comparing what I see against what I hope to be true. I'm comparing it against itself. You know, I'm comparing it against other games from the same developer and the same publisher and the same genre. I'm not just like straw manning how many of this or how many of that I think should be in the game. Like Vanilla Stellaris was more varied in terms of pop-ups in 2016. Think about a game that's being developed over the course of years. Now think about how much development time needs to be spent for one dude to write a paragraph and then add a plus 10% to this or plus 10% to that at the end of it. You know, like the standard is so low that I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. Our diplomat has improved relations as much as he can and is heading home. The monkey's paw curls, they're all written with horrible grammar. You're playing in an area without flavor DLC. Flavor DLC has nothing to do with it, man. None of this stuff is they don't care. Like we're holding court. They have events that mention castles. They already don't care about the region we're playing in. It's the same thing with the soundtrack. If I go, how come when I play here, I only hear 3 songs? And you go, well, that's because there's only 3 songs for your area. And it's like that. No, just play the whole soundtrack. Like they're already showing me events that are not for this area. So why limit it in the first place? You see, like there's only a handful of events that are specifically about like a tribe. They have events that are talking about castles. We're holding parliament. The flavor's not the problem. I don't know how many times I need to repeat myself. The problem is that the same goddamn event keeps popping up. Just don't pop it up. It'd be better not to write it if that's what you're going to do. You could just take it out of the game. You could just put a global cooldown and say you see this event once every 10 years or you see it never again in your playthrough. And I'd be like, great. I'm not going to go, damn, I wish there were events in this game. They add nothing. Just don't put them in. It's worse that they keep flashing up with the same event. Then if there were no events in the game, that would be preferable to seeing the same 5 or 6 events over and over again. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not complaining about a lack of flavor. Although citizens are encouraged to act in good faith during their exchanges, the reality is that many chatters will simply write some bullshit in the hopes that other people will realize that this is okay actually and not a big deal. We have successfully stamped out the corruption of so many streamers who are criticizing our favorite game and our favorite genre, and we do not trust officials in the streaming capacity to do their jobs without the help of a bribe. We gain 9 years of honest administration minus 2% proximity costs. Wait, y'all get bribes? Have you not seen hashtag ad in any of the streams that you've watched? If you were to compare this game to a food, what would it be? Nutriloaf. It technically has all of the ingredients for a balanced meal inside of it, but you're gonna be chewing on that shit for a long time before you digest it. Who are all these kids? The pool of names also for the tribes is like 12 names, maybe? We've seen at least 6 characters named Kukuchi. I guess it's a strong family name. You don't have a thing yet. We are at our max. I don't know how I should be spending diplomats. I think there's a lot of things I don't know how I feel yet in this game. One thing that I'm sure of is that I strongly dislike the diplomats system. Not diplomacy as a whole, just the diplomats resource. I really dislike it, and I find it tedious to interact with. Trying to figure out how to use it or lose it as a resource is not fun. Can I do something with my vassal that spins it, maybe? Not really. Not without giving them a bunch of liberty desire. Also, somehow it's been another hour, so the ad is about to begin. But we've made it 20 years in game. That's something. That's more than I made it in most of these other games I've started and played. Doesn't merging tribes take a bunch? Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. Because I need more max diplomats. And I forgot how I got more a little bit ago. I had up to 5 max a little bit ago. I think I just need to invest in Diplo spending. I need like 3. Maximum of 3.2. .14. 3.02. Good enough. But yeah, we need like 3. But yeah, I actually, not just to be derogatory, I would describe it as Neutraloaf. If you don't know what Neutraloaf is, chat, you should look at it. It's basically, apparently, a food that has all the nutrients that you need to technically survive, but it's just like a gross lump. Gross is subjective, I guess. It's a lump of different ingredients that aren't really like a recipe that is apparently fed to some prison populations or something like that. I don't know. But the reason why I'd stand by it is just because it's like a bunch of different ingredients that don't actually feel like a coherent and cohesive vision. But again, I'm not enjoying it. The events are the most annoying part. I like building up my little economy, and I enjoy being able to play over here in North America as one of these tribes and kind of get everything going from the ground up, Naked Brutality style. I do enjoy that. I don't know how long the fun's gonna last because the party's gonna be over when the Europeans show up and the game changes, but until that point, it'll be interesting to just see if we can combine all these tribes and move forward somehow and keep expanding and just make like a whole giant nation and then just get steamrolled, which would be kind of funny. Oh, I want to do what that one chatter said. He's like, I've been coming back in, the borders haven't changed. I want to change the borders. So that's what we're going to do. We're actually really close to trying to annex our first little group. And that's when we're going to be able to take a peek and see how our economy changes. I'm going to blow my nose real quick while the ad's finishing up. Oh, all right, welcome back from the ad. Taking care of the allergies. We have increased the max amount of diplomats we can have, and we're getting darn close to having enough stability to try and annex our neighbor. Very close. Their trust needs to be greater than 50, so we need 11 trust. So I'm gonna profess trust again. No shot, it's 49.2. Yo, 49.2 out of 50. How do I get 0.8 trust with these? The yearly vote. Floon is unmarried. Have we already done a royal marriage with the westernmost nation or nah? Let's see. They did a royal marriage with a group in the north. I don't have any idea what the benefit of that is. But I think all their children are married. Not this dude, though. What happened to you? Because you're a dude in a matriarchy, probably. All right, Floon. They are legally married. We need that to help with the trust. That's a +5 trust right there. Give him stuff. That's opinion. What do you mean? You can't just write "give him stuff" in chat. And imagine being helpful. Oh, give him stuff. Maybe that'll work. Our ambassador has been very good at spreading a favorable opinion of Onondaga in foreign courts. The fact that we are at peace certainly helps. Tell them sweet little lies. We gain 10 prestige, and a clan gains 30 opinion of us. We have max opinion with everyone, so I don't think it can go above 200. Professed trust is going down by 2 yearly, which makes it even worse. It already went down by 1. Formed closer bonds went up to 25. Probably offer them an alliance, if I had to guess. If I offer them an alliance, I think that'll boost us over. I may have professed trust in them too soon. It seems like that's a steep fall off. 2 trust per year going down for taking a big diplomatic reputation hit seems kind of harsh. Population's over 12,000. Whew, let's see everyone else's pop. They are at... Where's population? 16K in the far west. 11K next to us. 8.6K is our vassal, and 35K on the east. So if we combine with our vassal, we're going to end up with about 20K. So that's pretty powerful, you know, going up by like 60-75%. We have researched tribal religious values. The religious values of our tribe dictate not only how we live, but how we treat those who do not share beliefs and traditions with us, both in and out of our territory. All right, hit me with the laws page. That's a new, so we got a new tribal religious value. Just unlocked. So we can choose pop conversion speed, which I don't think we need. We want stability investment cost, because we are currently spending 0.29 gold a month, which is quite a lot for us, on stability. So that should reduce the cost of investing in stability, I think. That's what we're going to take. Religion is undeniably an important aspect of any society. However, it should never threaten the safety and stability of the tribe. As such, we should take a relaxed view on religion while still publicly paying respects to spiritual concerns. Lip service. This is going to take a couple years to codify it. So we won't see the effects immediately. Take 2 years before it becomes a real law. And now we can do another research. Make paper, build libraries, disease resistance, apothecary. What buildings use this? A hospital. And a lazaretto, which I don't even know what that is. And then we got medicinal infusion, disease resist into canoes, which reduces proximity cost, which is pretty good. Proximity cost down is pretty good. We gotta figure out how to make fish eventually. And ships. All right, I think for now, even though it might not be the most useful, it shouldn't take too long. I want to research map making in colonies just so we have the option in the future. before we kind of skip past it, even though I don't think we'll be able to afford it. I want to catch up on old research before going to the Renaissance tree. That way I can kind of see how all the basic gameplay features work. But anyway, yeah, population's going up at a pretty reasonable pace. I think if we're allowed control over these different areas, like I can build in my vassals' land, which would be great if I could afford settlements. But we don't have any positive income. So my 103 gold is somewhat precious as a little bank that I need to hold on to in case of emergency. Break glass of piggy bank in case of that emergency. But it looks like the commoners have other plans, and they're building a forest village of their own up here. No big deal, just minus 624 peasants. They want to go to 0. Why would you build a forest village on the lake? You could build a fishing village. Local food production +1. Plus 100 possible laborers. What is even the maximum possible laborers you can have in a location? It's got to be huge. How do you see maximum possible laborers? The AI's bad? Yeah, they're not making good decisions, let's say. Might see if you hover over the rural location thing in the top left. Good guess. Good guess. I can't stand the way they presented the tech tree. It's cumbersome, but it doesn't bother me that much. It is cumbersome though. I can kind of deal with it. We looked at the Renaissance stuff a little bit earlier, yeah. See, it would be incredible if we could start building settlements wherever there aren't any. Like, there's no settlement here, no settlement there, no settlement there, no settlement there, no settlement there. They don't have a single settlement. So, if we could build settlements everywhere, we would buff their pop growth by a lot. Assuming we're allowed to. They just don't have any income. Requirements not met. Has less than 5% of pop capacity. So we could build like 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4? Splibbo answering what a lazaretto is more than 5 minutes later? Are you behind? Did you pause? Hey, chat, let's do a quick lag check. If you are not lagging, now is your time to type Floon in all caps in the chat, and it'll confuse anybody who's way behind on their VOD. Or they'll think that there is a bot attack. But we already know you guys are all bots, so I don't think that would be surprising. Children can have better education, ambitious, diplomacy, and administrative. We'll go administrative for you. See, the fact that I can't rename my grandchildren is very unfortunate. You could expel the city's pops, build a settlement, then let them come back. Well, here's the thing that was confusing to me. The text of the settlement is, cannot build because they have less than 5% of population capacity. So we don't need to expel. You're not even allowed to build a settlement until you have at least 5% population capacity. So we need more, which is weird. Because the whole purpose of a settlement is to increase population. But you're not allowed to increase population until you increase population? At least that's how it appears when I read it. We are past 20 years, hurtling toward 30. And the best news is that we're almost at 65 stability. And then the magic happens, and we're gonna have probably a boatload of problems. Luckily, there's only 3 locations here, so it won't be taking on too much. But part of their problems are they've got a whole bunch of buildings here that we don't know what to do with, and they're short of peasants. But we're gonna merge. We're just gonna merge. Mystery, please. They have a lot of space. They can have 10 buildings in their capital. We can only have like 5 in ours. In their northern one, they can have 2. And in their southern one, they can have 1. Still better than us. My yearly vote for automatic defense. We can only have 1 in the north, 5 in the central, and 0 in the south. We can have 0 in the south, and we're punished for having too many buildings because they built a rural cloth maker. Floon 2 has come of age. She actually has a really high diplomacy. Quite high diplomacy. Wayward weather. And it's gone. The nobility demand recompensation. The state has lived off the contributions of the nobility for a long period of time. Now our clan is doing well, so the nobility are eager for a cut of the cake. This is new. But of course, it's going to have nobility lose satisfaction, or you pay them money. We lose 14 gold. Oh, they're, I need to adjust their taxes. I don't know if we can afford for them to lose 20%. Is that 20%? 14 gold is a lot. What's the worst that could happen if I ignore them? I guess they build some crappy buildings. You know what's confusing about this? Is there a reason you're cranking stability so hard? How come 6 separate, maybe not 6. It feels like 6 people have asked about that, and I keep having to explain it, but I feel like I am already explaining it, but just wait. Just wait 5 more minutes. You'll see. You will see soon. We're about to have a payoff. Anyway, chat. If you can... shut up. I can't think. All right, if you tax the commoners, they pay you money. You with me? If you tax the peasants, they pay you money, right? Easy enough. But if you don't tax the peasants, they are happier, and it's cheaper to invest in stability, which saves you money. Now, I'm assuming that they will pay me more if I just tax them and say, screw the stability investment cost, which is probably trivial by comparison. I think we could math it out, because it's a difference in 6% stability cost. What is 6% of 0.28? That's nothing. It's 0.015. All right, I think I'm keeping the peasants happy for no reason other than maybe food production, which we don't need. Wait, yes we do. Well, how are we? No, is it winter? It's winter. So food production is currently low because winter. Yeah, all right, no problem. So they're just filling up from the market or their own stockpiles. All right, peasants, I've let you live the good life for 2. Actually, no, we can tax them more. Why can I tax them more now? Did we pass a law? We did pass a law that allows us to tax. Monthly maximum tax for peasants plus 2.5%. Yep, cultural tradition, civil society. It finally kicked in. So we're making even more money from the peasants now. But I'm at the max tax that I can get. All right, do I pay the nobility? Should I pay them? The commoners have a 35% tax rate. 0.75 gold. Minus 20 is steep. It is. I say no, your equilibrium will come back. What if they build some bullshit in my towns? I'm paying them. I'm paying them, and I want the taxes to get us into the black. I don't want them to build any more bullshit. All right, we need a different soundtrack. Chat, what is a soundtrack that you think is thematically similar to Europa without being Europa 3, 4, or 5? Imperator. I can't even tell you if I've ever listened to the Imperator soundtrack, ever. I'm not sure. Apparently it's playing in the background. I just don't hear it. Maybe it'll come in soon. Take from the poor and pay the rich. All right, it's almost time to circle back around to stability. The reason I'm not taxing the clergy is because they are pumping my research speed. In fact, I almost want to give them more stuff to make them even happier. We were gonna do religious administration, which is gonna give them power. It's gonna piss off the nobility and the commoners, but it's gonna give us plus 0.01 stability investment. It seems so low. Doesn't that seem low? But I guess it'll raise their equilibrium. It's tough. Because 0.01 seems like nothing. Do we want communalism? It's cheaper to revoke privileges. That's the best part about communalism. Migration speed's low, but satisfaction's high. So I think we do want communalism. It's already at 80, and it can't move past 20. How do you raise your maximum that a thing can push toward? I assume just be higher level tech, or in a future age, or something like that. Perhaps. I saw the forest village get built. Is there such a thing as prio for buildings? Like, let's say there's only 600 peasants. What determines which buildings they fill or abandon? The more things pushing in a direction, the higher you can push. Just as nebulous as I've come to expect. So, do you think I should go ahead and pick it? Religious administration? By making matters of religion our foremost priority, we shall forge our nation to a cohesive whole. You can set priority under market? I'll look. 5% to their max stability, which means faster research. We get a teeny bit of stability investment bonus, and we get a little more pushing toward communalism. I'm clicking it. I'm clicking it. So they're at 95, trending toward 85. It's gonna boost our research speed. Under market. Market. I am under market. Production, my bad. Production, you're bad. Okay. Blue box, middle, upper. Ah, this. Most profitable. Oh, I thought I could choose on a per building basis. Infrastructure, then most profitable. I don't know what's considered infrastructure. But yeah, first come, first serve is fine for now. I never seen that box before. Good to know it exists. All right, are you guys ready to click a button? A big button? I like big buttons. 66 stability. Okay, long have we waited. We've invested so much of our economy, which, by the way, we're in the green after that tax adjustment to the peasantry. Little bit. This is why we're pumping stability. Because now that we have 65 stability, we're allowed to click on one of our neighbors and go. I'm control right-clicking these, by the way, to open this screen. And then we want diplomacy. And then we want to just scroll down a little bit. And we need to build trust. Okay? We need to build a little trust. So what we do is we offer them an alliance. We have an alliance. Which, after I unpause a little bit, I think will boost trust. Give it a minute. Because we defend them, they defend us. Might need to reset at the month. It's kind of the only way we can gain trust right now. All right, 1st of July. Wait for our diplomat to come back. Okay, diplomat has come back, and I'm... I still can't click it. How... Didn't this work a second ago? Didn't it form trust? No, it didn't. It just made it easier to ask them to become... Okay, so... Lesson learned. If you are in an alliance with someone, it makes it easier to vassalize them, but it does not build any trust, which seems counterintuitive. If you're in an alliance with someone... Don't you think that builds trust? But it does build +7 toward becoming a vassal. All right, so what if I click this button? We just profess trust again. Okay, we profess trust again. Our diplomatic reputation tanks and goes down. But it's a price we're willing to pay. Now we wait, because we had to be over 50 trust. So now we just wait until the diplomat comes back one more time. And I hope we have enough diplomats for this. Otherwise, I'm going to have to pump the diplomats. Maybe I just go ahead and do that now, just in case. So we go up to 0.5 a month for a little bit. These things take time. It is July 1359. Diplomatic endeavors move slower here. Okay. Here we... I need 3 diplomats. Okay, you need to wait. You need... you need to wait a little longer. We're building 0.5 diplomats a month. We'll be there in no time. That's just 3 months. 3 more months. Anyway, you need 65 stability to merge tribes. It is a prereq. Once you have 65 stability, you can then spend 50 and spend 3 diplomats, and then you can annex your fellow tribe. But you can only annex the tribes you start next to, not the population areas that are tribal around you. Big difference. So this is how we grow in the early game. We're still very, very much in the early game. So we'll go way down in stability, which means we're going to lose pop promotion speed, some equilibrium, and some great power score. But it's all worth. Are we going to dip below trust? Nah, it goes down 2 per year. So we got 2.5 years. And we will have enough diplomats in November. Shortly. But there are a bunch of prereqs. I think that there's a reasonable amount of prereqs for tribe merger. But it seems like acceptance is based on Diplo reputation, which we have good. Opinion, which we've maxed already over years. And we just had to proclaim trust. A representative of the people living in an area dominated by one of the most prominent families of the nobility has approached the court today, imploring us to take action against what he claims are systematic abuses of power against the people. As the ruler has a responsibility to protect her people, not doing so will make us appear weak and may harm the long-term growth of the province. The nobility would likely not take kindly to chastising such a powerful member of their ranks. Turn a blind eye. Commoners lose a state or nobility lose a state. Another duplicate event. Which one this time? I'd say probably the commoners. Turn a blind eye to these abuses. Sorry, commoners. We'll work on you. 12K Village talking about great power score. Brother, it's a very expansive leaderboard. Okay? Very expansive leaderboard. You know what Ricky Bobby says, if you ain't first, you're last. So if I'm over here looking to see if I can get higher than 1166, you're over there playing whoever the fuck, getting from like 250 to 175. Like, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're just different levels of doesn't fucking matter. So you worry about your sphere of influence and I'll worry about mine, okay? Because we only have 5 people in the known world to compete against, and all I care about is beating their asses and annexing all of them. All right? As far as I'm concerned, the rest of the world doesn't exist until somebody comes over and proves that it does. So just let me have this. All right? We're 1166 right now. I got to get 3 diplomats. 3.31 diplomats. Let's go. My western neighbor, we're this one right here. The vertical one, the weak one. I also intentionally picked the weakest one so that you can enjoy the climb even more. You know what I mean? If you start at the absolute rock bottom, then every single step along the way is satisfaction. So let's see it. Merge those tribes. Unifying the 2 countries under Onondaga. So they unify under us, not under them. 3 days of work to get to this moment. We will insta-annex them, I believe. I bet you there won't even be... If this were Hearts of Iron 4, you would click this button and there would be an event pop-up that gave you a nice little flavor text blurb that helped you pat yourself on the back. I bet it's just gonna happen. Let's see. We have a pop-up. Hearts of Iron team confirmed. Annexing Gaogahano. Our integration has taken a fair bit of time, but now that Scaniataris is an Onondaga rule settlement, it will reach its full potential and make our nation prosper even more. There are other countries that has not appreciated this expansion of our territory, though. Okay, well, the Hearts of Iron team would have written it a little better than that. Orent dum metuant. I don't know what that is. Or what that says. Our subjects changed their opinion of us by -50. We do have a vassal. So our vassal will not like this very much. But we do have 200 rep with them, so we can work on that after. Every neighbor gets -30. I wonder if that stacks because our vassal is also our neighbor? And I wonder how far neighbor expands. We have merged, uniting the tribes into a single country. Oh my God. It's beautiful. Look at us. Now there's only 4 tribes. Our population has surged to 24,000. I don't know about income yet, but they should automatically learn how taxation works, and I want to see what the money looks like afterwards. I want to check on everybody's reputation as well. I don't even know where the rep filter is. What is the political map mode? That's just default, kinda. That's not what I want. It's gotta be opinion, yeah, sorry. Brain not work so good. It says they still have 200 opinion. I think our opinion's just so damn good that it just tanked the -50 for our subject. And these don't count as our neighbors. This might. Nah, it didn't count. So the other guys didn't get a -30. Sick. That's huge. All right, I got blow my nose now. And then figure out what to do next, because we literally doubled our size. What was our population at? Like close to 13, 14K? I guess we just went up 11,500. It says it right there, doesn't it? So that is why we have been saving up stability, because now we're back to 18 stability and we need to rebuild it to 65 again to try and absorb everyone else. We do not have recently merged tribes. That's probably a 10-year cooldown if I had to guess. So you can't just chain them up. Where is recently merged tribes as a debuff? It's not under country modifiers. It is. Scroll down. There's a scroll wheel? I'm gonna need a paper bag. All right, I'm gonna need a paper bag. Minus 9.95 diplomatic reputation. That's a pretty big hit. Yeah, it's 10 years. It's 10 years. Hearts of Iron 4 devs would never. They figured out how to fit 24 national spirits on the same damn screen and make it usable, okay? If they can, so can you. Lost technology. All right, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to figure out how to see what our total amount of diplomatic reputation is without using a map mode. I think that map mode describes the design philosophy. Somewhere from higher up the chain, they were like, we don't have to show information, we just have to make a map mode for it, and that'll be good enough. They can figure it out, just find the appropriate map mode. Everything is a map mode. I don't even know. Like, I know how to see theirs. I think. Do I know how to see theirs? Bro, I looked at this earlier, but trying to memorize where every piece of information is. It used to be in the diplomacy menu at the top left. That's our diplo capacity. There it is. Negative, it's the top. Yeah, here it is. Diplomatic is negative 1.31. So recently merged tribes took us into the negative. I don't know what minus diplomatic reputation is, and I don't know what trust does. I've read the tooltips. They didn't explain shit. All right, so here's what we need to do. We need to figure out how to get money, because these guys should be able to be taxed now, right? Their tax base is 1.25, 0.6, and 0.43. So we need to figure out how to increase their tax base. They have wild game in the south, they have clay in the center, and they have legumes in the top. So it's a lot of food. Honestly, not very profitable stuff. It's like 0.4 and then 0.33. Very, very low profit stuff. So since we have 10 years that we need to cool down anyways, I'm going to shift gears economically, and we're going to reduce stability spending to something much more manageable. In fact, we will gain stability while investing nothing. All right, I think we have to invest nothing for a little while. Diplo spending, likewise, needs to go down to like 0.05. Cost of the court, we're at 75 tribal cohesion, which is good. We have a minimum that we need to spend on tribal cohesion. Because going beneath that doesn't help. And then the nobility, honestly, are just not going to pay us much in taxes. And then if I tax the clergy, I think we have to start taxing the clergy, which is going to slow down research. But we really need money. So now we're only up, with all of that, 0.47 a month, which is better than it was. But we need to really figure out how to do better. And I don't know how to do better. Does accepted culture affect taxes? Oh yeah, where's the culture tab? Thanks for reminding me. I don't know. I don't know. We're in the Haudenosaunee culture group. So is cultural acceptance based on cultural group or individual culture? Can I just say another genius UI and UX decision on the part of the devs was making this game so dependent on map modes to find information and putting the map mode selector in the dead center of the screen so that whenever you open a list, it blocks all the information that you're trying to see instead of moving this to the right or to the left on the edge so that you can do both things at the same time. So you have to like scooch over here, then open up one of these lists, and then look at what you're trying to look for. And you can only use like a picture-in-picture mode of what's going on the right-hand side of the screen. It's their first video game, okay? Be nice. They've never done this before. So if I do cultures by location, then we can see their different cultures. They didn't just randomly assimilate. And then we can break that down further on the culture breakdown page. So now we actually have 52% here, 47% here. That's a significant amount. And you can see that they're not accepted. So if I right-click on them... No, if we left-click on them, we add a tolerated culture, but it will take 5 prestige, which we barely have. So I'm definitely clicking that. Add a new culture as tolerated. If it is kindred, it will not be costly to maintain. So I think I'm going to do that, but we do have other options. I want to say that our cabinet has the option to swap to assimilation. And that would increase assimilation by 40. It may be worth doing both. So we're gonna lose the stability climb. It'd be better if we had a better diplomat. This person's a much better diplomat. So... they're like 65. I'm gonna try it. Is there, I don't know where you can see your rate of assimilation anyways. It might be on the society page. It's -5%. We've been down this road before. Because I made fun of this saying -5%. And then we found out where the information actually is. And now I don't remember where it is, so we go in circles. What about hints? No hint on assimilation. What about tooltips? If it is sped up, but the primary culture has a high culture war power. Some cultures are tied to their faith, so they won't be assimilated unless they are converted first. The cabinet is the most reliable, but there might be laws, advances, or societal values. I feel like I watched Shin go through this exact same question earlier. Here it is. Monthly assimilation, currently 0. Integrated -10, base value +1. What is integrated -10? An integrated location has been properly incorporated into the state and is much easier to govern than a conquered location. Conquered locations need to be integrated with a cabinet action that targets the province. Since we annexed this, I don't think we need to do that through diplomatic means. But I could be wrong. I don't know what integrated -10 means anyway. And also, where do you see your culture offense and culture defense? Okay, culture tradition is our our defense, and influence is our offense. I don't know how that relates to anything else. I guess you could look at other people's and compare them. Who knows? All right, let's give this a try. So instead of increasing control, you are now going to assimilate faster. Select the culture to steer toward. Steer toward our culture. We actually have better cultural tradition and better cultural influence. Okay. Wait, I clicked it and then nothing happened. Select the province to promote culture 2. What? Select the culture to steer towards. Select the province to promote culture 2. There's no way this is what the sentence is supposed to say. It should say something maybe like, select the province to steer pops from. Right? Like, I'm assuming it wants me to pick the province to convert. But this statement up here is confusing. Because, like, in English, that means you want to steer the other cultures to this one. All right, it's got to be the red one. Our cabinet has been assigned to assimilate pops in our culture. This will convert the local population to the target culture. Cool. Now we need to switch the other one from stabilizing the country to making sure that we maintain control. Oh no, we have to select one province to get control for it. When do we get more cabinet members? Never? I'm gonna stay in the main province. Cabinet seats 2. Okay, maybe later. At least they have plus 26% efficiency. I forgot. Do you guys wait, have we finished that law? No, we haven't finished. Have we? We did. We did distribution of power. It says plus 20% crown power. Which is actually, though, this is the only time in the game that this is not an additive number. So it's not, I thought it was going to be a plus 20% here distributed across nobility, clergy, and commoners, but it's not. So it did give us a slight, ever so slight advantage, because I think nobility was beating us before. Now we have 40% power to their 36. My brain is melting. My brain is melting. Let me see their infrastructure. They just have like forced villages for some reason. Level 2 market village. To increase trade advantage. I don't hate the trade advantage increase, I guess. They built some weird stuff. Trying to see what they're trying to profit off of. And I like changing the product manually. Clay is fine. Fruit orchard is making fruit, though it's kind of, current profit is 0.01. Come on, guys. At least this is making some leather. All right, I think we're ready to unpause. We're actually making small profit for the first time in the entire game since we unlocked taxes. 0.98, it just went up even higher. Holy. Almost 1 gold per month? That's the most money we've had to date. I don't know how to increase that more. That's a lot more than we were making before, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I want to say that taxes kicked in over here because they weren't before or something. Assimilating Gaegahano, 11,662 people. I think we can mint? No, we don't have any, can we mint? Wait a second. Show me the market. When did this happen? We have to have metals, right? Who's minting? Is there a minter? I assume it's laborers. Maybe it's not laborers. Is it peasants? Or maybe it's just RGOs. But nobody's expanded, right? Is it possible to search for specific materials? Sometimes the game bugs out, thinks you can mint until you try it, and then it remembers that you can't mint. Are you serious? Do you guys see any materials here? We're so far away from any potential mats that we could use. I like see copper, I see iron. Coal time. Iron is top right. I don't give a shit. I'm wondering where silver and gold is, and it's not on the map, I don't think. I assume silver and gold is how you mint, right? Yeah, we can't mine iron. Nobody can mine iron over here. I guess this means we have to tax the peasants. I don't see any gold or silver. So I got bad news for all the people who are going to come over to colonize us. They're going to come over looking for money. They're going to look for riches. They're going to look for hidden treasure. And they're not going to find anything. All they're going to find is corn, baby. Look at all this maize. And coal. Corn and coal. Well, I'm going to try it anyways and see what happens. I assume bad things, but we'll find out. And by bad, I mean probably just going to reset itself to 0 at the start of the next month. Okay, so since we're making net positive money, I think it is a pretty reasonable time to we don't have any diplomats. Never mind. Inefficient mining. Minting efficiency 0 due to lack of access of needed goods. There you go. So the real question is, I was gonna say, where does it even say what it needs? It's right here. You have to like mouse over the coin and then it shows you that it needs gold and silver, which is just crazy that it, like, I need the cat gif where it's just like begging the devs for something. If minting needs gold and silver, then you would write that in the tooltip, yes? Minting is a way to increase our treasury at the cost of inflation. If we do not mint any coins, our inflation may decrease. Minting requires the use of both gold and silver. You can tap gold and silver via an RGO, and then tooltip in tooltip to an RGO, bam. Right there, you know what I mean? Like, that just needs to be done across the board for every tooltip to actually give you information that you need to know. It can't just be like, minting is good, so you move the slider and it's like, no, stupid, you can't do that. You don't have the materials. Okay, what are the materials? I don't know. You're gonna have to go find out, because even in the error message, it didn't say what they were. Trial and error. Across the country, there are ads playing for 3 minutes of mid-rolls. It's 11:13 p.m. Of course, the burgers complain that the commons and the ads are an outdated method, one less productive than their conversion into enclosures. The chatters vehemently oppose the ads, citing age-old rights and the importance of the chatters to their livelihood. The decision now falls upon the state. Should we uphold the traditions and allow the chatters to flourish without ads, or do we seek a path forward into modernization of our monetization framework? Uphold the commons. 7 stability, or screw the commoners. We gain agricultural boon. I don't care about that. And we change our society toward capital economy. Nah, just hit me with 24 years of bonus food production. We'll come back to this after the ad. I need more water. I'm gonna dehydrate. I don't really want to dehydrate. So I'm gonna go get some water. See, I just did a tooltip impression there. BRB. Thanks for watching. I'm glad that we finally changed our borders for that one chatter, okay? Now there's only 4 tribes. We're gonna work on the 5th. I mean, making it 3. I don't know what I'm saying. Hey. We're back. Onondaga grows in size. Massive units. I want to spend a little more on Diplo. Not a ton, just a little bit. Why is the game paused? Bro. ADHD in action. Across the country. Oh yeah, the commoners. Are we upholding what the commoners' traditions state? Or do we favor enclosures? Enclosures of land. The burgers don't even exist. I think I would like to gain stability in 24 years of bountiful harvest in Geogahano. Plus 25% food production, minus 10% unrest. I do like going to capital economy, but I fear it won't be enough. Plus we lose this. All right, the commons You are upheld. And I say we start building buildings. The problem is the buildings I want to make don't make profit. So maybe we need to focus profit first. The cloth maker looks like it would be profitable now. The issue is we don't. Do we already have 1,000? We already have 1,000 laborers ready for employment. So just turn this building back on. I don't think we get cotton from anywhere, do we? Doubt. No, no cotton. That's not a thing yet. However, fiber crops exist. Okay, this is actually a useful map overlay because it shows me where, like, this is a level 3. So yeah, they have 3 out of 4 fiber crops. They're pumping out fiber. So if we allow our cloth makers to work, that should just make them profit, and then they'll have more money, and we can tax that money. I'm glad all of our tribe gives an accurate and honest account of their yearly earnings with our newfound taxation system. We're gonna have to make the Native American IRS to confirm. But anyway, what I wanted to look at is cloth. I want to see who's making it. So I guess this color just means there's a building there. But there's a building there. Wait, what? What is the point of this map overlay? It doesn't actually show the info. Maybe it only shows my stuff as a color, but doesn't show anybody else's buildings, which is really not helpful. So they're making 0.85 right there. They're making 0.42 over there. We're gonna get in on the action because it looks like there is cloth demand. And now there should be a supply if we're pushing it too. So we might be flooding the market. Okay, next. What do we got? Stonemason, potential profit, nothing. Tar kiln, potential profit, nothing. Why did I build that? Clay pit, potential profit, also nothing. 3 useless buildings. I only built 1 of those. There's a surplus of clay. It said it was closed. It is closed, you dingus! I said it was built! They're all closed. That's why they're closed, because they're not profitable. Settlement, of course, is not going to really make much profit because there's no product. It's the product is babies. Have babies. And then we got a market village here that is making jewelry, which is profitable off of stone. And we're one of only 2 places that make jewelry right now. How do you tell where the demand is going? Just to the market and the nobles. Okay, the nobles just want it. So we're making a little early jewelry. Then in the north, we have the forest village, which is open, but not full. Making a teeny bit of leather. And then this mason that again is like no profit. How do you demote pops? How do I make these stinky laborers go back to being peasants? This game makes Etal angry. Brother, you haven't seen me angry. Dumb chatters make me angry. Are you one? Speaking of Anno 117 IMC, I don't know if I want to play that or not. I haven't decided. Over time, they demote. I haven't seen that be the case. This has been closed for years. And there's still 547 available laborers. For some reason, we have 23 soldiers, and I don't even know what I'm getting these soldiers from. We have 50 out of 50 soldiers here. I have no idea where these soldiers came from. Or what building is promoting is able to hold them. Oh, it's the market village that they built. Go to demographics. You gotta use longer sentences, friend. It's all positive numbers. Only positives, no negatives. They're working in sand. 2,000 are working in sand. We got 547 that haven't demoted. And the number's green. It's going up. Strange. All right, then our newly inherited forest village, making some tanning goods. And we just got a fruit orchard. Making 0.02. We need to do some changes. Oh my god, and they're taking sand and turning it into glass in the market village. Let's go wood into basic weapons. I don't even know who would be using the weapons right now. Masonry making no bucks, $0. I'm gonna close this masonry. No, they're making clay into masonry. It says it could make 0.09. That's making a little bit of profit. It's barely anything. Whew, everything that we inherited sucks. And there's way too much glass on the market now. I'll make a little more jewelry, which will drive up the price of stone, perhaps. All right, let's go with that for now. So what I'm struggling with, I think I need to delete one of these buildings and build something that could potentially be more profitable. Profit options include... Now it says a tar kiln could be 0.24. I think this screen is bullshit. To be honest, none of this means anything. Because when I'm looking at the tar kiln, it says potential profit 0. But it's possible that could mean while it's closed. I'm gonna open it again and see what happens. Chat, we've learned a valuable lesson. Did you guys know that in Europa Universalis speak, potential profit doesn't actually mean potential under any circumstance? It only means potential profit if the building is also open, which sort of defeats the usage of the word potential. Because that profit is potential whether it's open or closed, but it won't calculate it unless it's open. I see. So we won't actually know how profitable anything is until we open it and then close it again. I know the clay pit's not going to be profitable though. Kiln is only making 0.03. It still sucks. All right, we're deleting the clay pit. I don't remember which group built this, but it wasn't me. How do I even delete it? Is it possible? How do you remove a building? The minus. Okay, I didn't even see that there was a plus and minus here, to be honest. But you're right. You're right. Because we only have 5 slots, and that was one of the 5 buildings. Now, what are we going to build in its place? Charcoal kiln is the most potential profit. And we need profit so that we can build settlements. Followed by the cloth maker, but we just opened ours, and I would much rather upgrade the one that we got before I worry about building a second one. Because 0.3 is real good for us. So I'm gonna go with that. Let's just go with charcoal kiln. But I want to see first who, if anyone, is making charcoal. I can't even search. Is it just coal? It's just coal. So no one's making charcoal or just coal. It's a little confusing because it's called charcoal creation, but the product is only called coal. It can be used by a weaponsmith, glassworks. I guess my question is, what does the check versus the X mean here? Shouldn't it go with the resource on the tile? Nope. So the way that it works is if the resource is on the tile, that's the most efficient way to gather. And if you don't have access to the resource on the tile, then you can build these other buildings, which will produce the same resource, but at a much less efficient exchange. So it's always more efficient to use your RGO or your resource gathering operation, which is what the resource on tile is. And then this is sort of like a different way to get the resource at a smaller scale. What's up, Arch? How's it going, dude? But yeah, what do these check marks mean? Because what the information I want is to find out if there are buildings that exist in our market that use these already. Like, does somebody else have a weaponsmith somewhere? Like, people are making weapons? Market Village. Market Village, Market Village, Market Village, Market Village. So nobody's actually... Do the Market Villages use coal? You can't click on someone else's Market Village. No, they don't use coal. So I'm trying to, basically what I'm trying to do, if you're wondering why I'm just frozen here, is I'm looking at the game, and the game says, yo, if you make charcoal, you could make big money. But right now, I can't find out if there's any demand for charcoal. I'm trying to figure out where it derives this maximum profit from. And I'm trying to figure out why it assumes that we will be profitable off of charcoal immediately. Because the buildings that it's used in, no one has. Unless someone might have a glassworks. But it's so incredibly hard to find anything. Do pops need coal? Not that I know of. Maybe not yet. Pop needs are like lumber, cloth, maize, wild game, legumes, and fruit. And then if we do nobles, nobles need weapons and such. Soldiers just need weapons. There was another way to look at pop needs, but I don't remember what it was. This is the only one I know. I think the check just indicates you have the technology. You need a town to build a weaponsmith. That makes sense. How's the learning curve? It's rough, Arch. It's rough, but we've made a little progress. We have annexed one of our neighbor tribes, so we're twice as big now. So we were this big, now we're this big. And chat, what was my rank before? Now we're 1200. What was my rank earlier? Did we lose rank? So we it was actually really tough to annex them in terms of figuring out what all needed to be done just so. And now we have to go on like a 10-year cooldown before we can annex another one, basically. It was like 1162. So we got worse. How do we get weaker? It was like 1718. Oh, did we go from 1718 to 1200? Maybe the first chatter was wrong. Don't believe Mad Dax's lies. How do you like the game? What's up, Rod? I don't know. I've been playing it for close to 24 hours now, and I don't feel like I have a good grip on what I'm doing yet. So, I'm not sure. I feel like I need to put more time into it to figure it out, to get a fully encompassing opinion on it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it yet. Nothing in it. The only reason why the game has grabbed me is because I like being over here in the North American Great Lakes area. Not because it's North America, but because the hustle and bustle of one of the more populated zones on the map is overstimulating to me. And I also enjoy starting the tech tree from scratch. We just invented our own alphabet. And I don't like when I start as a nation. I'm the kind of person, if you play Hearts of Iron, who only plays the minor powers, who are the small countries. I don't like playing the big major powers. So if I had to start somewhere like in France or in Germany, or even in like Norway, Sweden, like Scandinavia, that's too much action for me. I wish there was an RNG world. I do too. Apparently Europa 4 had that, and this doesn't. So maybe later. Maybe it'll be added later. I would like a random gen world too, so that you actually get to discover everything. I think you checked the market screen in the economy tab. I think that's where I was. And demand and supply. So we click on the market itself. Here's coal. we can see that we have no demand. Okay, so you actually did get me there. You did get me there. If you click on the market, you can see the entire market supply and demand. So I can see, for example, demand of cloth is going to tailor guilds, some clerics, some burghers, some marketplaces, some peasants, some laborers, temple maintenance, and needs of the soldiers. There is no demand for coal. So I have no idea why the game is suggesting I might be profitable if I start producing coal. Because there's no demand. So how would I make money? So I'm really confused by the maximum profit suggestion. So it's really difficult right now to find out what might be profitable. Repost thing that I am making out of pure conjecture. Does it count demand in Europe? No. It's only within our own market umbrella, which is... What is the market button? I need to find what it looks like. The stall. This is our market, so it's only considering things inside of our market. I checked and Pops can use coal. Wolfest Wolf might be vindicated and the demand shows up. What do you mean you checked? Explain I checked. I'm gonna go ahead and build it for science. Is there a wiki? No. There will be over time. Went back to 1360 via time machine and asked around. There are a lot of things that are even more hidden than the other things. Example, we thought that we were unable to build all but 5 buildings until we randomly built a mason. Then the mason started producing stone, and then suddenly about a dozen other buildings became available to build. But they don't tell you beforehand why you can or can't build something. So like if I look at, say, the Spinners Guild, I know that I can't build a Spinners Guild because I'm not a city or a town. But if you look on this screen, you won't discover that until you happen to stumble upon these symbols and it says building requirement, city building, or town building. And you're like, okay, well I will infer that's why. But if I look at another building, it might say something different as to why I can't build it, right? Or it might be because you don't have enough money, but you kind of have to come to that conclusion yourself. There might be buildings that open up when we get coal that we don't know about. The game makes a bunch of assumptions that don't hold when you're playing in the new world. Yeah, like they just assume that all these things have been discovered and they're already in somebody's market. I'm gonna go ahead and build it. I believe Wolfest Wolf and overtly esoteric. And we're gonna make a charcoal kiln in the capital. Bam. Get it rolling. Because the tar kiln was not as... The reason why I'm so overcautious is because the tar kiln was the same thing. It was a building that was in the list, and it was like, your potential profit is like 0.4. That's a fortune for you. And then when we built it, we are now negative 0.07 because nobody needs it, and there is no demand. So it just lied to our face. And now we have a tar kiln. So we're gonna see what happens when we build this charcoal kiln. I'm curious. Floon 2 needs a wedding. Hey, we researched map making. Drawing places or countries on a paper or scrolls much more than art. It's about collecting information in them for strategic use. By knowing where places are, we can not only better coordinate attacks, but also give us better knowledge of our own territory. As the elders said, knowledge is power. Okay. Allows exploration missions. Unlocks border control laws. By knowing where places are, you also know where they aren't. It's true. So you can open or close borders. Close borders is traditionalist. Open borders not. Allow exploration missions was the main thing that I was interested in. And we're just going to go from there to colonies. I don't think we're going to have colonies, but I'd like to just know. Actually, hold that thought. Can you cancel a research? Yeah. We'll come back to that. I think... I don't know. I don't know what I think. I think I was looking at the possibility of going medicinal, which is whatever, to minus 5% proximity cost, which is good. And then figuring out fish. But it's possible that we need to do some Renaissance things. Let me look at the Renaissance again, because there was some good stuff over here. Scholarly treaties. Allows us to revoke privileges more cheaply, but that's not the main appeal. Grant privileges. Cheaper is whatever. Max RGO size is whatever. Food production is whatever. Literacy for people is good. Literacy is good. Subject opinion is whatever. Loyalty is whatever. Improve relations is whatever. Peasant levy could be huge. Peasant levy is the one that could be the game changer. If we wanted to do war, but we don't need war when we're still 40 years away from assimilating all of our neighbor tribes, in my opinion. So I'm gonna stick with what I was gonna do before. I don't think any of those are like things I need to bend over backwards to do. I'm gonna stick to colonies first. But I want to check to see, we have a royal marriage with you. We already have a royal marriage with you. We already have a royal marriage with you. So what do I do with the rest of my family? Who are they supposed to marry? We could marry just like a tribe. But then it's unclear how to assimilate them. Like by a tribe, I mean like the pop-based countries that are around us. We tried to assimilate them earlier, it didn't work. It went poorly. Is this tree the same for all nations? I think there are differences, but I'm not the person to ask. Many things are the same, but for us, many things are going to be locked because we don't have the European technology. And to be seen whether those unlock eventually or not. TBD. All right, we got to change soundtracks. The Imperator soundtrack is insanely quiet. We just listened to the whole soundtrack, and I think I heard 3 songs. What's crazy is the same dude did the Split Fiction soundtrack. That is kind of crazy. I crave the Europa Universalis for guns, drums, and steel. But this is volume 2. Where's volume 1? Now we're cooking. Parliament is possible again. Parliament time? Population is on the rise. Do we need to do a couple things here? That's my subject. I forgot. Invite settlers. Come on over. When do I want to pick a different area? I think stick to the main. And if they want to migrate within, that's fine, but I think they'll like this area more than this area. We gotta develop this spot. Canadian Kahaka has proposed a new law. Classic. Stay automatic defense, please. So here's the question. Should I try and go for profit buildings? Or should I try and go for getting a settlement? And I feel like if the earlier you get a settlement in every spot, the better you are. Because you got to get that population to snowball. It's like compound interest, right? I can only build one right now. The requirements are not met in either of those two locations, so maybe I should have asked for Pop to go here instead of here. But we can build one up in the north. But nobody lives here. Damn, this is hard. Because they built a forest village. And that needs 1,000 employment. And they're negative 270. So they're super short on pop. So I almost need to close the forest village, which feels bad because it actually is making money. In order to pump profit. I don't know. I think I just screwed up by inviting people to migrate into the capital. I really should have done this area, but I clicked. Now I'm stuck for 2 years. Pop migration speed and migration attraction. Don't think that helps us right now. So what is the cabinet up to? They are assimilating. Which is going to take a long time. Acquiring Onondaga. We got 385 out of 11,000. Renewed focus on traditional practices. Our people, lost in a sea of change, have begun to call back to the practice of their ancestors. They seek to harmonize rather than adapt their communities to the environment. They maintain long-held traditions, grow a great variety of non-cash crops, and explore medical practice that's been dismissed as nonsense by recent generations. This renewed focus greatly strengthens our communities, but it also encourages decentralized governance and a sense of independence. We ought to decide if letting the people stick to the ways of old is a benefit or a threat. Basically, we can either get some of our rural locations will benefit from bountiful harvests. Making more food doesn't matter unless you can store the food. So I don't really understand what the Bountiful Harvest are supposed to do. Because if we don't have enough food, we get it from the market anyway. And if you, the only way that you benefit is if you have a huge stockpile of food, then you get better growth, population growth. But just getting a Bountiful Harvest on its own doesn't matter. Or we gain research progress. Commoners in some regions will be displeased. Our merchants gain trade advantage. We don't even have any merchants. And we move toward capital economy. Is there storing resources? Yes. They're storing food. Just food. From what I've seen. Hello, the Elm. I don't know yet, dude. I'm still deciding if I think it's good or bad. It's day 3 and I'm not sure. There are things that are good and there are things that are bad, but I don't know which way the scale is tipping at this stage. For me, other people have vastly different opinions. I didn't play U4, so, and I'm also kind of a hater anyways nowadays, so take that with a grain of salt, I guess. The market also stores some resources. Interesting. I would say that whether you think it's good or bad, most people can agree that it's unfinished. And I don't mean because the DLCs haven't come out yet. I mean, compared to CK3 launch. And Victoria 3 launch was messy, but it was easier to process and understand. Even if it was messy. This is like trying to decipher an ancient text. Sorry. I don't know. Both, neither of these? I guess I'll take the safe one on top and skip the monthly the research progress. I don't know. A little odd. Maybe we should call Parliament. Tribal Parliament time and see what they want. If we leave it for too long, they will start to get angry. We need to raise estate satisfaction. I forgot to check my balance. Make the nobility a little happier, make the clergy a little happier. We're taxing the commoners as much as we can. And we don't need as much Diplo spending. Actually, we need maybe 0. And then cost of the court? Yeah, I leave cost of the court kind of where it is. Number go up? Yeah, I mean, it's fun watching my population go up, even if it is slow, but we went from 7,000 to 24,000. So I do like the number going up. Not wrong. All right, we're gonna call Parliament back in the capital. If there's something we like here. So these are our options that we can pick to convene Parliament over one of these issues. And the green number on the side means that we have the support of some of the people to do it. You need 50% total support to pass a measure, like 50+%. So our base support is only 15.85 because of our crown power. Our crown power took a huge hit after we annexed the other province, because now there's ostensibly more nobility, clergy, and commoners. Unclear at this point how to bolster crown power with what we have available to us as a tribe. I've done everything that I can. I don't know how to make it better. So the nobility own us, more or less. So we need to keep that in mind. So we're starting at a base of 15.8, and we need to get this over 50, which is going to be tough. So picking something that already has support is useful. Picking something that only has 0 support or none is very risky, if not impossible, without major concessions to different groups. So like the nobles want me to support them as a cabinet, but there's not really a lot that this does for us. After it's done, move further toward aristocracy, I guess. Support a clerical cabinet, kind of same deal. Promote a member of the clergy, kind of meh. Improve ties to our neighbors also doesn't really do much for us. So these aren't really beneficial in any way, unfortunately. Conduct a census is the best one, but it has no support. 5 points in all stats is pretty good. It just doesn't matter. It'll boost their crown. They're already at 98 admin, which is what's boosting our crown power a little bit. But we don't need to hire advisors. I don't know. It's fine. How old is she now? She's 52. But also, who is this? This is just one of our cabinet members. They've been dying left and right. So investing a once every 5-year parliament in them, we've already had to kill 2 of our cabinet members. So I don't get too attached to them. I think appointing cabinet members from the crown boosts your power. I don't know, I didn't notice that before. Also, I think you're lagging, Archangelus. You're lagging a bit, bro. Because right now we have a clergy and a noble. We do have courtiers from the crown now. Maybe it does. It sounds reasonable. Yeah, it does. You're right. 12.5%. However, it's not as much as it sounds. For example, we just got a plus 20% to crown power, but it only translated to about a 3 to 4% increase in our total share. I'm not really sure how the math operates here. So 12% is going to be like a 1 to 2% power swing. Ish. But it's better than nothing. So I'll think about that if the next time a cabinet member needs to be changed. I don't think we had any nobility to choose from previously. What I really want to do is build a road network down south, but it's so expensive, and this doesn't really help. Should I just... What should I do? %26 times 1.2 equals your 31%. Where does the base come from? Because it's not just one number, right? There's favor the ruler plus 20, administrative ability plus 24, revoke crown privileges minus 6, which is green for some reason, and then all of these little numbers. And then the base is 4.29. Up top it says 6 out of 19. Yeah, that's 31% of 19 is 6. There are 19 PowerPoints. We're getting 31% of the PowerPoints. Nobody's answered the question of where's the base number. Who designed this UI? I'm still waiting on somebody to say where the base number is. Your base is 4.29. Okay. Okay, so here's what's going on. The way that they're translating information is 4.29. This is why it's so goddamn confusing. Because this number tells you 31%, but it doesn't tell you a like the actual number. Shh. What's happening is it's hiding the number it's actually hiding the number 6. So what this should say is 6 PowerPoints. Right? But instead of saying 6, it's doing, well, your base is 4.29, then you're getting 20% from this, then you're getting 24% from that. So 4.29 plus 20% plus, so it'd be like times 1.2, or actually it'd be times like 1.44. So it's 4.29 times 1.44. Then that equals 6. And then 6 is 31.7% of 19. And it shows you 31%. So it's just a super convoluted representation of that information. If this just said 6 and this said 4. I'm sorry, 8. If this said 6, this said 8, this said 3. That would actually make more sense. But then it shows you a percent here, so that when you're picking plus 20%, your brain thinks, oh, I'm going to add 20% on 31%, so that's 51%. But that's not what's happening. It's doing like a calculation behind the scenes on a hidden base number that you have to go in a tooltip to look at, and adding 20% to that, not 20% plus 31%. You know what I'm saying? So that's where that's where all the confusion comes from. So they need to change how they represent the information when you're adding, like, basically have tooltips that tell you what you're adding percents onto before you click it, instead of finding out like post-mortem. Like when you choose the laws, there is no evidence of what number you're manipulating. So distribution of power just says crown power plus 20%. Okay. What do I like? You have to. It assumes that you know the information without telling you. There's no tooltip indicator. You have to go click it. I don't know what that does, and then dig around until you try and understand what's going on the back end to know how to even apply that knowledge. I'm aware that the base changes, chat. I'm aware. Okay? I'm aware. I know. You guys aren't listening. But that's typical for streaming at 12 a.m., unfortunately. The Europeans start to wake up and roll into chat, bleary-eyed, sipping on tea or some shit, and then coming in and just yapping. I'm just kidding. Tea's pretty good. That double apostrophe so deep. Empyrean, your account was created in 2012. So what, you made that when you were 5? You got to be 18 by now, right, bro? Hopefully. Does mom know you're on the computer? Wrong. 28. Why is your name Empyrean 21 then? You gotta update that shit, man. Should say Empyrean 28. You gotta have your ID ready. Anyways, 28-year-old hit me with that so deep. There's only two possible options. You're either lying about your age or English is your second language. Which one did I clock? Which one did I clock? Be honest. Parliament, like, the Parliament system kind of sucks. I don't like it because the option, every time you go to Parliament, there should be at least one option that looks tempting. None of these look tempting. And also, the system whereby you choose one thing to debate and then you just pray to the gods that they hit you with options to bolster support down here that you don't even know. You have no idea what is going to be down here. So you're just hoping that there is something useful. And we only get two choices. So if one of them is bad, we pick the other one. And you get like 15% support. And then it re-rolls another separate thing and you're just hoping. I don't think that's a very good system. It's like a card-based RNG. It's like flipping over a deck of cards. So I'm actually gonna try and like not do Parliament for as long as they'll let me until I get the stacking penalty for it. And then I'll reluctantly hold Parliament. I wonder if I try and hold it somewhere else if I get other options. Recently, a scandalous occurrence happened amongst the nobility. Had word gotten out, it would have been a social disaster of catastrophic proportions. Thankfully, our censorship policy ensured this whole event was swept under the rug before society could find out. Keep the skeletons in the closet. Nobility gained 15% estate satisfaction. Perhaps this ought to be public knowledge. We lose stability. The events, man, they're not as bad as Crusader Kings. They're not as bad as CK3. But this is an event that benefits burghers who, again, do not exist in our society. Plutocracy is a burgher city-based choice. We have no burghers because we have no towns, because we have no cities. So it's not a choice. Nobility gained 15% satisfaction, I guess. I think the only events I like in a Paradox game are archaeology events in Stellaris. I also like reading the newspaper in Hearts of Iron 4. I would put reading the newspaper in Hearts of Iron 4 over any event in Crusader Kings 3 or Europa 5. And the newspaper doesn't even have choices. It just has click OK, and I enjoyed reading that more. These are written better than CK3's, though. We're about to see whether or not this is a profitable building. Charcoal Kiln needs 1,000 people, which we actually have that can promote. So they'll fill in. So the potential profit is 0.16. Which is a far cry from the 40 that they promised me in potential. Is it because of the Zweird works? I do like the Zweird works. We got tier 2 sand, tier 2 fruit, tier 2 stone. I feel like as this scales up, it's going to be impossible for me to keep up with. Where is our own government page? We got recently merged tribes for another 7.5 years. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why I should even care about all this. Clergy power, the big problem is I don't know. I don't know. Fort limit plus 16%. Who cares? Levy combat efficiency plus 16%. Who cares? Monthly progress to aristocracy 0.05. Who cares? I guess the only thing I care about is maximum tax. But the peasant power... Estate power is below 25% plus 7.85. So is this inverse? The less power they have, the more they can be taxed? For both? Because they're above 25%, so they lose 8% tax. Clergy get 1.78% max tax. Who cares? Forest Village, possible profit. 0 is the minimum. Okay. 0.38 is the maximum. Roll the dice. Could be nothing. Could be something. I'm assuming that's just because Forest Village can produce multiple types of goods. Nope. Forest Village only produces tannery. Or leather, excuse me. And it's actually fairly profitable. But it takes 1,000 people. So the profit per person, or the PPP, is not so good. Not so good. The PPP is important. Just like the PP in Hearts of Iron. Oh, so we got a new building. Let me check it out again. How is it doing? It's got almost 1,000 people, and the profit is 0.05. The screen told us a possible profit of over 0.3. So we're at around 1/6 of the potential profit that was on the screen. So I think that the production screen is just incredibly unreliable, and you sort of have to use your own intuition to decide what types of things to lean into. And in our case, raw materials, if they're in demand, are the best. Because stone is a profit level of 0.73 per level, which is like, it's really good. A member of our cabinet will stop at nothing to elevate his position. Using questionable methods, he has come to command the undivided attention of our leader, who is said to obey his every whim. He's doing a great job. Lose 10 tribal cohesion. Fire him. See, this is what I was talking about. You never get too attached to your cabinet members. 81, 65, 34. He actually has the best stats for what we need. But it could be an opportunity to replace him with a noble. But they won't be as flexible. We lose 7 stability to do this. All right, fire him. Fire him. We're going to use a power vacuum to try and plug in one of our own dudes. Wait. These are all nobles. I'm not gonna lie to you. For some reason, I looked at these two people holding hands, and I thought that meant nobility. For some reason. How do you even get someone of the crown as a cabinet member? They're all nobles. Whoops. Rip that guy. Royal marriage. I've got 5 royal marriages. Nobody's there. I'm just gonna reload my save. To be honest, I don't care. Family member. Who? There is no family member. I've done 5 royal marriages and nobody's in there. So I don't know, man. 2-word answer. 2-word answer. I don't know why that's so loud. When you load in, it's like, ka-chung! I'm awake. Too late. I already reloaded the save. I don't care. All right, anyway, I'm done anyway. It's like 12:30. We've done like 9.5 hours. I want to do more, but also it's late. And your brain's not fresh, my brain's not fresh. Everybody have a good sleep, refresh your brain, come back tomorrow. Chat doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I thought you ran out of patience with the game. Why did you think that? I gotta become the #1 tribe. I gotta assimilate everybody. I got a goal. I can make a kingdom. It's just gonna take 30 years. Well, it's gonna take like 37 years. But we made it, I think we made it 15 years today. Yesterday we made it 10 years. Today we made it 15 years. The ad is starting, by the way, so I don't blame you for peacing out. But, I don't have any more snoozes, or else I would simply snooze it so you don't have to listen to it. But I'm going to send you all off on an end of stream raid before I go. I do want to be the very best, yeah. There were a lot of things I think are dumb. I'm starting to think that the power distribution doesn't make any sense to me yet. The power distribution with a number that changes based on your population is like one more rant about this. One more rant. Is this not just an arbitrary sort of amalgamation of how the House of Representatives work in the US? Like, to represent the power of each of the denominations of estates, could they not just have 100% be the power? Base power equals 100%. And then you manipulate the actual percent of power instead of having it, the percent, be a representation of a dynamic number that goes up as your population grows. Does the population growing add anything to the equation? Like, does the fact that this is not an absolute number change anything? Or that it, yeah, does that change anything? Like, why can't it just be 100% equals power, and then you have this percent, they have this percent, they have that percent, and just get rid of the base number? Chat is furiously typing. I think the base number just adds so much extra confusion to it. Because in that situation, let's say you have 173 nobility, and that much nobility is worth, let's say, each nobility is worth a certain percent as a fraction. I don't know, it's What was the end of the question? I think the whole point is to try and scale the power with a growing population. Yeah, you could still do that, though, if you just made everything into a percentage, though, right? By weighting the population toward the percent of power. Like, does it need to have the base number? Mouse over cleric power? Cleric power, they get 0.1 per cleric. But because of all of our other things, it's modifying the base number. I don't know. I guess it works, and I kind of okay, think about it. The reason why I think it pisses me off, I understand why it is the way it is, because it's a simpler way to allow the player to choose different bonuses and debuffs. It's much easier to take a base number of like 4 and then modify that with plus 20%, and this is your new base number out of the total. It's easier. But the problem is, it creates a situation where you end up in, if you've played Diablo 4, do you remember Diablo 4 at launch and the damage bucket system? And how if you got plus damage and put plus damage on every single piece of your gear, that, you know, at the beginning, plus 50% damage is a lot. But if you just keep adding plus 50% and plus 50% and plus 50%, because it's all going into the same bucket of numbers, each plus 50% becomes less valuable when it's added to the rest of the plus 50%, right? So like for clergy here, look how many debuffs I'm having. So like, who cares if I add another plus 50% to their power, because I'm only modifying the same base value of 1.57. Nothing is multiplicative in here. It's all additive. So like every subsequent thing that I'm adding has less and less effect on the whole, because I am still modifying the same base level. So like, you actually have room to go crazy with these estate privileges and just go bam, 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 if they benefit you, because it's like, the more you add, if your base value is low, the more room you have so much room. You could add every single card and it still wouldn't shift the power if the base value is low. It doesn't show what other estates are going to be before you apply. That is correct. It'll only show you what the immediate change is. So if I pick this nobilities minus 5% temporarily, but it doesn't show you what the new value is going to be. So their happiness changes, but not the power. Incorrect. They will get plus 25% of state power, but it's plus 25 added to the end of all these other plus 20s, plus 25s, plus 10, plus 25, plus 30. So it's just another plus 25 of 1.57. The lightning bolt number is how much extra power they get. But that's what I'm saying. It only modifies that base number. And you don't know what the number is, everyone's number is going to turn into after you click it. You just kind of click it and hope for the best. Vibes-based privileges. But anyway, it's just a really weird way to represent the power dynamics. But also the power just doesn't seem to do much. It's like 1% extra tax. 7% extra tax. I guess it matters if your nation is large enough that 1% could make a big difference. But for us, it's kind of almost like not really affecting anything. All right, anywho, I'm gonna send you guys out of here. Come back tomorrow. What you doing? I'm raiding my bud, Nomak, who's playing some Final Fantasy Tactics. Since the base number is based on pops, if you turn it on auto build, you lose control of the power structure. Well, the clergy is always the clergy. Like, if you build stuff, there's only a handful of buildings that change how many clergy and nobility there can be. So I don't think the buildings on average are going to change the tax brackets, because if they're laborers, they're still peasants. If they're soldiers, they're still peasants. So there's not too many ways to increase the number of nobles or burghers or what have you. But I get your meaning. I get your meaning anyway. All right, good night, gamers. Try learn some more tomorrow. My brain hurts. Good night for now.